keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to offer a tribute to a community advocate and close friend, Paul Stewart. For years, Paul has been a tireless advocate for those affected by prostate cancer and has been a volunteer and participant in Ride for Dad, an annual motorcycle parade that raises funds for research in improved treatment for prostate cancer. I have had the privilege of joining Paul and thousands of other riders in Winnipeg on the Ride for Dad on several occasions and can attest to the positive impact Paul has had on those around him. Sadly, Paul died on June 15th, less than 1 year after being diagnosed with prostate cancer. I offer sincerest condolences to his wife, Jane, his son, Donald, and the numerous extended family members and close friends whose lives will never be the same without him. Paul, you have left the world a better place. May your final ride be easy, and may the road stretch far and wide.
Yes.
The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, the time to honour children and their families facing cancer. MPs today are wearing gold pins to emphasize the importance of awareness, hope and research for childhood cancer, the leading cause of death by disease for Canadian children. Dave and Maureen Jenkins from Belmont, Ontario provided these pins in memory of their daughter Maggie, who passed away at just 12 years old. I'm grateful for ChildCan in London, an invaluable resource for families across southwestern Ontario grappling with childhood cancer, whether it's to lend a supportive ear or cover unexpected expenses. I'd like to recognize Tammy Bell here on the Hill today. She founded the Golden Society and has raised over $725,000 for CHEO and cancer research in memory of her brave son Griffin, whom she lost to cancer last year at age 6. At 7 p.m. this evening, Parliament Hill will shine gold for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. I hope all members will join me in honouring the courageous children and their families affected by childhood cancer. Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honour the life of Mr. Muhammad Iqbal Cheema, a true pioneer of Pakistani and Muslim communities in BC. Born in Faisalabad, Mr. Cheema arrived in Canada in 1972 with his young family and went to build a legacy of service, generosity, and community leadership. Over the past several decades, he welcomed newcomers at the airport, offered them shelter, and worked tirelessly for the organizations such as the BC Muslim Association, Pakistan Canada Association, and the National Federation of Pakistani Canadians. Mr. Cheema's dedication to service, family, and community has inspired generations. He will be deeply missed, but his memory will live on as a blessing to all of us.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Sturgeon River.
Mr. Speaker, as the 42nd ICAO Assembly sets to convene in Montreal, Canada's democratic ally, Taiwan, continues to be excluded from ICAO. Taiwan's exclusion is about one thing and one thing only: bending to Beijing's bullying, and it has to stop.
Hear, hear.
Taiwan is the 11th largest aviation market in the world and serves as a vital global hub. Excluding one of the world's largest and most responsible airspace managers creates a dangerous gap that undermines global aviation safety and frankly makes a mockery of ICAO's stated mission. It's time for ICAO to stop placating the Beijing dictatorship, put global aviation safety first, and invite Taiwan to participate at the Assembly.
L'honorable député d'Alfred Pellan.
The honourable member for Alfred Pellan. Mr. Speaker, this summer I met with many companies and constituents in my riding of Alfred Pellan. They told me that they are worried about the effects of American tariffs on our economy. As we begin a new parliamentary session, I want to assure them that we heard their comments and concerns. Thanks to our industrial strategy, we will support PMEs, diversify our markets, and retrain our workers. We will build a stronger, more resilient, more competitive Canadian economy. As for major projects, infrastructure, that will be important, and we will accelerate investments throughout the country, like new terminals and a new high-speed Alto train. These projects will create thousands of jobs. In Alfred Pellan and everywhere in Canada, our government is offering fast, ambitious, tangible solutions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, this year in Wellington County, the township of Puslinch celebrates its 175th anniversary. Older than Confederation, Puslinch was established in the province of Canada in 1850 under the Municipal Corporations Act of 1849 that had been introduced by the great ministry of Robert Baldwin and Louis Hippolyte Lafontaine. Named after a place in England, the township is filled with history from early pioneers, the English, Highland Scots, Germans, and Irish Catholics. The township played a key role in early Canadian agriculture, with Dr. Frederick Strone bringing to Puslinch the first Hereford cattle breed and other cattle breeds. His farm eventually became the Ontario Agricultural College and the University of Guelph. Congratulations to Mayor Seeley and Township Council for continuing the 175-year tradition of local democratic governance.
The honourable member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we open this new session, I want to welcome my colleagues back to the House of Commons. We are here because Canadians expect us to get things done. For me, that means delivering for the people of London West. Londoners are very clear. They want affordable housing, they want good jobs, they want support for their families, and that's why I welcome the new housing investments that will speed up construction, bring down costs, and put young people and skilled workers on the job. With the new work relief measures, we're making sure that families have the help that they need right now through the tough times. We're also seeing major CAF investment. That means stable and long-term jobs for Canadians while strengthening our economy and protecting our country, Mr. Speaker. London is at the center of growth in southwestern Ontario, and my focus is to make sure that Ottawa continues to match that ambition by investing in people, industries, and the future that all Canadians want. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister once said Canadians would judge him by the cost of groceries. Well, beef is up 33%, coffee is up 22%, and sugar is up by 20%. Food inflation has risen by 40%. Canadians in Vaughan Woodbridge and across this country feel the pinch every single time they walk into the grocery store. A new report shows that over 25% of households are struggling to afford food. That's up from 18% in 2023. At Toronto's Food Bank, nearly 4 decades to reach 1 million visits. Yet, in only 3 years, demand has quadrupled to 4 million visits. And get this, the poverty rate has climbed for the 3rd straight year, now sitting at 9.9%, increasing by 38% from just 2 years ago. That's not just a number, Mr. Speaker, it's a crisis unfolding in real time. Canadians deserve a government that will cut wasteful spending so they can afford to put food on their table.
Honorable député de Mirabel.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, on July 1st, we found out that Patrick Charbonneau, mayor of Mirabel, had passed away at 46 years old. He was more than just an elected official. He was a heartfelt man who was guided by his desire to serve the community. He always worked with integrity, vision, humanity, and being near the community. We could always trust him. He was always there. He was always present. He was really likable, and he had a huge heart. That's what we all knew about him. He was also a loving father and a devoted family man. He always talked about his family, who he loved dearly. We will always remember his spirit, his generosity, and everything that he accomplished for Mirabel. Annick, Olivier, Maëlle, Mr. and Mrs. Charbonneau, Mayor François Bélanger, On behalf of everyone from Mirabel who's here right now, and on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, we offer our deepest condolences, and may we continue to be inspired by him.
L'honorable député d'Ottawa, Vanier-Gloucester.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa, Vanier-Gloucester.
Third week of September, we celebrate National Payroll Week, a moment to recognize the professionals who ensure Canadian workers are paid accurately and on time. Chaque cycle de paie
Each pay cycle is more than just an administrative procedure. Pay cycles are a cornerstone of employee well-being. They provide accuracy, transparency, and trust. Pay allows workers to meet their daily needs, plan for the future, and build financial security for themselves.
Professionals, thank you for your integrity and the essential work you do to keep Canada paid and strengthen financial confidence. Merci également aux...
I would also like to thank the volunteers at the Payroll Institute who support these efforts through their work and through the services they provide.
The leadership of Brian Burgess, Chair of the Board, and Peter Tsanetakis, President and CEO of the National Payroll Institute, both here today. Their guidance and supports employee well-being and organizational success. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
The Honourable Member for Swift Current Grasslands, Kindersley.
It's been 6 months and the so-called new Liberal government seems like it's the same as the old one. At first, the Prime Minister sounded different from Justin Trudeau, but you'll find that as time goes by, they are using the same old Liberal playbook. He hinted at fast-tracking and building a pipeline, but what actually happened? He created a major projects bureaucracy instead to try and fast-track big projects. Not a single pipeline is on the major projects list as they re-announce previous projects that are already under construction. They kept in place bad anti-energy policies from the Trudeau era, C-69, C-48, the oil and gas production cap, the industrial carbon tax, to name a few. Enbridge, a Canadian energy company, is building a $700 million pipeline project. The problem is, it's not in Canada, it's in the United States of America. Canadians will have to wait for a Conservative government to support our world-class energy sector that will cut bad Liberal policies, build a strong economy to get the job done, and restore the promise of our great country.
The Honourable Member for Brampton South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to reflect on a wonderful summer in Brampton South. I would like to use this opportunity to share my sincere thanks to all residents who joined me at my annual summer barbecue. This summer, I attended many community events and heard one message clearly: public safety remains a top priority. As the Prime Minister has said, we will strengthen bail reform, impose tougher sentences on home invasion, extortion, and repeat violent offenders. We will invest directly in our law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, keeping our communities safe requires every level of government to do its part. Provinces must provide resources to courts and law enforcement to keep dangerous offenders behind bars. Together, we will build safer streets for Brampton and for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Brandon Souris.
Canadians are paying the price for this Prime Minister's reckless spending, skyrocketing 8.4% since he took office. Spending on high-priced consultants up by 37% to $26 billion. Spending on the bureaucracy itself up another 6% to $63 billion. Experts are clear their spending is out of control. Yesterday at committee, the top financial watchdog stated, quote, "At this point, it's impossible for us and for you as parliamentarians to assess the likelihood or probability of the government hitting any fiscal target." Yikes. And it doesn't stop there. The watchdog went further, slamming the Liberals' lack of accountability. Quote, "I don't know that the government currently has fiscal anchors, which causes a considerable degree of concern." End quote. No kidding. Canadians are concerned as well. With more spending, more debt, and more bureaucracy piling up every year, when will this government finally show restraint and put Canada back on a responsible fiscal track, or is that just another broken Liberal promise?
The Honourable Member for Nipissing-Temiskaming.
Monsieur le Président, dear colleagues, please join me in wishing the city of North Bay a happy 100th birthday. And even if it's just 100 years old, it's still a city that is just getting started. And here's why. With its modern infrastructure, higher level education centers, a strategic location at the crossroads of highways 11 and 17, access to rail and air transportation, North Bay, nicknamed a gateway to opportunity, is truly a gateway to east-west domestic trade and international markets. And for those of you who've been there, you know that it is a beautiful city. It has breathtaking scenery and wonderful recreational amenities, and much more. But most important are the citizens of the city of North Bay, the wonderful people. For 100 years, they've shaped this great city, and it now offers a high quality of life and is therefore a great place to raise a family and build a future. The city's centennial celebration, Mr. le Président, has mobilized hundreds of volunteers who have highlighted
the honourable member for the honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Speaker, this Liberal Prime Minister promised change. Like Liberals before him, he's breaking his promises. He promised the fastest growing economy in the G7. He's actually delivered the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. He promised build, baby, build, but he continues to support Bill C-69, the Block, Baby, Block Act. He promised to double the pace of construction, but home building is actually declining. He promised jobs and opportunity and then delivered an unemployment crisis. He promised less spending, but he's spending more. He promised elbows up, and then he put his elbows down. This Prime Minister said the things he thought Canadians wanted to hear during the election, and then he did the opposite. During his time as a temporary foreign worker in the United Kingdom, the Prime Minister was famously called the unreliable boyfriend. 6 months into this relationship, Canadians are starting to see why. Canada, it turns out, he's just not that into you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Known as Steel Town for many reasons, including a long-standing role as the centre of steel production in Canada. Stelco and ArcelorMittal Dofasco still produce steel in Hamilton, and we have derivatives like Walters Group on Hamilton Mountain, which creates beautiful architectural steel, including the beautiful tree-inspired beams that hold up the ceiling of this very room. Thousands upon thousands of workers across the Golden Horseshoe rely on the steel industry, but steel production is crucial for all of Canada. We need a steel industry to be a viable G7 nation. The 50% U.S. tariffs have been a massive challenge to our previously integrated industry. I meet regularly with those affected, and I know how serious and engaged our government and our Prime Minister have been. Sustaining Canada's steel industry is a top priority. We will get through this, Speaker, and with Canadian steel, we'll build the strongest economy in the G7.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
C'est quoi l'ampleur?
What is the scope of the Liberal deficit? Mr. Speaker, first, I would like to welcome the new pages here in Parliament. There will be a new budget from the government released on November 4th, and that will be the biggest investment budget in generations for Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
How big is the deficit that the Prime Minister is running?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm looking forward with the Minister of Finance to releasing the budget on the 4th of November. That budget will contain the biggest investment in this country's future in a generation. Building homes, building new port infrastructure, new trade corridors, new energy infrastructure, building the strongest economy in the G7.
Well done. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Usually, the current government presents the deficit at the beginning of the fiscal year. Now, 6 months have gone by, and we still don't know how big the deficit is. This means a lot of uncertainty and pushes away investment and kills 86,000 jobs. It's the first time in the country's history that the Prime Minister won't tell us what the deficit is 6 months into the fiscal year. He says he's a budget expert, so does he know how big his deficit is? Yes or no? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to thank him for the compliment. Yes, I am a fiscal budget expert. Yes, I know that. Thank you. And I know that the current economic context here in Canada, and what's causing uncertainty is a trade war. We have to control what we can control, and that's investment in our future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, surely, if he was such an expert, he would know the size of his own deficit. It's now halfway through the fiscal year. 6 months have gone by, and he has announced $40 billion of additional spending. Deficits drive up inflation, grocery prices, housing costs, and interest rates. They drive out investment from our country and uncertainty that destabilizes our economy. That's why every other Prime Minister in Canadian history has announced the deficit at the beginning of the fiscal year. We're 6 months in. Does he even know the size of his own deficit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know many things. I know many things. And one of the things I know, the member opposite, the Leader of the Opposition, just mentioned interest rates. One thing I know is that Canadian interest rates are much lower than American interest rates. They're lower because this country's fiscal situation is strong, because this government has a plan to grow this economy, and we will keep doing it. We'll keep it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the collapsing economy is bringing down interest rates, but the financial expert doesn't even know what his own deficit is. But another financial expert spoke yesterday. The parliamentary budget officer said the deficit will absolutely be higher because of additional spending. He said he doesn't know what the government's fiscal anchors are because they do not exist. He says the labor market sucks and wages are not going up. These are quotes. Is this why Liberal members on the committee who heard those truth bombs threatened that the Prime Minister would fire the parliamentary budget officer after 166 days?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I don't recognize that, Mr. Speaker. I don't recognize that characterization. I just appointed the parliamentary budget officer, and this government does have fiscal anchors. This government has fiscal anchors. We are going to spend less so the country can invest more. We are going to balance the operational budget in 3 years. We are going to have a declining level of debt, and we're going to do all of that because we're building the strongest economy in the G7 for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
And the Prime Minister made the appointment of the parliamentary budget officer temporary so that he could hold a sword over his head and threaten him if he speaks the truth about the financial mess the Prime Minister has made. That's what you remember? You know, to a government that doesn't know how to count, there is nothing more terrifying than a man armed with a calculator. And this Prime Minister wants to silence the parliamentary budget officer from telling the truth about the fiscal mess that he has created under his watch. So will he, Mr. Speaker, legalize math, make the parliamentary budget officer's position permanent, and tell us how big the deficit is?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
With respect to consultations on making the parliamentary budget officer's position permanent, I look forward to speaking to the Leader of the Opposition le chef de bloc,
the leader of the Bloc Québécois,
of other parties in Parliament, so we have a consensus on that appointment. I welcome that opportunity. We will do it at this. Yes, because this is the new spirit, Mr. Speaker, the new spirit of collaboration that has been put forward by the minister.
The honourable member for Balaye-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, here's an opportunity for cooperation. We've heard a lot of speculation in recent hours about the possibility of the government tabling this afternoon something that goes against the notwithstanding clause in the Constitution. But there is a poll or a survey with a very large consensus in Quebec in terms of the value of state secularism. Can he commit to respecting Quebec's province's right of using the notwithstanding clause, even in a preventative manner? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, one of the responsibilities that are the most important of the government is to defend the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in Canada. It's the job of the Supreme Court to decide whether something is legal or whether it's legal to use the notwithstanding clause again and again. And we'll see with the ruling what that is. The honourable member for Balaye-Chambly. That notwithstanding clause is in the Canadian Constitution from 1982 that Quebec never signed. René Lévesque wrote the notwithstanding clause in each of his bills after the Constitution was adopted. And the Prime Minister is undermining Pierre Elliott Trudeau's legacy. And he seems to be doing more damage to Quebec than Pierre Elliott Trudeau did, the Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, not at all. That's not correct at all. It's a ruling from the Supreme Court in terms of the use of the correct use of the notwithstanding clause that will decide this. It's simple. The honourable member for Balaye-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, in 43 years, Quebec and all governments combined have never signed up for the Canadian Constitution because it does not allow us to defend the French language and state secularism. The government seems to be hiding behind this court, and they're asking the judges to change the Canadian Constitution in their place. We want the government to respect the consensus in Quebec, and if they want to reopen the Constitution, we're very open to that. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is the legislative branch. There is a judiciary, and this will be a decision for the Supreme Court and not for members of Parliament, whether they're from Quebec or the rest of Canada.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail Eagle Creek.
The Prime Minister promised to cap spending, but is now set to double the deficit. Another broken promise, another Liberal bait and switch. Here's what the PBO, Canada's financial watchdog, said about the PM's economic record. Quote, the deficit will absolutely be higher. Quote, I don't know that the government currently has fiscal anchors. Quote, the labour market sucks. Wages are not going up. My question is this. How high will the deficit go? And what is this government's fiscal guardrail?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Ministre des Finances.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
So happy to see that our Conservative colleagues are so eager to see the great budget we're going to present on the 4th of November. Mr. Speaker, this is good news for Canadians indeed. It's going to be a generational investment in the future of this nation, Mr. Speaker. We're going to build our country. We're going to protect our communities. We're going to empower Canadians. We're going to build the strongest economy in the G7. We're going to build like never before. We're going to build the Canada of the 21st century because you know what, Mr. Speaker? We're the true north, strong and free.
The honourable member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the PBO confirmed the deficit will be higher. Reports indicate it could even push $100 billion. Canadians know that massive Liberal deficits drive inflation. They pay for it at the grocery store as food inflation is 70% above target. And as a result, 25% of households can't afford to put food on the table. Will the Prime Minister admit that having no fiscal anchor and doubling the deficit will only drive inflation higher?
Hear, hear. The
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the colleague for giving me the opportunity to share good news with this House, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the rate has gone down, Mr. Speaker, 2.5% today. The Bank of Canada just announced, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives should celebrate. Consumers are celebrating, businesses are celebrating, Canada is celebrating, Mr. Speaker. One thing that it tells to all Canadians, our plan is working. We're going to build the strongest economy in the G7.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
The PBO, Canada's top budget watchdog, has painted a dismal picture of the Prime Minister's economic record, saying, quote, the labour market sucks and wages are not going up. And it gets worse for this Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, with his big plan to split the budget into operating and capital. But the PBO is not fooled by the smoke and mirrors. He said, quote, the bottom line of government will not change. The international public sector standards that everyone uses to measure the deficit and levels of debt will not change. Turns out debt is debt, Mr. Speaker. So can the Prime Minister tell us just how much Liberal debt he's adding to Canada's bottom line? Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, in the last election only 6 months ago, Canadians chose the Liberal government. They chose the Liberal government because they know they need investment. They need investment in the big projects that are going to drive those great jobs all across the country. They need investment in the skills training that helps evolve the next generation of workers. And they need investment in food for kids, in dental care for adults, and in the many ways that our government can support Canadians.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
However, the Liberals want to try and spin their massive deficits, Mr. Speaker, the top financial watchdog in the country says there's only one bottom line, and we'll trust the PBO's word over 10 years of Liberal deficits any day, Mr. Speaker. And with this plan to split the budgets, as if the Prime Minister has forgotten that they're all linked to the same bank account, and there's really only one taxpayer. Right. So with the deficit set to double, let's just call a spade a spade. Will the Prime Minister admit he's really just cooking the books and hoping Canadians don't notice? Right on.
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Good news today, the Bank of Canada has reduced interest rate to 2.5%. This is something that all entrepreneurs, all businesses are taking note, and obviously consumers as well. But we're focused on job, Mr. Speaker, and we heard across the country this summer that we needed to be there for businesses that were trying to pivot and adapt. That's why we put $5 billion on the table to help them. And meanwhile, we're going around the world attracting foreign direct investments because we need to build Canada strong.
Here we go. The honourable member for Middlesex, London.
The Parliamentary Budget Officer, Canada's top financial watchdog, just ripped the Liberal job record, saying, and I quote, the labour market sucks. Wages aren't going up. 86,000 Canadians have lost their jobs since taking office. Youth unemployment is over 14%, and Canada now has the second highest unemployment in the G7. Classic, another Liberal bait and switch. So, Mr. Speaker, I have one simple question. Does the Prime Minister have the guts to admit that his so-called jobs plan has completely failed Canadians?
Yeah.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Children and Youth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With everything going on in the world, we do understand the pressures that Canadians, particularly young Canadians, are facing. This new government is getting busy with nation-building projects, which will create quality jobs, quality careers, and opportunities, in particular for youth across this country, including things like 18,000 jobs during construction of a new Darlington nuclear project in Ontario, for example. Hundreds of jobs in critical minerals and mining in Saskatchewan and British Columbia. Building the strongest economy in the G7 means more opportunities for youth and for all Canadians across the country. Thank you.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable-Lotbinière. The Liberal Prime Minister promised to cap government spending, but he is slated to double the deficit. Another broken promise, another Liberal deception. Yesterday, the PBO provided a scathing assessment of the first 6 months of this Liberal PM's term. He said at his committee appearance, I don't know if the government currently has fiscal guardrails. There's no clarity, no structure. Even the independent PBO does not know. Can anyone in this government tell us how deep into the red this Prime Minister's deficit will sink? The Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to see that the Conservatives will be here until November 4th. Us as well, because on November 4th we'll be presenting a generational investment plan for Canadians. We'll be building our country, protecting our communities, and we're going to build a strong Canadian economy. Together with Canadians, we will be building the most dynamic economy in the G7. We need to build the country of tomorrow, and long live the true North, strong and free. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Do you know what the PBO said? He confirmed that the deficit will be even higher. It may even reach $100 billion. Canadians know that massive Liberal deficits fuel inflation. They're paying the price at the grocery store, and food inflation is 70% above target. Instead of intimidating the PBO by constantly reminding him that he is only here on an interim basis and his days are counted, will the Prime Minister admit that doubling the deficit without fiscal guardrails will only worsen inflation and punish families? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have given us a clear mandate to increase their purchasing power and free up the Canadian economy. And this means a tax cut for 22 million Canadians. Increasing the purchasing power of young Canadians also means getting rid of GST for new home purchases. This also means unifying our Canadian economy with an increase in GDP across our country. Good jobs for Canadians and for young Canadians elsewhere in Saskatchewan and across the country. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Judges Act is clear, and I quote Section 3, only persons who have members of the bar of a province for at least 5 years may be appointed judges of a superior court of a province. However, Robert Lackey was appointed judge of the Superior Court of Quebec, and even though he's only been a member of the bar for 7 years. My question to the Minister of Justice is simple. In his opinion, does Robert Lackey meet the legal criteria to be a judge of the Superior Court of Quebec? Yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, the Canadian process for appointing judges is independent, and we want to keep it this way. Appointing judges is an important part of our democracy, and it protects our system. And we will always defend the independence of our courts. Thank you. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the rigorous independent judge appointment system. Well, with Robert Leckie, their process has just made an appointment that violates the Canadian Judges Act. In our opinion, he was appointed precisely because he's a Liberal, and the Liberals expect him to defend Liberal positions on secularism and the French language, even within the courts of Quebec. Mr. Speaker, Quebec should be selecting Quebec judges. But in the near term, will the minister finally remove Justice Leckie from office? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
That we have a different perspective. We expect the justice to make decisions independently based on the law. The rule of law in this country is a fundamental pillar of our democracy, with which we may not show compromise. We must insist that we have an independent process based on recommendations by people who can assess the validity of the nominations that come before us. We appoint judges based on their quality and on their merit, not on their partisan affiliation. I hope all members will support the independence of this essential process in a democracy.
The honourable member for New Tecumseh, Gwillimbury.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' talk is as empty as Canadians' cupboards. It took 40 years before Toronto's largest food bank saw 1 million annual visits. But under this Liberal government, demand has exploded. 2 million, then 3 million, and now 4 million visits from hungry Canadians. The Prime Minister says, "Judge me on food prices." And Canadians are judging him as they stand in the longest food bank lines this country has ever seen. How many more will be forced there when he doubles the deficit?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Labour.
One of the best ways to deal with food inflation is to give Canadians real opportunities. And that's what we're doing by building a strong economy, a building economy, Mr. Speaker. We are building big, building bold, and building right now. Right. We're building with major projects. I was pleased to stand with the Prime Minister last week in Edmonton where we announced the first tranche of projects through the Major Projects Office. We announced our plan to build homes, Mr. Speaker, using Canadian steel, Canadian lumber, Canadian unionized worker, Mr. Speaker. This will create hundreds of thousands of new jobs, apprenticeship opportunities, training opportunities, real careers. We are optimistic about the future of this country, Mr. Speaker, and I hope the opposition gets on board.
Honourable Member for Newtecumseh-Gwillimbury.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that minister should go to a food bank and tell Canadians lining up there just how good they have it. Well, he pats himself on the back. Food bank workers on the front lines are calling the situation horrific. 1 in 4 households are struggling to afford food. Parents are skipping meals so their kids can eat. And while families go hungry, Liberal spending keeps driving grocery prices even higher. Will this Liberal government keep spending until every single table in this country is empty?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservative leader was spending this summer trying to get his job back, we crisscrossed the country getting feedback from Canadians with respect to what they want to see in this budget. That's right. Their message was resoundingly clear. They want us to spend less on government operations and invest more in our economy, in national projects, in nation building. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to build the strongest economy in the G7.
We will.
Honourable Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
The Prime Minister said Canadians would judge him at the cost at the grocery store. Well, he's failing. Grocery prices are 70% above their own targets. Since the Liberals took office, food inflation has skyrocketed by 40%. Another broken Liberal promise. Families are struggling to keep up. I don't know if these ministers shop for groceries themselves, so let me put this simply. Beef is up 33%. Canned soup up 26%. Potatoes up 16%. Will the Prime Minister admit that doubling their deficit will only make food inflation worse?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives propose cuts. But we're building over on this side, Mr. Speaker, and they should get on board with that. Every time they have a chance to stand with Canadians, whether it's to vote for childcare, whether it's to support food programs, whether it's to make sure that families get what they need to thrive and survive, including, Mr. Speaker, the investment in skilled trades, the investment in unions, the investment in actual Canadian work, Mr. Speaker, they fail because they have no vision. Their vision is to cut, cut, cut.
Wow. Member for Fort McMurray, Cold Lake.
Families can't eat the word salad served up by that minister, unfortunately. Food inflation is rising, and 1 in 4 families are currently struggling to put food on the table. Meanwhile, Liberal deficits are fueling inflation, driving prices even higher. Liberals are more interested in feeding bureaucracies in Ottawa than tackling the serious problems facing Canadian families that are struggling to put nutritious food on the table and in their kids' lunch boxes. Food banks and school lunch programs are Band-Aids. We need real solutions to the real root cause of the problem, rising food costs. Will the minister cut the deficit so food...
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Mr. Speaker, this government is protecting Canadians, and that includes seniors. Their safety, their right to housing, their retirement security. And seniors are living longer. They're living healthier lives than ever, and this government will always support and empower Canadian seniors. They're an important part of this economy, and we are showing action, like cutting red tape and constructing purpose-built housing so seniors can age with dignity in their own communities. We are ensuring that seniors have the funds they need to retire and to be able to afford groceries through programs like Old Age Security.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Prime Minister. For 10 years under this Liberal government, Canadians have been facing a steady rise in the cost of living. Housing, food, energy, and other things are placing a heavy burden on families, seniors, and young people. In Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier and all across the country, people are expressing deep concern about the future. They're discouraged. Can the Prime Minister tell us what he's going to do for seniors, young people, and families to ease this burden and give them a bit of hope? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Bringing down the cost of living and increasing Canadians' spending power is our commitment to Canadians. That's our top priority, and that's why the first thing we did was cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. We eliminated the GST on first home buyers, and we won't stop there, Mr. Speaker. With the investments we're making to build Canada, to create good jobs, well-paid jobs, we're not only going to have the strongest economy in the G7, but we'll be able to finance important social programs like childcare and home building all across the country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
For South Shore St. Margaret.
Mr. Speaker, as this government focuses on nation-building projects that will connect our country, trade workers will be in high demand. They need to be able to move freely and have their skills recognized across provinces and territories. If we are going to deliver on building a stronger, more inclusive economy, can the Minister of Jobs and Families update the House on how our government is working to support and improve labour mobility across the country?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, great question. And as the Conservatives laugh over there, it's clear that many of them haven't ever met a labourer who actually has barriers to getting across the country to get to good jobs. And in fact, we have worked diligently with provinces and territories to make sure that no matter where the work is, if there's a worker that wants to do it, they can get there and they can take that job. So, Mr. Speaker, they can laugh all they want, but we're doing the hard work over here.
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Mr. Speaker, crime, chaos, and fear are ravaging communities right across Canada after 10 years of Liberals prioritizing soft-on-crime laws. In Saskatchewan, a man out on release after 59 prior convictions murdered 11 people. In Peel Region, half of the suspects in a violent carjacking ring were out on bail. Wow. And in Vancouver, just 40 repeat offenders arrested 6,000 times. Yet this government takes no action. Why are the Liberals clinging to laws that let dangerous criminals back on the streets instead of keeping Canadians safe?
Good question.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the second bill that we introduced in this House was C2, our Stronger Borders measure, which gives police the tools to deal with many issues, including organized crime. The next thing that we are doing is we are going to stiffen bail and make sentencing a lot more strict. We're going to partner with police services across the country to fight organized crime, and we're going to make it tougher for violent offenders to get bail and impose stricter sentences. Mr. Speaker, we are taking action on this front to make sure that Canadians are safe.
Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
We've been listening to that for 5 months. Empty promises, empty words. Last year, 256 people were charged with homicide while on release. That's 256 Canadians who would be alive today if violent criminals were behind bars. And if Conservatives' 3 strikes you're outlaw were in place, these repeat offenders would have been in jail, not destroying families. Nearly 5 months since taking office, this Prime Minister has failed to act. If he truly wants to crack down on violent crime, will he back our common-sense Conservative law to keep criminals in jail and to restore safe streets?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Dangerous people who commit serious crimes should not be walking free in our streets if they pose a public safety threat to Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I have good news for my colleague opposite. He will need to...
I I couldn't, after the first couple of seconds, I couldn't hear. So would the minister like to start from the top?
Mr. Speaker, I thank my Conservative colleagues for the applause. I hope they will meet that with their votes when it comes time to support the legislation. We will be advancing this call. And I have good news for my friend opposite, Mr. Speaker. This legislation will include serious reforms to make stricter bail conditions for people who are repeat violent offenders. It will have harsher sentences for those people who would pose risk to the public safety. Mr. Speaker, we will do what we can to strengthen Canada's laws. We will do what we can to bring the provinces along with us. My only hope is that all members of this House will do the right thing and vote for the legislation when it comes forward.
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, Daniel Senecal raped and choked a 12-year-old boy in my riding. He was sentenced to 18 months but was released 6 months early. While on parole, this monster attacked and sexually abused his next victim, little E, 3-year-old little girl, almost killing her, leaving her fighting for her life before the firefighters arrived on the scene. This failed Liberal justice policies have allowed repeat child sex offenders to be let out early. Will the Liberals introduce changes to the criminal code today and bring home justice for victims like little E?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thank my honourable colleague for raising this question on the floor of the House of Commons. And such horrific acts can be met only with condemnation from members of Parliament from both sides of the aisle. As we seek to move forward with legislation, we will be restricting conditional sentence orders when it comes to sexual crimes and sexual crimes against children. We will do what we can to make sure that we work with provinces so they can properly fund their systems as well, to ensure that we work together to keep Canadians safe. My hope is that crime and horrific circumstances such as these will not be used as partisan fodder. I will work with my colleague opposite to advance kind of changes that will keep children safe in this country. Sincerely.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, our Conservative leader has announced that he will put an end to the Liberals' wave of violent crime by passing the Three Strikes Act. This act will prevent criminals convicted of 3 serious offences from being eligible for bail, probation, parole, or house arrest. It will also keep violent criminals behind bars longer, keeping them away from their victims and off our streets. Does the Prime Minister need some good ideas to fight crime? If so, here's one. Will he take it?
The Honourable Minister of...
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to good ideas, I can assure my colleague opposite that I have been taking them from law enforcement, from provincial governments, and from stakeholders in the public safety space since the day of my appointment to this position. Mr. Speaker, we will be introducing legislation that will strengthen Canada's bail system, making it harder for violent repeat offenders, for those who commit serious crimes with organized criminal organizations, including auto theft, home invasion. They will have to wait only a matter of weeks before this legislation comes forward. My hope is they will support the common sense measures that will help keep communities safe in every part of this country.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, in recent years, we saw C5 come into force, which affected sentencing and allowed for people to be easily released on bail. That was put in place by the former Justice Minister, David Lametti, who's currently an advisor to PMO. Will the Prime Minister be listening to David Lametti, or will he see reason and listen to the Conservatives? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, this is the second time this week I've received a question about a piece of legislation that the questioner has seemingly not read. Bill C-5, among other things, actually restricts the use of conditional sentencing orders for serious crimes such as attempted murder, such as advocating genocide. Mr. Speaker, we want to continue to put measures in place that will have harsher sentences for violent repeat offenders. We will also advance reforms that are going to help make it harder to get bail for people who pose a public safety threat. Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all members of this House pull the partisan rhetoric out of such a serious issue as public safety and get together to advance reforms that will protect.
The honourable member for Thornhill.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians that he would build 500,000 homes a year, doubling housing starts. Instead, housing starts are down 16%, and his $13 billion brand new bureaucracy might someday maybe build a grand total of 4,000 homes. That's 1.6% of what we already built. It's a rounding error. Is this really the government's housing strategy, to hope that Canadians don't know basic math?
Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives seem a little confused, so let me help here. First, the projects that we announced were just the start.
Good idea.
Second, they can support up to 45,000 new affordable homes. Third, we have many, many more projects on the way. Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time the Conservatives have gotten the numbers wrong, so I'd like to invite them to take a moment, rework their talking points, and we have no intention of slowing down. It's time to build.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Only in Liberal land do you solve for the housing crisis by blowing $13 billion on a fourth bureaucracy after the first three already failed. Those numbers are right. And who's leading this master plan? The former mayor of Vancouver. He doubled rents and jacked up home prices by 150%. And just to make the circus more complete, he handed a key role to his buddy from Toronto, the same one who slapped a 700% hike on development charges and oversaw home prices double when she was there. Is this really the definition of success for that minister?
Yeah.
Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, well, once again, we hear the Conservatives trashing local officials, government.
That's right. Unbelievable. Well, the mayor of Montreal, the mayor of Quebec.
They're talking about mayors, they're talking about councillors, they're talking about public servants, rather than looking at themselves. And many of us who have served at the local level have dealt with Conservative governments who did nothing for affordable housing, who did nothing to improve affordability for Canadians. We're taking action and working with our partners at the local level.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to double housing starts, but they're down 16%. It is no surprise when you see who's in charge. The Housing Minister oversaw a 150% surge in home prices and doubled rents in Vancouver, while the new $13 billion housing czar helped hike Toronto home building taxes by 700%. When will the Prime Minister admit that all he's doubling are gatekeepers and deficits?
Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'll just remind the members opposite, we are focused on building affordable housing at a scale never seen before, certainly not by Conservative governments who vacated the field on affordable housing for their decade in power. That set us back enormously. We are now building back, and we are looking forward. We're going to employ Canadians in building affordable housing at a scale that is unprecedented. We expect the members opposite to support our work. Thank you.
The honourable member for Montmorency-Charlevoix. Mr. Speaker, in Montmorency-Charlevoix, the housing crisis is very real and deeply felt. We're not alone. Across Quebec, people are suffering. A recent study showed that families now spend more than 30% of their income on housing. For low-income families, that figure reaches 70%. All that money is money that can't be spent elsewhere. The housing crisis is costing the Quebec economy $4.2 billion. The Prime Minister promised a lot, but the reality is that housing starts are down 13%, which is not surprising given all the bureaucracy and administrative constraints facing contractors. Will the Prime Minister put an end to the bureaucracy and quickly start building?
Merci beaucoup, monsieur.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The housing crisis is affecting particularly young Canadians, and that's why we scrapped the GST on first homes. But as my colleague, the Minister for Housing and Infrastructure, said, we've invested $13 billion. We've done a lot of work to build thousands of units all across the country. And by the way, when my colleague's leader was minister, he presided over the construction of only 6 units. We're talking about huge orders of magnitude more now. So we're off to a good start. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, some of my constituents have contacted me and my team to express their frustration with delays they experience in trying to contact the Canada Revenue Agency. We know that the dedicated CRA employees provide invaluable services to Canadians, but the fact is demand has increased significantly in recent years, and the system needs to be improved. Could the Minister of Finance and National Revenue inform this House of the steps taken by this government to improve service delivery at CRA? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, first I'd like to thank my colleague for her excellent question. The service provided by CRA is currently unacceptable, and that's why I asked CRA to present a 100-day plan to improve services that Canadians are entitled to expect. And I'd like to thank all the staff at CRA for their work. We will provide the technology, the processes, and everything they need to offer Canadians the best possible service that they are entitled to.
Mr. Speaker, the question's to the Immigration Minister. New housing completions are at record lows, but the Liberals are welcoming unprecedented numbers of people under every immigration stream. On top of this, there are potentially millions of people who have expiring visas, and the Liberals don't even know if they will leave. Why is the Immigration Minister letting in people faster than they're building homes to house people who are already here in Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our action is working. In the first quarter of 2025, Canada experienced the lowest demographic growth, not counting the pandemic, since World War II. And after implementing our new plan on immigration levels, that will decrease the number of permanent residents and temporary foreign workers. Our goals are clear. We want to make our system viable and attract the best possible talent. Thank you.
So the minister claims, she just claimed that there's no problem, that everything's okay. So she's spreading misinformation because the Parliamentary Budget Officer's report says that the Liberals' current immigration plan, the one that she just said is working, leaves a massive housing gap because the minister is still setting levels way too high. If Canada's to be a place where everyone can succeed, we need to ensure that everybody has a place to live and call home. So why is the minister spreading misinformation while still welcoming unsustainable numbers of people to Canada when Canada's in the middle of a housing crisis?
Honourable Minister of Citizenship and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, let me repeat it in English so she and other members understand from her party. Our measures are working. In the first quarter of 2025, Canada recorded the smallest non-pandemic population gain since government started to keep records, 1946. We're following through on our immigration plan, and that is reducing our temporary resident number and our permanent resident number by 20%. Our plan is clear to bring sustainability to our system, attract best talent. Our student and temporary worker admissions are down by 50%. Asylum claims are down by a third, and rates have come down to 1,100.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, we have a serious situation here. The Liberals have welcomed unsustainable levels of international students to Canada every year, but didn't think about where they would live. Things are so bad that this year a CBC investigation uncovered extreme abuse by landlords, in some cases offering free or discounted rent in exchange for sexual services. This isn't fair to anyone. The Liberals broke the immigration system. When will the abuse end?
Good job. The Honourable Minister of Citizenship, Refugees and Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for that important question. Canadians gave our government a mandate just a few months ago, and that is to return the international student program to sustainable levels, and we are doing exactly that. Almost 90,000 less students arrived in 2025 between January and June 2025 compared to the same year in 2024. And the latest numbers show 100,000 less study permit holders in Canada compared to the end of 2024. So we want to attract the best and the brightest talents to Canada. We will do that, but also we will protect the students that are here.
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, our government will win the trade war thrust upon us. By making Canada an energy superpower, diversifying our exports, and building the strongest economy in the G7, all while working with First Nations rights holders. Selling our resources responsibly will generate revenues needed to deliver the programs Canadians rely on, while helping our allies shift away from higher emissions fuel sources and taking cards away from autocrats and giving them back to Canadians. It's a win-win. Can the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources share an update with the House about Canada's work to achieve these objectives?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
I'd like to thank the member for that question. Good news, everyone. This week we're putting one project, one review into action. This week, British Columbia and the federal government jointly approved the new Silesums LNG export terminal, led by the Nisga'a Nation, with a First Nations-owned pipeline attached. That project will be the second largest project in the history of the country. LNG Canada 1, Cedar LNG, Wood Fibre LNG, Silicon LNG. We are building the strongest economy in the G7.
The honourable member for Kapuskasing Timmins, Mushkegowuk.
Mr. Speaker, for more than 45 years, communities in Northern Ontario have endured devastating impact of U.S. tariffs on our forestry sector. In Kapuskasing, cap paper is a vital link for 5 sawmills, and if that link breaks, more will be challenged. That's thousands of jobs on the line, Mr. Speaker. While the federal government has committed to over $1.2 billion to support this industry, they have failed to follow through. When will they help the workers at Kapuskasing?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I grew up in a logging town. I know exactly what the softwood lumber industry is going through. We allocated $1.2 billion in 3 different programs to the softwood lumber industry. We are helping retool the industry, rebuild the industry for the reality that is going on in the economy today. We will make this industry strong again.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. On the Hill, since Monday, people have been reading out the names of 18,000 children in Gaza killed in the genocide unfolding before our very eyes. And it'll take more than a week to read out all their names. Kids sometimes killed by a sniper while they were just trying to find food. This tragedy calls for serious action. We have to stop selling weapons to the Netanyahu regime. We have to impose severe sanctions. We have to enforce international humanitarian law. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals must act. The whole world is watching us, and our children will ask what we did. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the situation that Palestinians face is intolerable. The question is before the court, and we are following the situation closely. But Canada is also putting pressure on all the parties so that there's an immediate ceasefire. We won't wait to take action. That we have spent $3.5 million in aid, and we intend to recognize the Palestinian state also.
It being 3:09 p.m., pursuant to order made on Tuesday, September 16th, 2025, I invite all honourable members. Sorry, the point of order? Un rappel au règlement? Un rappel au règlement, le député de...
Rising on a point of order, the honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to in reply to a Conservative member, the minister replied, I will reply in English to make sure that she understands me. I would like to remind this House, as well as the minister, that in this House we can speak in the official language of our choice. And in fact, that comment was underestimating the incredible talent of our interpreters, who I thank. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You want to withdraw them? No? C'est bien noté. C'est bien.
Noted. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, my colleague made a request. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé requested that the minister take back what they said. The honourable member. Mr. Speaker, I don't see any reason why the minister should offer an apology. There was something that the member across the way didn't understand, so she simply repeated it. The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Mr. Speaker, you know, we're at a time where I think that we need to bring some decorum to this place. And what the minister said, in all seriousness, what the minister said undermined the seriousness of the debate. It made light, and to my Bloc colleague's point, she didn't do her job as a minister there, so I'd like an apology too.
The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the member who just spoke would also like an apology. The member for Berthier-Masquinongé did not ask for an apology. They asked for a retraction, that the minister take back what was said. The French is an official language in this House. Now, if we're working in the spirit of collaboration, which the Liberals say they are, then the minister should take back her words.
C'est une question de...
This is a matter of respect for decorum. But the words used were, in my understanding, just an expression, just a way of speaking.
Being 3:12, oui, monsieur le député de...
Yes, the honourable member for Pont-Neuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, we need to value both of our official languages, which are English and French, for all of us, that is, except the Liberals. Mr. Speaker, I think my Bloc Québécois colleague's request is entirely legitimate and called for. I think the minister should withdraw her words. Then we won't talk about this anymore, and taking back her words would show that the Liberals respect both official languages.
Est-ce que la ministre...
Does the minister wish to respond? No? All right, so we will move forward. We need to pay tribute now. As I said a few minutes ago, we do, of course, need to be careful in our choice of words, but what was said was just a manner of speaking. Maybe not the best choice of words, but it was a manner of speaking. It being 3:13, pursuant to order made on Tuesday, September 16, 2025, I invite all colleagues, all honourable members, to stand to observe a moment of silence in honour of our former colleague, the Honourable Ken Dryden.
Proceed to tributes in memory of our former colleague, the Honourable Ken Dryden. I now recognize the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a national hero and a personal idol. Earlier this month, we lost the Honourable Ken Dryden. And Ken's story is profoundly Canadian. He was born in Hamilton, grew up in Islington, son of a builder and a kindergarten teacher. He joined the Islington Hornets in Toronto as a goaltender at the age of 7. Il a fait son entrée.
Then he joined the NHL as a player for the Montreal Canadiens 16 years later.
Goalie. Although I never mastered his ability to lean on his stick, or obviously to keep the puck out of the net. Ken Dryden was a 6-time Stanley Cup champion, 5-time Vezina Trophy winner. The only person, and I say this with confidence, the only person who will ever win the Conn Smythe Trophy for Most Valuable Player in the playoffs before they've won the Calder Trophy as Rookie of the Year. When Ken Dryden entered the NHL, he was already pursuing a law degree at McGill. His former teammates were in awe of Ken's work ethic, bringing textbooks into the dressing room, going to lectures after practice. Exam time in the playoffs overlapped. And in the spring of 1973, a few weeks after winning his second Stanley Cup, he graduated from McGill. Je me souviens.
I remember when I was 8 years old, Ken was really at the peak of his hockey career. But he decided to stop playing hockey for a while to focus on his studies and to sit the bar exam. Then, after passing the bar exam, he won the Stanley Cup 4 times. Few NHL players retire from the NHL to become writers, prolific writers, lawyers, public servants. But after he hung up his skates, Ken devoted his life to public service. That is why Ken was unique. He had huge dreams, and he followed his dreams with great focus and determination. That focus and determination served him well. Some of my dear colleagues here today had the honor of working alongside Ken. As a member of Parliament, Ken served the people of York Centre for 7 years. His leadership and advocacy for affordable daycare paved the way for future leaders to make those choices, such as the member for University Rosedale. He paved the way for us to finally set up the daycare system that Canadian families have access to today. Yes, Ken Dryden believed in standing together.
To dream big and to be bold for our future. As parliamentarians and as Canadians, let's work towards that future with Ken's values of hard work, of solidarity, and ambition. Few Canadians, Mr. Speaker, have given more or stood taller for our country. Ken Dryden was big Canada. Ken Dryden was best Canada. My deepest condolences to Ken's wife, Linda, and their 2 children, Sarah and Michael. Our thanks to you for sharing your husband and father with our country. May we pick up Ken's torch and hold it high. And may he rest in peace.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I too rise to pay tribute to a remarkable Canadian whose contributions have transcended the arenas of sport, public service, and social advocacy, the Honourable Ken Dryden. And I do so not just as a member of Parliament, but as a kid who grew up in Montreal watching Ken Dryden play for the Canadians, and with a personal connection to the Dryden family by way of my wife's family, who lived not too far from Murray, Margaret, Ken, Dave, and Judy's home in central Etobicoke on Pinehurst Crescent. My mother-in-law, Jean Barry, served on the board of Ken's dad's charity, Sleeping Children Around the World, and edited Murray's book, With God, Nothing is Impossible. When Linda and Ken moved back to Toronto, my wife Leanne babysat their two children while they searched for a home. And I had the occasion to visit Dryden's childhood home several times in Islington with my mother-in-law, and the home had later become a warehouse of bed kits for Murray's charity. But what struck me was the backyard Murray had paved, the backyard so young Ken and Dave could hone their skills in net with the neighborhood kids who, as I was told by Murray, would gather often to play ball hockey and ice hockey in the winter. The nets were still there when I visited, and you can imagine how I felt seeing the very spot where my hockey hero, the member from Foothills, his hero as well, and many of our Quebec colleagues, learned the art of being a goaler. Dave Stubbs of NHL.com wrote that Dryden was never a conventional goaltender, not with his lanky, even gangly body type, accentuated even more by his stand-up style of play. I thought about that as I stood in the Dryden backyard. In fact, his style was so unconventional, legendary Boston Bruins and New York Rangers sniper Phil Esposito, who during the 1971 Stanley Cup playoffs was so frustrated by Dryden stoning the Bruins in an NHL quarterfinals upset that he grumbled about the goalie having arms like giraffes. Well, more than half a century later, Esposito revisited the confusing comparison to a giraffe's anatomy after Dryden's death and said, okay, maybe he had the legs of a giraffe. Much has been said about his hockey accomplishments since the passing on September 5th. The Stanley Cups he won, the Vezina Trophy, the Conn Smythe Trophy, the 72 Summit Series, not finding out that he'd actually been drafted by the Boston Bruins in the 1964 NHL draft until the mid-70s. It was a much simpler time back then, Mr. Speaker. No cell phones, no internet, no hockey database websites. But it's what he accomplished outside of playing hockey that has been so intriguing. The legendary American broadcaster Al Michaels, who Dryden was sitting beside during the Miracle on Ice when arguably the greatest call in sports history was made, referred to Ken recently on a podcast as a Renaissance man who knew everything about, well, everything. Father Raymond D'Souza in the National Post said of Dryden, in team sports, no one ever packed so much achievement into his few years, only 8 seasons, as Dryden did. 6 Stanley Cups plus the 1972 Soviet Series. He said only Michael Jordan was comparable, but the 1992 U.S. basketball dream team was not nearly as important as that 1972 series.
Dryden, astonishingly, was bigger off the ice than on it. There are many great hockey players, but none were also as incisive analysts of the public sphere and eventually served the public in the federal cabinet.
Ken Dryden spent a year in classrooms as Ontario's youth commissioner to more fully understand the challenges of education. He moved into a middle-class home for a week to observe what life was like for a typical Toronto family in the early 90s. His novel of that experience, The Moved and the Shaken, was a reminder that in public policy, in journalism, and in culture, to pay attention to not only the movers and the shakers, but those who they move and shake. And we would be wise to let that be a reminder to all of us as we contemplate on the decisions we make and the impact that it has on our fellow Canadians.
Like every kid growing up in the era of Ken Dryden being the goaler for the Montreal Canadiens, he had inspired so many to play the position on the road or on the ice and rest using the Dryden pose, the blocker leaning on his stick, which has been immortalized in statues in Montreal and at the Hockey Hall of Fame.
As D'Souza wrote this week, what other sports figure is sculpted at rest rather than in action? In the sports version of Auguste Rodin's The Thinker, because Dryden was the great sportsman thinker of his time, perhaps any time. Il n'y a jamais aucun doute sur la façon dont...
There was never a doubt in the way that Ken Dryden lived his life, that he believed in miracles. As a larger-than-life figure, he was curious, humble, and respectful to the many people he came across in his miraculous life journey, including to a young boy who grew up on 6th Avenue in Verdun, idolizing Ken Dryden. He loved Canada and all that it aspired to be.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, having met his dad Murray on several occasions and the impact that he had on so many lives around the world, I'm not surprised that Ken lived his life the way he did. Murray and Margaret Dryden taught Ken well, and it showed in who he was as a person and in everything he did. So on behalf of our Conservative team and our leader, with great respect and admiration for a truly remarkable Canadian and Canadienne, we send our condolences to Linda and the entire Dryden family. May Ken rest with his famous pose in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. My childhood memories, Mr. Speaker, like the childhood memories of hundreds of thousands of young Quebecers, are filled with winter evenings on streets where the hard-packed snow provided the perfect surface for playing hockey. Sometimes 3 on one side, 3 on the other, sometimes 4, 1 goalkeeper and 2 or 3 playing offense, no defense when you play in the street. It was a time when playing hockey didn't cost an arm and a leg, no need to rent a rink or have expensive equipment, a hat, mittens, and a straight wooden stick, and a head full of dreams. Guy Lafleur grabs the puck, he's alone, he shoots. A goal, all the young players shouted. And the famous car. And when you hear that, you stop the game, stepped aside. We'd move the goal to the side of the street and wait for the car to pass and then put the goal back in place. What he heard next was Guy Lafleur takes the puck again. He advances and Ken Dryden saves. And all the young people who scored goals on the streets of Quebec were Guy Lafleur. All the young people who made saves in all the neighborhoods, all the little goalies were Ken Dryden's. From Chibougamau to Venise, Quebec, from Shawinigan to Drummondville, Ken Dryden save. He was the best goalkeeper in the world, and so were we when we stopped a frozen tennis ball while playing in the middle of the street on a January evening. He gave us Stanley Cups and made the Canadians unbeatable. Is there any greater tribute to someone than to be a person with whom thousands and thousands of children can identify? The number 29 of the Montreal Canadiens. When we loved hockey, Guy Lafleur and Ken Dryden were the ones who made Quebec vibrate the most. For at least 2 generations of Quebecers, Ken Dryden embodied our youth. He explains, like others before him and others after him, our passion for hockey and the importance of the Montreal Canadiens to our identity. We offer our most sincere condolences to his family. On behalf of all the fans of our national sport, we express our gratitude for the achievements he gave us. And I cannot overlook his public service, Mr. Speaker. He was elected in 2004 when the Bloc won 52 seats. Mr. Dryden served briefly as a minister under Paul Martin before joining the opposition until 2011. He was an affable, intelligent man who was appreciated by all, which is really something. And his battle to protect young athletes from the scourge of concussions is admirable, and we have a collective responsibility to carry on his legacy. Mr. Speaker, so for his work in this House, his commitment to protecting our young athletes, for the Stanley Cups he gave to the Canadiens fans, and on behalf of all the young people who stood in front of the net on winter evenings in the 1970s, allow me, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, to simply say thank you, Mr. Dryden.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. honorable colleagues, friends, and to everyone across Canada. I know when we hear the name Ken Dryden, as we've heard today, the first image for many is a towering figure in the net, calm, steady, unshakable, leading the Montreal Canadiens to 6 Stanley Cups and earning his place in the Hockey Hall of Fame. But Ken Dryden's greatest legacy is not measured in wins or banners. It is measured in his tireless work to ensure that every child in this country has a chance to dream, to learn, and to succeed. Ken Dryden understood something fundamental, that greatness in sport comes and goes, but greatness in service to others is a lasting legacy. Even while he was guarding the net for the Canadiens, he was also finishing his law degree at McGill University. It's a sign of his determination, balance, and foresight that would define his life after hockey. He could have chosen any easy path of fame and comfort. Instead, he chose learning, leadership, and ultimately public service. And he retired, in fact, Mr. Speaker, at the height of his career. Dryden then became a writer, teacher, and eventually he became a member of Parliament and the Minister for Social Development. And in that role, he championed what he always believed. The future of Canada rests in the opportunities we give to our children. Because Ken Dryden had a deep respect for children, children that are often overlooked in places of power. And at a time when we find so many people and groups disconnected to our very own humanity, Ken Dryden reminded us always that every child matters, that every child had a right to dignity, safety, security, to be nurtured as a flower, to grow and to flourish. What inspires me time and time again is that he reminded us that early childhood education wasn't in fact a luxury. It was a necessity. That childcare was not a private burden, it was a public responsibility. And as somebody who started their career in early childhood education, that meant so very much to me, and I know early childhood educators throughout the country. And that he also understood that if we wanted to build a stronger country, we must start by giving every child, no matter where they came from, a fair chance to grow, to thrive, and to succeed. He deeply cared about the human rights of children, something that is often up for debate in political spaces. What inspires me the most in Dryden's persistence, he never settled for short-term fixes or political convenience. He called on government of every stripe to think beyond election cycles, to think about generations. His questions were always, what kind of country do we want to leave our children? We need to learn from his example. We need to work across party lines to ensure that we never lose sight of ensuring that especially children in Canada are given everything they need to thrive, are provided with everything they need to live in dignity, are given everything that they need to flourish as the delicate flowers that Dryden was able to see in all children. And in asking that question or reflecting on this, I know that in listening to Ken Dryden and seeing what he did, he pushed all of us to see education not simply as reading and arithmetic, but as the very foundation of citizenship. A strong education system does not produce workers, in fact. He reminded us it produces good leaders, dreamers, citizens with compassion and courage. And as somebody who comes from the field of education, we often lose sight of how to build a good country. It goes beyond the pocketbook and to ensuring the well-being of all people. So today, as we reflect on Ken Dryden's legacy, we are reminded that true leadership is not about the applause you receive in the arena, but about the lives that you lift up in your community. His commitment to children and education has touched countless families, and his vision continues to challenge us to be better, to do more, to dream bigger, to ensure that the next generations are better off than the ones before. So let us honor Ken Dryden, not only with our words, but with our actions. Let us carry forward his fight for universal child care, for stronger schools, for policies that put children at the very heart of every decision we make, whether in Canada or across the world. Because in the end, the most fitting tribute we can offer Ken Dryden is through our very own actions. On behalf of the NDP, I offer condolences to his wife Linda, his children Tara and Michael, to the rest of his family members, and all of those lives whom he touched. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a great honor to have a chance to add my words to those of my colleagues in the passing of a remarkable Canadian, whom I was very, very lucky to know. Obviously, I didn't get to know him because I play hockey. I didn't get to know him in courtrooms, although I was a practicing lawyer. I got to know him before I was involved in partisan politics, but I was working with other women leaders and other people in civil society, working for childcare when Ken Dryden was Minister of Social Development. And I want to stop and just not take all my time, because so many good words have been said of the way in which he inspired youth, the way in which he championed important causes, and the remarkable achievement of being a successful NHL player, while also, as my friend from Winnipeg, Sander, has said so eloquently, making sure his education was completed, although many people will debate whether choosing practice of law was a good choice. I endorse it myself, and because he had such a keen mind and a heart for public service, he did so much for this country and for women. So let me just share what I remember. I remember Ken Dryden working ceaselessly to get signed agreements with each of the 10 provinces in this country to guarantee that we would have affordable early education and childcare for every Canadian child. I remember working with Martha Friendly, who founded the University of Toronto Institute for Research into Childcare, and her tireless work with then Minister Dryden. And it's Martha I want to quote now, because I never heard Ken Dryden say these words, but Martha said she'll never forget Ken Dryden saying, quote, as he started on this mission, "We need to get the system so in place that we are painted into a corner, and we are so firmly in that corner it cannot be removed ever." Unfortunately, that didn't occur. He created a universal child care program, and it obviously set a benchmark. It set the stage, and we still have work to do, because every child in Canada deserves the best start in life, deserves high-quality early education and childcare, and deserves And every parent needs to know that when they drop their child off at childcare, it's affordable and they're not choosing between their rent and childcare. But to Ken Dryden, let me close with his own words. When he achieved this for Canadians, the work of selfless, hard work in a very partisan and difficult place, Ken Dryden described himself as, quote, the luckiest guy in government because he was given a tough job to achieve something meaningful. And I'd ask all of us to reflect on that. When will we feel we've accomplished something that makes us feel we're the luckiest person in Parliament because we were given an impossible task and we accomplished it? So to his family, to Linda, to Sarah, Michael, to his grandchildren, you have our deepest sympathy and you have our deepest gratitude for sharing a remarkable human being, a truly decent human being of remarkable talent and skill who gave his life, his dedication and service to inspiring Canadians, not just when he served in this place, but with the legacy he left for us to achieve and deliver on the promises he started so brilliantly to deliver. Thank you.
Honorable collègue, merci beaucoup de vos paroles en hommage de notre ami et collègue, l'honorable.
Honorable colleagues, thank you very much for your words in tribute to our colleague Ken Dryden. We owe him a lot for the excitement he provided on the ice and even here in the House of Commons.
To this country and its identity in so many profound ways. As a hockey hero, lawyer, author of books exploring Canada's soul, politician, thinker, professor, and, as so many of us here today know, as a gentleman. We are grateful for all the great moments he gave us, moments etched in our individual memories and collective consciousness. Il a été un véritable...
He was a true hero in the Canadian pantheon. He was a model of integrity and humility, a man who pursued excellence in various fields of activity. I will always remember his arrival in the playoffs in March 71 when his team was low on hope in the quarterfinals against the champion, the Bruins. It was a baptism by fire for this young man with no NHL experience and who no one had even heard of. But he continued all the way to the cup.
Had so many dramatic moments, and yet as a person he eschewed drama for civility. I recall reading that one time the fiery Johnny McKenzie of what were then called the Big Bad Bruins crowded in front of the net and ran into Ken's stick. McKenzie was ready to answer with a well-placed punch, only to hear Ken calmly say, "Excuse me." McKenzie later said, "How could I get mad at a nice guy who says sorry?" It's as much a story about Ken Dryden as it is about the power of civility. Hockey and saying sorry, it doesn't get much more Canadian than that. As a colleague, I saw him stay at an event well beyond what was expected because he would grant every last person time to share their Ken Dryden story, a moment that meant something to them during a game they saw in person or on TV.
Like most heroes, there are a number of anecdotes about Ken Dryden that enable us to better understand his influence and his contribution to his country. His arrival in my hometown of Montreal in the 1970s was significant and even magical.
Things changed when this lanky Cornell-educated player from Toronto arrived in net.
I believe that his time in Montreal also helped Ken, who was always curious, to explore more in-depth this country's passion for hockey and to get better understanding of the soul of Canada and a love for the French language. Here in this place, Ken Dryden was always erudite. He was always calm. Like he was on the ice, he always wanted to do more for his country. He was a source of inspiration for all of us and for all Canadians. And that is why he was immortalized in works of art and even in a play.
A writer to a national newspaper wrote that if ever we are unsure of what to do, we should ask ourselves, what would Ken Dryden do? Wise words in tribute to a very wise man.
We extend our condolences to his family and hope that his incredible legacy will be a source of comfort and pride. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, September 16th, 2025, I invite all honourable members to stand to observe a moment of silence in honour of our former colleague, the Honourable John McCallum. The House will now proceed to tributes in memory of our former colleague, the Honourable John McCallum. I now recognize the Honourable President of the King's Privy Council for Canada and Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to take the floor on behalf of the government and my Liberal caucus colleagues to pay tribute to the life of one of our former colleagues, someone you knew well too, Mr. Speaker, and one of my great friends, the late John McCallum. His kindness, generosity, and incredible sense of humor marked all those who had the pleasure to know him. Allow me to give a brief overview of his long and distinguished career. Before getting into politics, John was known as one of the great Canadian economists. He began his academic career, in the West at the University of Manitoba before becoming Dean of the Faculty of Arts at McGill University. There, he was in the forefront of the debates on national unity, which were then occupying everyone's minds in Canada. In 1994, he left academia for the private sector. He became Senior Vice President and Economist-in-Chief of the Royal Bank of Canada. That is where he built a reputation as an economist who was very well respected, but capable of explaining things in lay terms for everyday people. This was an asset that helped me a lot all throughout our friendship.
Decade at RBC, he decided in 2000 to enter public life, and John was elected in the riding of Markham Thornhill. That was when I met John for the first time. As luck would have it, Mr. Speaker, we were sitting next to each other on that very first day in the House of Commons almost 25 years ago. From there on, we quickly became friends, finding common interests not just in political matters, but in family holidays together, on fishing trips in New Brunswick, and family holidays abroad as well. I will forever cherish those memories, and seeing on Parliament Hill today John's wife, Nancy, and their children remind me of those happy moments. John became minister in January of 2002, and later I had the opportunity to serve as his parliamentary secretary at National Defence. The highlight was what was then for what was then my first term in the House of Commons. In those early years, in addition to his ministerial responsibilities, John made a name for himself as a courageous and outspoken advocate on pivotal issues that help shape Canada into a more open, tolerant, and welcoming society. In June 2001, as a backbencher, he introduced a motion in the House of Commons to nominate Nelson Mandela as an honorary citizen of Canada, making Canada the first country to extend such an honor to this iconic champion of equality and human rights. Fast forward to 2015, building on his ability to leverage Canada's global reputation as a compassionate and progressive nation, John, as the newly appointed Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, spearheaded Canada's efforts to resettle more than 40,000 Syrian refugees in record time. Mr. Speaker, the scale of the task cannot be understated. It required mobilizing considerable government, local, private sector, and community resources, and John poured his heart and soul into this noble effort. His success was our nation's success, and all of us can be proud of the way Canadians opened their homes and their hearts, as they have time and time again over the course of history, to those fleeing war and persecution. John McCallum led that effort brilliantly. John embodied those values and led those debates. Tout au long de sa carrière,
Throughout his career, Mr. Speaker, he served Canadians with intelligence, dedication, and kindness.
Our sincerest condolences to his beloved wife, Nancy, and to their 3 boys, Andrew, Jamie, and Duncan. May you find comfort in knowing the profound impact your husband and your father had on our country and his numerous friends and colleagues, myself included. His legacy will live on here in the House of Commons, in his community, and in the lives of the thousands of people whom he helped find hope and solace. Rest in peace, my friend. Thank you for your friendship and remarkable service to our country. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I rise to pay tribute to John McCallum, a long-serving member of Parliament and Cabinet Minister. My Liberal colleague just outlined John's long and accomplished career in economics and finance, and he certainly brought that knowledge and skill set to his role in this place. I first met John when I was first elected in 2011, young and somewhat naive, if you can believe that. But John was always kind to me, and that's something that you remember in this place. Of late, there's a line in the Fleetwood Mac song Landslide that has, given my advancing age, recently started to punch me in the gut. Time makes you bolder, even children get older. And I'm getting older too. It's hard to believe that nearly 9 years have already passed since I last rose in this place to pay tribute to John, who at that point had announced his retirement as a member of Parliament after a long and successful career. At the time, I noted that I wasn't delivering a eulogy, so the fact that I find myself doing so today is a reminder of one of the things John used to say when we routinely chatted. Time passes quickly here, so make each day count. That is wisdom that we should all take in our roles from John. At the time, John was the immigration minister and I was the immigration critic. I guess some things never change, John. After John retired, I realized that he had 2 particularly admirable qualities that I think everybody in this place would do well to emulate. The first was his remarkable sense of humor. I have to say, John, if you're listening, I deeply enjoyed sparring with you. John's wit and cleverness was eclipsed only by his gregariousness and his very good sense of humor. For example, John and I once had a rather famous sparring match in the House where he implied that I should smile more. I raised the issue in a point of order, and he apologized. But after the interaction, he came up to me and he genuinely apologized, albeit with that signature twinkle in his eyes. If you knew him, you knew this. There was always this little twinkle in John's eye. So feeling bold, I accepted his apology with a flourish, saying, "Thank you, Emperor Palpatine." John paused for a moment. He roared with laughter and encouraged me to embrace the dark side. And in that instant, all was well. That sense of humor is something that served John so well in this place, where the three-sword-length distance between the government and opposition benches can feel rather short on some days. He was known across the aisles always for his good humor, and that is something that he will be remembered for. And I find myself sometimes chuckling about things that he would say to me, especially coming back into this role. The other admirable quality that I will remember about John was that as a minister, he respected the role of the opposition. In my experience with John, I found that he understood that in this place, and in order for democracy to work, he couldn't ignore his opposition critic. When we disagreed, I found that he still respected the work that I put into the file. When we sparred, he would usually take the time to tell me that he had thought about what he brought up and would try to explain to me his position and why he felt it was more important. And oftentimes he did try to consider where I was going. And on more than one occasion, we actually managed to find common ground. He would be honest with me. He was very upfront about what he thought he could get through his caucus or where he thought I needed to bend in order to find compromise. And sometimes we find compromise and sometimes we didn't. But at the end of the day, I trusted John because I knew he was coming at his work from a sense of trying to respect our democratic institutions and from a place of love and support for the people in his community. I have to say I've sorely missed that dynamic since John left. I got spoiled as an opposition critic. I will always respect him for that. A few years ago, John and I found ourselves accidentally seated beside each other on a plane. It was funny, actually, people were walking down the aisle and they saw us seated together and they're like, uh-oh. But it was one of the best plane rides I've ever had. And for those of you, many of you share what we share. You're on a plane quite often. He was extremely wistful and imparted some sage words of advice. I remember this. He said, our lives are short. Make each day count. Spend less time on a plane and more time with your family, Michelle. It's advice that is hard to internalize in this place. Certainly, I still struggle with that every day. But it underscores that life in public service cannot be walked alone. So my deepest condolences go to Nancy, Andrew, Jamie, Duncan, and to their families for a loss that I think a lot of people across the country felt. I also extend my gratitude to John's family for their support to John throughout his time in public office. John, may you rest in peace.
L'honorable député de Beauharnois.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry, Soulange Huntingdon. Mr. Speaker, at the very beginning of the summer recess on June 21st, this place lost a seasoned parliamentarian, an influential minister, and a renowned economist and academic and diplomat. John McCallum passed away at the age of 75. As a pillar of the Liberal Party under three prime ministers, Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin, and Justin Trudeau, John McCallum leaves an indelible mark on the recent history of federal politics. But it was first in his hometown of Montreal that he made his mark as a professor at UQAM and then as Dean of the Faculty of Arts at McGill University. After an academic career spanning nearly 20 years, during which he distinguished himself in the field of commerce, John McCallum put his expertise to the test as chief economist at RBC starting in 1994. Then he heard the call of politics. With the support of Jean Chrétien, John McCallum made his grand entrance into the House of Commons in the year 2000 as the MP for Markham in the northern suburbs of Toronto. 2 years later, Jean Chrétien appointed him Minister of Defence. A new Prime Minister, Paul Martin, entrusted him with his next terms as Minister of Veterans Affairs in 2003 and then as Minister of Revenue in 2004, a position he held until the Liberal defeat in 2006. This was followed by a long stint in opposition, during which John McCallum remained loyal to his post as one of the key critics for his party. Almost 10 years later, he returned to Cabinet as Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship, this time under the leadership of Justin Trudeau. It must have been the height of irony to return to Cabinet at the request of a new boss who was just a student at McGill when John McCallum was Dean. John McCallum retired from politics in 2017 to become Canada's ambassador to China, a position he held until 2019, before becoming a private sector strategic advisor. As a representative of the Bloc Québécois, it would be a bit of an understatement to say we had major political differences with John McCallum. A staunch opponent to Quebec sovereignty, his contribution to the public debate on the economy of a sovereign Quebec raised many eyebrows. Although we found ourselves on opposite sides during the greatest political confrontation in the history of Quebec and Canada, today we remember John McCallum as an affable, smiling intellectual who spoke his mind and who had a sense of humor, but also a sense of nationhood. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to offer my condolences to his wife Nancy, his 3 sons, his 6 grandkids, his loved ones, and the whole Liberal political family. Thank you for your public service, John McCallum.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I too rise on behalf of the NDP to pay tribute to the late Honourable John McCallum. It has already been said in this place that he had many accomplishments. He was a recognized and respected economist. He was a recognized academician. He was a recognized parliamentarian. And of course, he was a recognized diplomat. Because in the face of all that work and all that effort, though, Mr. Speaker, before all of it, he was a son. He was a brother. He was a husband. He was a father. And he was a friend and a colleague. And that is to whom I knew him as a colleague. And in this place, as many have cited, their experience with John, like me, like them, in 2015 when I was first elected, John was also in this House and he was the Minister of Immigration, Refugee and Citizenship. I was the critic for the NDP, and as a newly elected Member of Parliament, lost so often in this place. And in my eagerness to support my constituent who phoned me literally shortly after the election asking for help on an immigration matter. It was actually a family who needed to come and see their dying father before they departed. I didn't know what to do, and I picked up the phone, I searched the directory, and I called John's office. I left a message, and I wasn't sure if anybody was even going to pick it up, because it was early days after the election. And lo and behold, John McCallum called me back. And he put his office and his staff, even though he didn't have very much staff, he said to me, but he put people onto it and ensured that they would do their best to support the family. And that he did. I will never forget that moment in time as a minister to pick up a call, to respond to a call from an opposition MP in helping their constituent. And that kindness was something that I will never forget about John McCallum. That level of responsiveness that he took to the job and that respect he has shown not only to me as a colleague, but more importantly, to his role as the Minister of Immigration in respecting the needs of Canadians. That was the John Callum that reminded me when I heard about his passing. And then when I thought about his work, and as if you cited, at the time, it was a significant job as the Minister of Immigration because the government was working through the Syrian Refugee Initiative. It was an ambitious initiative, and it was a tough one to accomplish. And that he did. There were some missteps here and there and everywhere, like all things that we try to do. And John McCallum, though, took to the job with a sense of humility, I would say. It wasn't just bragginess about that work, but also an openness to say, what can I learn and what can you offer me as the opposition critic to help him to do that job better? And that I offer many, many different suggestions. And to the Syrian Refugee Initiative, there were many lessons learned. But one important one, Mr. Speaker, was that the communities who are new arrivals, who's established themselves but have the language and cultural experience, and for us to take in that knowledge and utilize that knowledge to welcome newcomers. But they didn't really have a place in this established structure of resettlement services. And I went to John, I said, look, we should be leveraging the strength of all Canadians in this effort. And he said to me, what do you think we should do? I offer some suggestions, including helping these younger, newer organizations build capacity, and for us to utilize their strength and harness their strength in the resettlement effort. And that was exactly what he did. I so appreciate a parliamentarian, a minister who brings that kind of view to this place, because after all, that is why we run for office. I am absolutely sure that was the reason why John ran for office as well, to help Canadians so that we can support each other. Mr. Speaker, the responsiveness of John as the minister is something to be noted. But I also want to acknowledge this. I remember when he left this place back in 2017, and more specifically in January 31st. And this was his final speech in Parliament. And he said, looking back on what he felt were good, on the things that he accomplished, he singled out two things in particular. And I quote, the nomination of Nelson Mandela to be an honorary citizen back in 2001, and in particular, the Syrian refugees. And that we should always remember, because why that stood out is showed Canada's compassion and kindness, and to show Canada to be different. And in nominating Nelson Mandela, who's an icon of social justice, that's also what it stood for. So let me close with this quote, Mr. Speaker. John McCallum said, and I quote, what makes me really proud is that we got the job done, although that is good, but that at a time when so many countries around the world are closing their doors to refugees. Ordinary Canadians across this land have come out and have welcomed our newcomers with open hearts. That is what makes me very proud to be a Canadian. Those were the words of John McCallum in this place on his way out as a parliamentarian. So to that, I honor you. I honor your work. I thank the family for his service to our community, for sharing him. And last but not least, let those words be a reminder of what we need to continue to do, especially during these very difficult times in the global community. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est un honneur pour moi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor for me to speak this afternoon to pay tribute to our colleague, our dear friend, John McCallum.
Il est quelqu'un extraordinaire.
He was an extraordinary person, a genius in my view. He worked as a lawyer and also as a professor. He was an academic and a scholar.
Didn't just have a few degrees here and there, was Dean of Arts at university, was chief economist, the Royal Bank. So all of this, as well as a political career. His articles remain noted for their scholarly importance in the fields in which he practiced in economics. We knew each other through a strange circumstance, I suppose. I got to know him quite well. We became friends, and I can share, as the member for Vancouver East has said, and the member for Calgary Nose Hill, how kind he was to people in other parties to share ideas and his humor. But I first got to know him, and definitely, my colleagues, I do apologize, I won't digress into the circumstances too deeply, but I was on a hunger strike in front of Parliament Hill in 2003 to try to get toxic waste site cleaned up in Cape Breton. And that's when I really got to know John McCallum. And when I think back on it, how often I tried to talk him into stopping smoking. And of course, he passed away from lung cancer. But the reason I got to know him so well is I was sitting in front of Parliament Hill for 17 days on a hunger strike. So the members of Parliament I got to know the best were the ones who went out for smoke breaks the most often. When he left to become the ambassador to China, I said, well, it's good, John. I mean, my chances of talking you into not smoking have gone downhill because I think you can smoke anywhere in China. I don't think there are any rules against smoking. But there was a man of enormous kindness. And there were some people who would rush by me as I sat up. This is in front of Centre Block. By the way, it wasn't illegal. I got a permit from Parliament Hill people to be able to sit right in front of the members' doors to stay on this hunger strike. But John was one of those. Like our colleague, I should mention, not that I need to mention this, but I can say his name now because he's not here, but Ralph Goodale also. There were quite a few members of Parliament and even members of Cabinet who got really worried about my health. And while I was worried about John and the smoking, he was worried about me and being on a hunger strike. So he kept checking on me, and it meant a lot. It meant a great deal that he would stop and talk and check on me through this period where we became really good friends, and I did appreciate his sense of humor. He'd stop. We'd talk about anything because I was sitting in a good spot for stopping and having a conversation, and he also tried to help to resolve the situation we were in at that point, trying to get the cleanup of the toxic waste site. In the end, and that's a longer story, we did. But what I wanted to share was his incredible thoughtfulness and kindness when at last I was here as a member of Parliament, and the friendship that we forged through those unusual circumstances on his smoke breaks. Well, that friendship lasted, right? So that I went to him, just as our colleague from Vancouver East was saying, I'd go to him when he was Minister of Immigration with specific cases and plead with, and he unfailingly made time to listen to specific cases where I was pleading, please don't deport this person. Can you see your way clear? Can you talk to your officials? There are things here that just don't add up in the way the department has decided to handle the matter. His patience, his kindness, his willingness to listen and to try to apply his immense brain to very specific local concerns that I brought to him. I want Canadians to know, I mean, when you go to a Wikipedia page, everything pops up that was ever controversial. Forget all that. Canada and every Canadian owes people in public life, and there are not many who served as long as John McCallum. We owe them a debt of gratitude. John McCallum served in the cabinets of Prime Minister Right Honourable Jean Chrétien, served in the cabinet former Prime Minister Right Honourable Paul Martin, served in the cabinet former Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, and did so with a generosity of spirit towards those of us in opposition that's rarely been matched. And yes, there could be sparring, no doubt, to my friend from Calgary, Nose Hill. Those were good moments, but with a good heart and nothing that could be considered mean-spirited. A kind, generous man of enormous intellect and great, deep, abiding love of this country, which he lived out every day. To his wife Nancy, to his children, to 6 grandchildren, he's gone too soon. We will miss him, and from the bottom of my heart, dear Lord, receive him to your kingdom. This is a wonderful, wonderful man, and we will miss him. Thank you for sharing him with us. Thank you.
Honorable colleagues, now it is my turn to pay tribute to our colleague, John McCallum. He was an economist, a banker, a parliamentarian, and a friend. Starting in 2000, he became a banker. Then he became Dean of the Faculty of Arts at McGill University. He dedicated himself to public service. He was a minister of many challenging files. Veterans, immigration and refugees and citizenship are just 2 of his portfolios.
Once put to the test for the benefit of the tens of thousands of Syrian refugees who were fleeing dire circumstances in the hope of a new beginning. As many have noted, he was the mastermind behind the very complicated logistical and humanitarian challenge of bringing Syrian refugees to Canada, where they were able to start new lives. This was one of the brighter moments of our recent history, and we have our late friend to thank for helping Canada open its doors and hearts for those in need. And in a world that seems always full of thorny economic challenges, John McCallum was there to provide cogent explanations. Sa vocation de professeur.
As a teacher, he gained the necessary patience to deal with complicated, complex issues. Once he arrived at Parliament, he had the patience to deal with difficult issues, but he always did so with his characteristic smile and good humor. He contributed his intelligence to politics, but he was always accessible. That was the key to his success, not only here, but everywhere else he worked and went.
Missed. We take this time to express our deepest condolences to all who loved him. He will be always remembered for his service to Canada. Qu'il repose en paix.
May he rest in peace. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, September 16th, 2025, I invite all members to stand to observe a moment of silence in honor of our former colleague, the Honourable Gail Shade. The House will now proceed to tributes in memory of our former colleague, the Honourable Gail Shea. I now recognize the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
On August 21st, many of us were saddened to learn of the passing of our former colleague and longtime friend, Gail Shea. At 4'5", she was a little lady who packed a big punch, Mr. Speaker, and she put her fight to work on behalf of farmers, fish harvesters, workers, and veterans. She was proud of her roots and her commitment to the island that gave her her upbringing, her career, and of course her beloved family. In addition to being a great fighter for her people, she was a woman of incredible warmth and generosity. In fact, those who knew Gail always found out that if she learned of their presence on the beloved Prince Edward Island, they would be making the obligatory and extremely enjoyable visit over to her residence to enjoy seafood, casserole, and many other island delights. She had a generous heart, and I often turned to her for encouragement in times of confusion and stress. I would call her to get her counsel. In the many years after she left Parliament, she continued on as a mentor and friend for me. You know, she always lifted the spirits of the people that she knew. I think my friends from Atlantic Canada. She visited my friend here from Newfoundland and his community. Friends here from New Brunswick who would see her pop up in their community to bring her smile, her humor, and often her razor-sharp intellect. There's so many stories of the kindness that she showed to people in the community, all the personal details that she would remember about people's lives. I remember when I first started running for leader of the Conservative Party, she anticipated my long travels away from my family and gifted me 2 beautiful little teddy bears that I brought home for my kids. And my daughter, who has a tendency to develop great attachment to different kinds of objects and toys, she held on to that teddy bear for days and days after I left on my subsequent trip. My wife told me that little Valentina held that teddy bear close to her heart. Gail was very proud of her Irish roots, reminding us all that there are only 2 types of people, those who are Irish and those who wish they were. And if you walked down the hallways of the parliamentary precinct while she was preparing for question period, you could hear the beautiful sound of Gaelic music and the Irish harp echoing off the walls as she quietly prepared. Her love of music was reflected in her efforts to get the Stompin' Tom Centre inaugurated in honor of the great Canadian legend. She was also the first female cabinet minister at a federal level for Prince Edward Island, and she was very proud of that commitment. She then went on to serve as Minister of Fisheries and National Revenue, and most important of all, she was the MP for Egmont. She was also a provincial member of Parliament and was elected there, defeating a Liberal in a riding that had not switched blue for 40 years prior to her election. Now, this often meant, you know, she was challenging in the way things were. She was taking strong and principled stance. This meant there would occasionally be controversy. And one day, when she was at a press conference, a guy walked up pretending he was about to fix a technical problem on her microphone and threw a pie in her face. Now, most people would have thought that the press conference would end and that the politician behind the mic would quickly run away and do so in shame. She simply took her hand, wiped off her face, and said, and I quote, "Back to the business at hand." Now that protester, yes, give her a round of applause for that, It turned out the protester was angry because of her principled support of the all-important seal hunt. And if that protester and his bad behaviors thought that he was going to change her mind, she said, and I quote, he only increased the resolve to support the seal hunt and our northern and coastal communities that depend on the hunt as part of their annual income. She was an iron lady, never backing down, unflappable, determined, and resolved to stand for what she knew was right, Mr. Speaker. She would serve provincially, federally, and most importantly, she would continue to do the most important job that she had. 3 jobs she had, actually, that she bragged about the most often: mom, grandmother, and great-grandmother. Gail carried in her heart her strong faith in God and her love of the people that surrounded her. She will rightly be remembered as a great Islander and a great Canadian. I was honored to attend the Mass and funeral that Islanders put on for her a few weeks back, a celebration of life that then carried over, as all Irish funerals do, to the local Legion, where it went on and on into the very late hours of the night. They say of the Irish that they are the only people that cry at every wedding and laugh at every funeral. And so it was once again. And on behalf of all of the Conservative MPs and ministers, volunteers, and others who serve with Gail, who experienced the wonderful warmth of her personality and her faith, I want to wish my condolences, thoughts, and prayers to the entire Shea family and to all Islanders who cherish the memory that she left behind. And on behalf of my family and our Conservative caucus, we say, may she rest in peace, in the peace of God, and may her Irish eyes be smiling at us all from above. Thank you.
The honourable member for Egmont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to pay tribute on behalf of the Government Caucus to a former Member of Parliament who sadly left us a few weeks ago, the Honourable Gail Shea. Politics can be challenging and it can be tough at times, but Gail was prepared to step up and put herself forward as a candidate in numerous elections. Gail, as was pointed out, was a Member of Parliament for the riding of Egmont, the riding I now represent. She served as a cabinet minister in the government of former Prime Minister Stephen Harper, and she also served in the government of the former Premier of Prince Edward Island, the Honourable Pat Binns. On a personal note, I knew Gail for most of my life. We grew up in neighbouring communities, coastal fishing communities, at a time when the fishery was not as valuable as it is today, a few kilometers from one another. We both attended the same high school, and our lives often revolved around the same community we called home, the town of Tignish, that the Leader of the Opposition referenced in where her funeral service was held a few weeks ago. It is the furthermost community in the western part of our home province of Prince Edward Island. Gail was very proud of her family, and there's no question that her family was very proud of Gail. She was also deeply attached to her home community of Skinner's Pond. And on a lighter note, when Gail became a Minister of the Government of Canada, she said in a conversation that there was now two famous people from Skinner's Pond, very little community. The other person was Canadian icon musician of Canada, Stompin' Tom Connors, who a lot of people would remember. So Gail made it a priority of hers to get Tom Connors to choose that community to be the location of a centre that would commemorate his legacy, a very deep legacy in traditional Canadian music, that would house all the artifacts attached to his distinguished career as a Canadian, where, make no mistake, Stompin' Tom Connors put Canada first. So, Mr. Speaker, although she wasn't elected at the time this particular centre came to a realization, it was her vision. And since it was heavily federally funded, I had the option, and I personally asked her to attend the official opening in 2017 and to join with me on the stage to cut the ribbon to officially open that center. She was extremely touched and appreciated the opportunity to be there. So, Mr. Speaker, Gail's legacy will live on, both through her various accomplishments as a public representative and through her commitment to volunteerism. because after leaving politics, she immersed herself in the community on a volunteer basis, very involved in the local Royal Canadian Legion. And these organizations will certainly miss her presence over the years. To her family, and most especially her 5 children, who I know well, Sally, Sandy, Kelly, Holly, and Sean, you can be very proud of your mother and the contribution she made to our part of this wonderful country, our small part that I reference in Western Prince Edward Island. Family took precedence over every other aspect of her accomplished life. And I know you family members, children and grandchildren will miss her. The most important tribute you can give to a former parliamentarian or legislature is this, and I say unequivocally, her community is a better place today because of her years of service. Again, I want to express my appreciation for the opportunity to say a few words here today on behalf of the Government Caucus about the life of Gail Shea, and pay tribute to a life well lived and filled with value, contributions that will have a long and lasting legacy. And Mr. Speaker, I will leave with this. Don't take your health for granted. Life passes by quickly. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Gail for her contribution to Prince Edward Island and to Canada, this country we all so love. Thank you so much.
L'honorable député de Gaspé.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Magdalen Islands, and Lestigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we underscore the life and the contribution of Gail Shea, former Conservative minister, and above all, a committed citizen from PEI who passed away on August 21st at the age of 66. She was from a fishing family in Western PEI. And aside from political allegiances, she was able to unite people. She served at the PEI Legislative Assembly in 2001 as a Conservative in a Liberal fortress. She set herself apart and bore heavy responsibility as the Minister of Transportation. In 2008, she took on a new challenge, far from home, federal politics. Once again, Gail Shea won the confidence of electors in a red bastion. She became a cabinet minister under Prime Minister Harper as Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. She became the first female from PEI to become a minister, and she remained in the cabinet until she left politics in 2015. She is known in PEI for standing up for maritime regions, particularly by resisting against prejudices in the maritime sector. We remember a woman who never forgot where she came from or the people she represented, including fishers. On behalf of the Bloc and as the critic for my party for Fisheries and Oceans, I'd like to offer my condolences to Gail's family and loved ones. We should never forget where we come from or who we work for. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I am privileged to represent Nunavut in honoring the works of the Honourable Gail Shea. I did not know Gail personally, and I do send my condolences to her family, friends, and I am sure wide-ranging community. One of the privileges that we gain as parliamentarians is how much we learn about Canada, Canadians, and the hopes and strengths we see for our future. I have learned that Gail Shea, who died on August 21, was a trailblazer in Canadian politics, and that she was a devoted public servant and a proud Islander. Gail Shea's legacy will long be remembered across Prince Edward Island, Canada, and abroad. I am told Gail Shea's journey began in Skinner's Pond, a small fishing community that shaped her values and her unwavering commitment to service. Among those include serving as a member of the Legislative Assembly for Prince Edward Island from 2000 to 2007, and being the Member of Parliament from 2008 to 2015 for the riding of Edgemont. She brought those values to the Legislative Assembly where she served with distinction and shattered glass ceilings as the province's first female Minister of Transportation and Public Works. Her leadership continued on the federal stage, where she made history as the first woman from Prince Edward Island appointed to federal cabinet. As Minister of Fisheries and Oceans and later Minister of National Revenue, she championed rural communities, stood firm for Canadian industries, and always put her constituents first. Gail Shea was known for her strength, her warmth, and her fierce dedication. She was a mother of 5 to her children, Sally, Kelly, Sandy, Holly, and Sean, a grandmother of 17, and a mentor to many more. Her colleagues across party lines remember her as someone who could, quote, move a mountain, and who, quote, never forgot where she came from. I have learned that Gail Shea and I have a common sense of pride for the strengths of our constituents, especially in the sealing industry. During a time when the sealing industry experienced such controversy because of lobby groups, she showed great leadership. Was I ever pleased to hear what she had to say about the sealing industry? Quote, I can tell you that this incident actually strengthens my resolve to support the seal hunt. If this is what it takes to stand up for Canadian sealing families and this industry, I'm certainly very proud to do it. I've learned that she has remarked that this was one of the most difficult, the lower points in her political career, and to hear that later shows that she had great strength. This quote captures her spirit, unapologetically principled, deeply rooted in her community, and proud to stand for what she believed in. Gail Shea's legacy are seen in our continued work, in the policies she helped shape, and in the lives she impacted. She showed us that politics can be both fierce and compassionate. She showed us that leadership means listening, serving, and never forgetting where you come from. To her children, who I mentioned earlier, may you continue to provide warm and welcoming gatherings with lots of great seafood, and continue to welcome visitors to your beautiful island. I'm as well aware that in her memorial, in lieu of flowers that they had requested, and I do suggest as well that donations can continue to be made to the Children's Wish Foundation and to the O'Leary Community's Hospital Palliative Care Wing. On behalf of the NDP, we hope she rests in peace. Kuyanami.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to all the previous speakers. I knew Gail Shea, that she's of the people we've paid tribute to today. I've known them all, but It was only with Gail Shea that we served at the same time in an overlapping period, and she was always a great person to visit with, to have fun with, to chat with, and certainly formidable. And it's already been noted that she was a trailblazer. I want to mention that, of course, one aspect of her political success, and coming from the Maritimes myself, I know that this was the case. I'm pretty sure. I can't quite find enough. Well, Prince Edward Islanders can correct me if I've got this wrong, but as far as I could see in the years that I'd known Prince Edward Islanders in politics of different parties, there'd never been a time when a Prince Edward Island MP had got elected to Parliament and then joined a federal cabinet and survived the next election. There tended to be a bit of a tradition of defeating anybody who ended up in cabinet who was your MP. I'm looking over at some of my friends here. I can't say their names out loud in case I got that wrong. But I think she was the very first. We know she was the first federal minister woman to enter any cabinet from Prince Edward Island in this country. She served at the provincial level, and she served in the cabinet of Stephen Harper, and she survived to run again and get reelected. She was, as we know, someone of great energy, good humor, and a very big heart to welcome all. I think of what it must have been for her that in 2021, she lost her dear husband, Russell. The two of them had 45 years of marriage, and I still think she died very young at 66. 45 years of marriage and 5 children. That's a rich life before you count the numbers of successes that she experienced in politics, the numbers of times that she was elected, the numbers of times and the different ways in which she served. But one of my favorite memories, and I can't remember why it was, well, of course, it's Canada. We were sitting with each other on an airplane. And I mentioned, because of her, of course, Irish and both of us being Christian, I said, you know, it reminds me, and I said, you know, sometimes you think I had known a friend who was a small child, as an Irish small child, had misunderstood, surely goodness and mercy will follow me all the days of my life. And when I told her that this friend had thought all their childhood that it was actually, surely good Mrs. Murphy will follow me all the days of my life, being that the child was Irish, it seemed to fit. And she loved that. There was something about Gail that one could imagine her as good Mrs. Murphy following us all the days of our life. Kind-hearted, hard-working, and dedicated, and someone who was an inspiration to know that life after politics as a grandmother can be a whole lot better than life in politics. To her family, who miss her dearly, and I'm just going to pause because the Leader of the Official Opposition mentioned, of course, that he was at the funeral, but how many people have 29 honorary pallbearers, including a former Prime Minister, including former colleagues? She will be missed. It's appropriate that today we take the time to honor her memory and thank her for her service, and thank her family and Skinner's Pond for sharing her with Canada. Thank you.
Honourable colleagues, I'd also like to take a moment to say a few words about our friend, the Honourable Gail Shea.
Politics the way many politicians do at the provincial level, serving in the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island from 2000 to 2007, where she served as Minister of Community and Cultural Affairs and the Status of Women, as well as Minister of Transportation and Public Works. Indeed, she was the first woman Minister of Transportation of her province. Here in this place, she represented the riding of Egmont, as we know, between 2008 and 2015.
She was also Minister of Fisheries and Oceans, National Revenue, and the Atlantic Economic Opportunities Agency. She broke through a glass ceiling as the first woman from PEI appointed to federal cabinet.
Answering questions. Yes, she did. She gave answers. in her own down-to-earth and sincere manner. Elle a toujours accordé une importance.
She always placed great importance on her constituents' needs, in particular those in rural areas having problems related to agriculture and fishing. Thanks to her love for her family and her country and her community, she was always very open-minded and kind towards everyone, her province and her region.
And home were always open to her large family and circle of friends, which was very large indeed, as she connected with everyone she met. She was a friend and fan of the legendary folk hero Stompin' Tom Connors, who also hailed, as we know, from Skinner's Pond. Both islanders shared a love of country and an appreciation of the towns and people who make Canada unique. Nos pensées vont aux membres de...
Our thoughts are with her family members and her many friends and family in PEI. Gail Shea will remain in our thoughts, knowing that Canadians are thankful for her dedication to her region, province, and country. Thank you.
Pursuant to order made on Tuesday, September 16, 2025, I wish to inform the House that, because of the tributes, the time provided for government orders will be extended by 92 minutes. Je désire informer la Chambre que le volume des oreillettes sera...
I wish to inform the House that the earpiece volume will be reset.
Daily routine of business, tabling of documents. It is my duty to lay before the House, pursuant to Section 536 of the Canada Elections Act, the report of the Chief Electoral Officer of Canada on the 2024 by-elections. Pursuant to Standing Order 1083A, this report is deemed permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Mr. Duclos, Quebec Centre, Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, first report. Fighting. Mr. Duclos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor of presenting in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, entitled Fighting the Phenomenon of Vehicle Thefts in Canada. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee asks that the government table a response. Thank you.
The member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much. Pursuant to Standing Order 104 and 114, I have the honor to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs regarding the membership of the committees of the House. If the House gives its consent, I intend to move concurrence in the second report later this day.
Okay, that's not now right. Reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mrs. Rempel Garner, seconded by Mr. Redekop, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Immigration Status and Sentencing. This motion is deemed adopted. The member for Calgary-Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce this urgently needed bill, which seeks to remove the consideration of immigration status and sentencing, which would end the two-tier practice of judges issuing more lenient sentences to non-citizens convicted of serious crime. Becoming a citizen or staying in Canada is a privilege, not a right for non-citizens, and this bill seeks to uphold the will of Parliament and the initial spirit of the Immigration Refugee Protection Act. I'd like to thank Sean Phelan, Andrew Evans, my whole team, as well as my colleague who is seconding this bill, and I hope that all colleagues in this House will support it. Thank you.
Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Redekop, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction and first reading of private member's bill. Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mrs. Kirkland, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Disclosure of Information to Victims. This motion is deemed adopted. The member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to first start by thanking my colleague from Oshawa for seconding this bill, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act. The honourable member worked on this bill in the last Parliament as she worked with her predecessor, the former member for Oshawa, Dr. Colin Carey, who retired after 21 years of distinguished service that included moving an identical bill to the very advanced stage with unanimous support before the last Parliament was dissolved. This bill is relatively short, but it is meaningful in that it will make a much-needed difference in the lives and experiences of victims of crime. The proposals of this bill were inspired by Ms. Lisa Freeman, whose father was brutally murdered in 1991. Ms. Freeman's experience have compelled her to be an incredible advocate for victims' rights, and I thank her for her incredible perseverance and bravery in dealing with government systems and processes that can be unfriendly to victims of crime and must be reformed. This bill seeks to provide victims of crime with timely and accurate information upon sentencing and prior to potential release of an offender to avoid ambiguity and false comfort of parole eligibility dates that can be misleading. This bill also proposes that victims of crime be provided an explanation of how dates related to parole are determined. The bill's proposals would also ensure that victims and their families are provided timely and accurate information concerning the movements of an individual within the prison system and prevent arbitrary denial of victims' participation at parole hearings. As I mentioned, this bill was on track to achieve royal assent when the last Parliament was dissolved, and it deserves to be passed in this Parliament. That's right. I look forward to working with all parliamentarians to move this bill to completion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Arnold, seconded by Mrs. Kirkland, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. Première lecture de projet de loi intérêt public.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions.
For St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. If the House gives its consent, I move that the second report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier this day be concurred in.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable député...
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
D'accord. La Chambre a entendu.
Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
Adopté. Adopt.
Agreed. Carried.
Motions. Presenting of petitions. The member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise again on behalf of my constituents to present a petition. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the people of Swan River on the alarming increase in violent crime that has threatened the safety and well-being of families all across our region. Mr. Speaker, petitioners are experiencing the devastating impacts of the soft-on-crime Liberal policies like C-5 and Bill C-75. C-5 repealed mandatory jail time for serious crimes, and C-75 forces judges to release repeat violent offenders right back on our streets. Petitioners are concerned that since 2015, extortion in Canada has increased by 330%, and homicides are up 29%. Petitioners in the Swan Valley want to see an end to the Liberals' catch-and-release policies so they can feel safe in their own community. This is why the people of Swan River are demanding jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting of petitions, the member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise and present a petition from the freedom-loving, maple leaf-waving, patriotic Canadians in my riding of Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. My constituents are concerned over the Liberal government's decision to arbitrarily sign onto the WHO's pandemic agreement and amendments made to the International Health Regulations, or IHRs. These changes were never brought to a single debate nor a vote in this House, leaving Canadians without a say while the Liberals negotiate away our country's sovereignty to corrupt, unelected, and unaccountable UN bureaucrats who are all under the influence of the Chinese Communist Party. Liberals scream elbows up and promise to defend Canada's independence throughout the last election. They spare no time selling out Canada to their globalist friends right after Canadians have voted. Petitioners are calling on this Liberal government to immediately withdraw from the WHO's pandemic agreement signed in May and to unilaterally withdraw Canada from the IHR amendments.
Presenting of petitions, the member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker. I'm rising today on behalf of 38,942 Canadians who signed e-petition 6586. They were united against the Finance Committee's 2025 pre-budget report that called for the removal of advancement of religion as a recognized charitable purpose under the Income Tax Act. Speaker, Canadians from all walks of life, different faiths and different beliefs have signed this petition. They value the irreplaceable role that these faith-based charities have in serving the hungry, the homeless, and the hurting, discouraged, depressed, and lonely, those in difficult leadership positions, first responders, and those in our Canadian Armed Forces, those with injuries, illnesses, or disabilities, children, parents, families, young people, seniors, newcomers, anyone and everyone who seeks out their services are cared for. This good work is rooted in faith-based Christian Canadian tradition. Our Canadian fabric is strong and richer because of the vital work of these faith-focused charities. On behalf of these petitioners, and in response to the fundamental rights we have and we cherish as Canadians, this petition calls for recommendations 429 and 430 of the pre-budget report to be rejected and denied any part in further legislation. I'm honored to be able to table this on behalf of the 38,942 Canadians who look forward to the government's timely, transparent, and supportive response to their request.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear. Presenting of petitions, the member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, within my community of Saanich Gulf Islands, concerns run deep for the fate of the wild Pacific salmon. Petitioners here are calling for the Government of Canada to remove the conflict of interest within the Department of Fisheries and Oceans Act, which makes it a requirement for the department to both promote aquaculture and regulate aquaculture. Petitioners are calling for the government to fully implement the recommendations of the long-standing report that was commissioned under the previous government of Stephen Harper, an excellent report of the Honourable Bruce Cohen that was released in 2012, and the petitioners note we have yet to see those 75 recommendations implemented. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting of petitions. Question inscrite au feuille.
Questions on the order paper?
The member for Saanich Gulf Islands has a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it was in the context of the petition from the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke. I just would love some guidance from you, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that our parliamentary petition process allows the petition itself to accuse UN officials of all being corrupt. And I think in presenting a petition, as I understand the rules, we are merely to summarize. So I found that distressing, but perhaps it was within the rules, so I raise it to Mr. Speaker for guidance.
Yes. You want to vote? I'd like to thank the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands and all of the other members who suggested what the speaker should do. Very helpful. The content of the petition and how the member describes it is entirely up to the member when they are presenting it at the House, as long as it is kept short and to the point and is directly to the text of what is in the petition. So I trust all members have done so when they presented them to the House, and that's where I'm going to leave it at. Sorry, the member for Sandwich Gulf Islands is again rising on the same point of order.
Point of order. Not to suggest, I never intended to suggest what the Honourable Speaker should direct you to do. I merely thought that was unparliamentary language that was raised in the context of the petition and was seeking guidance on that. Thank you.
So international organizations and what their behavior, and that's a matter of debate. And that's a matter of debate for members of the House to undertake in the future if they so choose to. So the ruling's been made. I did have the next part here for the Parliamentary Secretary. I believe the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, was rising on order paper questions.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time.
That's right.
Is it agreed? So agreed. Notice of motions for the production of papers. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be transferred for debate.
Good job.
No. Stand, Mr. Speaker.
Good job.
Yeah. First, the Parliamentary Secretary meant to stand. To stand. Is it so agreed? Agreed. Alors, conformément à la...
Order, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must now inform the House of questions to be asked later this night. The member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Cantersley, Mr. Patsar on Agriculture and Agri-Food, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre on Finance, and the Honourable Member for Riding Mountain on Health.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming study at second reading of Bill C2, the Strong Borders Act.
Député de Alfred Pellan.
The member for Alfred Pellan.
Le Président, je suis honoré.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to speak today, to speak to Bill C2, which is a major legislative initiative. It seeks to strengthen our asylum system and to strengthen our borders. Those two objectives go hand in hand. It will give us an effective immigration system while protecting the safety and security of all Canadians. Each year, thousands of people choose Canada as a place to build a better life, a place to seek shelter, a place to contribute to our society. But the international global migration situation is changing quickly. We received 91,000 asylum claims in 2021, and it was over 171,000 claims in 2024. So it almost doubled in 2 years. This rapid increase in asylum claims is very challenging for our system. It's overwhelming. It creates longer wait times. And our public service has an increased workload. C2 proposes concrete, tangible solutions, really well thought out solutions to improve the situation. C2 also proposes a fair and compassionate system. We suggest an online form, a single form that can be handed to the borders no matter what mode of arrival. This will reduce administrative mistakes and enhance coordination between IRCC, the CBSA, and the Immigration and Status of Refugee Commission. Thus, we will be able to offer services faster because there will be a pre-assessment. we will be able to decrease not useful reporting and ensure that decisions are made quickly. Also, we propose a streamlined way to withdraw claims while giving asylum seekers the chance to explain their claim and their situation. This will ensure that the system remains accessible to those who truly need it. Bill C-2 also introduces clear rules to protect the integrity of the system. For instance, an asylum claim must be filed within 1 year of arriving in Canada. This time limit will deter those who may want to use the asylum system to circumvent the regular immigration process. Since the Safe Third Party Agreement, there have been improvements. This bill provides that someone who illegally crosses the border and files an asylum claim more than 14 days after arrival will no longer have their claim sent to the Commission. These provisions do not prevent protection. Anyone who is truly under threat of persecution will have a fair process. We will ensure that we are still meeting our humanitarian obligations. We are striking the right balance between compassion, efficiency, and integrity, all of which is fundamental to our asylum system. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us that we must be able to react quickly and effectively in exceptional circumstances. The bill needs to ensure that the government can protect Canadians in a crisis. C2 fixes a loophole on oversight in legislation by allowing the government to temporarily suspend some visas or travel authorizations in the event of a major crisis, be it a pandemic, an international conflict, or a natural disaster. These temporary powers allow us to take action quickly to protect the health, safety, and well-being of Canadians, all while ensuring continuity of essential services. C2's second major objective is to strengthen border security and to tackle international organized crime. There will be a $1.3 billion investment in three things. First, securing our borders and modernizing the Customs Acts. Second, better inspections of exports, including containers. And three, an enhanced security mandate for the Canada Coast Guard. We need to fight the fentanyl crisis and organized crime. We will be able to enhance warrants, search warrants. We need to punish money laundering with stricter penalties, anything over $10,000. And also, we will improve communication between banks, FinTrack, and law enforcement. All of these measures will be accompanied by strong, transparent regulation. We will protect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. We will also protect the privacy of Canadians. This will offer law enforcement the tools that they need, all while enhancing public confidence and trust in us. Mr. Speaker, these measures don't come out of nowhere. In my riding of Alfred Pellan, we are directly impacted by these challenges. Laval is a hub. It is near the Port of Montreal. It is near the International Airport. It is near Highway 15 and many major train routes. Being in this location is great for prosperity and innovation, but it also makes us a target for criminal networks. In 2024, in Laval, 3,300 crimes occurred, including over 800 incidents of theft and car theft. Luxury vehicles destined for export being stolen is on the rise, which threatens the security of constituents and local businesses. We will better supervise exports with more inspection powers. This will increase security and make Canadians feel safer. Now we are also fighting fentanyl. That is essential to our communities. Our community organizations are dealing with an overdose crisis, which has affected too many families in Laval. C2 is tangible federal support to combat the scourge of fentanyl. We will better coordinate the efforts of various levels of law enforcement. We will protect cross-border trade. In doing so, we will also protect Laval's innovative businesses in logistics, pharmaceuticals, and international trade, which create thousands of jobs. This bill will make our communities safer and will make families and businesses in our ridings feel safer. Mr. Speaker, the constituents of Alfred Pellan, like all Canadians, want safe communities. They want a fair and effective immigration system, and they want their economy protected from the threat of crime. C2 gives our border services, police forces, and legal forces 21st century powers. We need to protect Canadians from car theft, fraud, organized crime, and fentanyl trafficking. C2 will allow us to respond adequately to international crises. C2 will help us protect Canadians and be prepared for the challenges of the future. The member's time has run out. Questions and comments? The member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to my colleague's speech. Not everyone takes a long vacation in the summer. This summer, I met with many groups who will be affected by C2. I met with constituents from 3 ridings, including 2 of my colleagues' ridings. If C2, to study C2. Now, here's my question to my colleague. We met with many community organizations, and they raised doubt, they expressed concern about the validity of some provisions, about whether they are truly enforceable, because there may be legal issues. For instance, saying that ministers and their employees will not be able to be forced or compelled to appear before the Immigration Refugee Division. Is my colleague concerned about that provision in particular? The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. I thank the member across the way for his question. I'd like to tell him that a safe Canada is a strong Canada. We are taking action to guarantee Canadians are safe from coast to coast to coast. We're taking action to counter crime which is threatening our communities. We will give law enforcement the tools that they need to ensure that people pay for their crimes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member could give some indication to this side of the House. While we've spoken to many police associations over the summer, they have indicated that the #1 issue they're facing in terms of crime and safety is the current bail reform that we have is it needs to be reformed so that repeat offenders are kept behind bars. Can you indicate why none of this was added to this particular bill?
The member for Alfred Pellat.
I thank the member across the way for her question.
Le Parti conservateur.
The Conservative Party claims that C2 threatens national security and access to asylum. That's not the case. C2 strengthens border security and allows us to inspect goods more effectively, which will allow us to counter problems such as export of stolen cars. We will also respect the CCRF through this legislation, which also protects Canadians' privacy.
Merci, Monsieur President.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Like all my colleagues, this summer we were busy and visiting our local law enforcement. And I had multiple meetings with the police chief, deputy chief, and all officers. And one common thing that I heard from them was they were in favor of this bill. So I would like to ask my honorable colleague, could you please explain the importance of this bill to all Canadians? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague. It's very clear, Mr. Speaker. C2 will strengthen our borders, make them safer. Our agents will be able to inspect goods more effectively in order to detect illegal arms exports, weapons exports, and cars which are stolen. This will help us get stolen cars back. This will help us protect our communities. We know what Canadians expect us to do to better protect our borders, and we're doing it. They want us to take action. We're taking action.
The member for Calgary Centre, a short question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what's in this bill and how it actually moves things forward as far as safety goes, particularly at the border here. And I hear from my colleagues on the other side that they listened to police officers over the summer. My question is, what took you so long? All of these things make so much sense. Were you not listening for the past 10 years or 4 years in particular? What took you so long to get to what is the most common sense security changes we need to make in Canada?
Before I give the member for Alfred Pellan the right of reply, just a reminder, we need to speak through the chair. The member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's funny to hear my colleague across the way ask that question. He should instead think about what his government did when they were in office for 10 years. This problem, these issues, they didn't start yesterday. They started 10 years ago. But they had 10 years and they didn't really do much. So we're happy to take action to fix this problem today.
Springwater, Oromadante.
Thank you, Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the great people of Barrie Springwater Oromadante, I am pleased to rise today to speak to this important piece of legislature. Since this is my first full speech in the 45th Parliament, I'd be a little remiss if I didn't just take a moment here to thank a few people who helped send me back here. I would like to first of all mention my EDA President, Sean Scott, and Sign Guru. A few of my key campaign team members were Aaron, or also referred to as Peaches. We have the other Aaron, Lauren, Harry, Charbel Hale, and of course Kelly for holding the fort. Many other volunteers and supporters obviously also help with this. It takes an army, as everybody on all sides knows, when you're campaigning to get a successful campaign done. I also would obviously like to thank my family, my wife Lisa for always supporting me, my two sons Wyatt and his girlfriend Grayson, my other son Luke. And just to really get some brownie points from my wife, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to also mention my dog Ollie, for always posing for all the pictures and winning for the brochures and winning everyone's hearts over on all the brochures that he went out on. I'm sure she'll be very happy to hear that part. I think the dog's a little bit higher in the pecking order at home than I am. So, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been calling on the Liberal government to introduce many of these measures for years. Under this Liberal government, Canada has turned a blind eye to enforcement on illegal migration, gun trafficking, money laundering, and the cross-border trafficking of fentanyl. Unfortunately, the Liberals only felt inclined to make any real progress on these issues when they were called out and threatened with tariffs by the United States. They scrambled, and we must ask ourselves why it took so long to ask. Conservatives believe in protecting Canadians from transnational crime, illegal trafficking, and abuse of our immigration system. But Bill C-2 contains many troubling provisions related to privacy and civil liberties of Canadians that will be difficult to support without significant amendments. Bill C-2 is a sweeping omnibus bill in which the Liberal government decided to throw a laundry list of measures completely unrelated to border security and immigration reform. I will discuss on three main issues that are touched upon Bill C-2 and that this Liberal government has allowed to spiral out of control: fentanyl, our immigration system, and our border security. Let us begin with the fentanyl crisis. Canada faces an opioid crisis that has claimed the lives of more than 50,000 Canadians since 2016. This is a national crisis that our cities, towns, and rural Canada, and from coast to coast, has wreaked havoc in our communities. Many members must be wondering how the Liberal government has responded to this crisis. The Liberal government introduced Bill C-5. This disastrous bill eliminated mandatory prison time for drug traffickers, drug producers, and drug importers. Many of the people responsible for killing over 50,000 people and causing unbelievable mayhem and destruction in our communities no longer have mandatory prison times. It has been repeated over and over again, even by Liberals themselves, that Bill C-5's specific goal was that fewer people would go to prison. As a result of this legislation like this, we're seeing that people involved in this deadly fentanyl trade are getting back out in the streets more quickly than ever. It is extremely disappointing to see that there is no new sentencing provisions included in this massive omnibus bill. Individuals who threaten our communities will continue to walk free due to Bill C-5, even if this bill is passed. I will remind the members of this House that in December, Conservatives put forward an Opposition Day motion calling for many of the measures related to fentanyl trafficking. Our motion called on the Liberal government to reverse Bill C-5, reinstate longer sentences for drug kingpins, ban the importation of fentanyl precursors, buy high-powered scanners, put more boots on the ground at the ports, and stop buying unsafe supply of opioids. Shockingly, the Liberal government, the Bloc, and the NDP all voted against this motion. Now I will turn to our immigration system and border security, issues that the Liberal government has quickly allowed to spiral out of control during this past decade in power. The Prime Minister promised to fix our broken immigration system and broken borders, but recently released numbers show that he has blown past his immigration targets, with some on track to be the highest on record. He supports the same out-of-control Liberal immigration policies that delivered a triple-header crisis in housing, healthcare, and youth unemployment. Conservatives believe we must reduce the numbers so healthcare, housing, and job creation can catch up. The Canadian public deserves a trustworthy immigration system that operates in the national interest. We used to have the best immigration system in the world, and we were the envy of all other nations. Our immigration system must put Canada first. That means inviting the right people in the right numbers we can absorb into housing, healthcare, and jobs. It means having a system that allows newcomers to succeed as part of the Canadian family. It also means restoring the value of citizenship so that everyone who calls our country home, regardless of where they came from, is Canadian above all else. We must also end the abuse of the Temporary Foreign Worker Program, the International Student Program, and fraudulent refugee claims. Turning to border security, Conservatives will support any measure that invests in our border and provides greater resources to CBSA personnel. To prevent the flow of illegal guns, drugs, and other illicit goods over our border and into Canada. I think someone's taking a call there, Mr. Speaker, but it's all right. Conservatives are committed to strengthening Canada's border security through practical, effective measures. We support deploying thousands of additional border agents, expanding the operational reach of the Canada Border Services Agency across the entire border, and installing advanced surveillance towers to monitor high-risk areas. We also advocate for the use of high-powered scanners at land crossings and shipping ports to detect illicit drugs, firearms, and stolen vehicles. tools that are essential in disrupting organized crime and protecting Canadian communities. Above all, we stand firmly behind the dedicated men and women serving on the front lines of our border. These professionals work tirelessly, often under-resourced, to safeguard our country. Their efforts in intercepting dangerous substances and weapons are critical to national security, and they deserve our full support and sincere gratitude. Now, I would like to touch briefly upon how the Liberal government's soft on crime agenda is impacting my own community. After 10 years under this Liberal government, I walk around the downtown core of my riding, and I do not recognize it. 10 years ago, my community did not have tent encampments. It did not have widespread homelessness, and did not have individuals smoking and shooting up illegal drugs on sidewalks and in children's playgrounds. Lawlessness has become the norm in my community and in cities across Canada. The sad part is that our young people think this is normal. They think that this is the way that Canada has always been. To young people across Canada, it was not like this before the Liberal government came into power. It will not be like this once they are gone. In the city of Barrie, Mayor Alex Nuttall recently was forced to declare a state of emergency to address the growing number and size of encampments, which pose significant risks to the community, our first responders, and to individuals living in these encampments. Our first responders and community organizations are stretched thin by the scale of disorder caused by these encampments. Children are exposed to open drug use and must navigate dangerous areas on their way to school. Small businesses and local retailers face ongoing challenges related to vandalism, theft, loitering, and public intoxication. It's clear that this is a symptom of the Liberal government's reckless experiment on flooding our streets with taxpayer-funded hard drugs. Our once safe neighborhoods are now plagued by crime, chaos, death, and disorder. The Justice Minister recently tweeted that, quote, "This isn't the Wild West," end of quote. I would like him to say that to residents in downtown Barrie. A resident recently wrote a letter to my office to express his concern. They stated, quote, "This situation is unacceptable. My children should be able to walk safely down the street without encountering garbage, needles, makeshift encampments, or open drug use. Allowing this to continue is a failure of leadership and a betrayal of the residents who work hard to maintain their homes, pay their taxes, and raise their families here. A clear line must be drawn. People cannot simply set up tents wherever they choose, and open drug use cannot be ignored. This is not a public health and safety crisis, but also a direct threat to law and order. By tolerating it, we send the message that community standards and laws no longer matter." End of quote. At the federal level, the Liberal government must face reality and take immediate action to protect Canadians. Conservatives are calling on this Liberal government to amend the criminal code to include a much-needed stand-on-guard principle, fix Canada's broken bail system, reverse their reckless drug policy, and repeal soft-on-crime legislation so that dangerous criminals receive jail time, not bail. To conclude, I would like to reiterate the Conservatives are supportive of some measures in Bill C-2. However, we are deeply concerned about others. I am extremely concerned that there are no new sentencing provisions, there are no new mandatory jail sentencing provisions, there are no mandatory jail terms for fentanyl traffickers who terrorize our communities. There are no new mandatory jail terms for criminals who terrorize our communities with guns. This is the reality of Canada. Criminals, including those charged with trafficking, fentanyl, smuggling firearms, or committing violent assaults, are being routinely released on bail, often within hours. This bill does not address that reality in any way, shape, or form. Conservatives believe Canadians deserve to feel safe in their homes, in their streets, and in their communities. As of today, Bill C-2 is a bad bill. In its current form, it will be difficult for Conservatives to support. So what is the solution? We recommend that Liberals copy our ideas. Our leaders said time and time again, please use our ideas. Conservatives have brought forward serious proposals in the form of private members' bills and otherwise to fix our broken...
The member's time has elapsed. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the member opposite for his congratulations on your first speech in the House of Commons. It's good to hear that Conservatives and the Liberal Party largely agree on the need to be tougher on crime to secure our border, in particular securing the border against illegal drugs and guns. However, it's also fascinating that the Conservatives want to position themselves to be tough on crime, but at the same time, their Freedom Convoy friends invent all kinds of conspiracy theories that are in this bill. So my question to the member opposite is, will the Conservatives listen to the needs of Canada and Canadian residents, or to Pierre Poilievre's Freedom Convoy friends?
I have to interrupt the member. You cannot use the name of the official opposition leader. There is a change. There was a by-election. That name can no longer be used in the House. The member was coming to his conclusion. I think the substance of the question has been asked. The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadante.
Interesting question from across the aisle. I did use many quotes in mind of what I'm hearing back in my community. It's chaos back home. He wants to talk about conspiracy theories. This is not conspiracy theories, Mr. Speaker. These are facts. Total violent crime is up 49.84%. Total homicides up 27.75%. Total sexual assaults are up 74.83%. Total violent firearms are up 116.4%. Extortion is up 357%. Auto theft is up 45%. Total sexual violations against children up 118%. Forcible confinement or kidnapping up 10%. Indecent harassing communications up 86%. Trafficking in persons up 83%. This is from 2015 to 2023. I could keep going on with this list. Maybe they'll ask me another question. I can continue with my list.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de...
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotville-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will also like to congratulate my colleague for his first speech here, and I'd like to welcome him to the House. Now, my question is, we know that the Liberal government has often talked about magic bullets, even though such magic is just smoke and mirrors rather than real results. But I'd like to know, how can we strengthen our borders? How can we give new capacity and means, since we're missing 3,000 border officers and they're not going to replace them or hire them? So what are we discussing right now?
Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oromonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I sat on the Public Safety Committee last time, we discussed this issue in great details, and I'd like to just go over some of the issues or some of the concerns that Conservatives had. We've been consisting for trying to make our borders stronger. We've been calling on this for years, and it was only once the President of the States in the U.S. Was calling on us to do it did we actually take action. When Conservatives were calling for it, there was no actions. Conservatives have called for adding thousands of border agents, extending CVSA powers along the entire border, not just crossings, installing border surveillance towers as well as truck-mounted drone systems to border incursions, installing high-powered scanners at all major land crossings and shipping ports, tracking departures so government officials know which deportees are in Canada legally, toughening penalties for repeat violent offenders, ending catch-and-release bail and house arrest for violent criminals, eliminating the multiple murder discount in sentencing. That's just a few. Again, I'll wait for my next question. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson-Nicola, and I have a question for my colleague, but I would be remiss if I didn't respond to the previous Liberal question, talking about conspiracy theories. You see, Conservatives actually put forward a bill that wanted to respond to many of the issues that this bill responds to. We were mocked by the Liberals. So back then, it was okay for us to try to do this and the Liberals to say, not okay. They've gone, in my view, much further, and now we're putting forward conspiracy theories. It just doesn't equate, Mr. Speaker. You can't make this stuff up. This is the type of thing that makes me think that the Liberals are tripping over their own agenda. My colleague talked about the emergency order by his mayor. How does it feel to live in a city that's under such an order?
Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Oromonte.
Well, thank you for that great question, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was a remarkable summer what I saw happening in Barrie. Barrie was becoming the downtown was becoming unlivable. Businesses were closing up, and the good mayor there took the drastic step of calling out the Emergency Measures Act and doing something. We're actually starting to clean up our downtown. He's starting to move the tents. He's starting to get people the help they need. It's a big issue, but at least the mayor there is dealing with it.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to join the debate today. And I listened to every word that my new colleague said across the way, and it's great sympathy. I understand the issue very well and sympathize with the challenge that are facing him and many of us, which is exactly why Bill C-2 is so important, is for us to make the kind of changes necessary to give the tools that are required and necessary for the various policing organizations and other organizations that deal with the many issues that C2 covers. So I'm happy to be able to speak to it as well, as welcome my honourable colleague here. So I want to focus my remarks on the provisions of the bill that deal with lawful access. And that's an issue that many of us have heard about, talked about, about lawful access and being able to, when the police want to get in to investigate something, often they have many roadblocks to be able to do that. But how law enforcement obtains evidence in investigations is a real challenge. These provisions, though, have sparked much public comment, and I'd like to try to dispel some of the myths about them. Before I do that, I want to provide some of the context that informs the bill that we are debating today. A key challenge facing the criminal justice system right now is that digital evidence is required in almost all criminal and national security investigations. The Internet has fundamentally transformed how many serious offenses, such as extortion, fraud, and money laundering, are committed. The online world also allows criminals to operate across borders much more easily. As a result, many types of crimes are easier to commit and harder to detect, investigate, and prosecute. The transnational nature of many types of crime and the storage of data in the cloud beyond the reach of local law enforcement makes international cooperation a necessity in many of these investigations. The evolving case law in this context also highlights the challenges law enforcement face in accessing key information required to investigate many of these serious crimes. I'm referring especially to two decisions by the Supreme Court of Canada in Spencer and by Kovitz, which address child sexual exploitation and abuse material and online fraud. In 2014, the Supreme Court of Canada in Spencer held that Internet users have a reasonable expectation of privacy in their identity when linked to anonymous online activity. Accordingly, the court held that the police need some type of lawful authority to obtain subscriber information in this context. The Spencer decision has had a significant impact on law enforcement investigations across the country. Since that decision, service providers in the context of routine investigations do not provide the police with any information relating to their subscribers without a court order. In the absence of a specific tool to seek lawful authority to obtain subscriber information, law enforcement has been using what is called a general production order. However, this tool was designed for other purposes, and police are often unable to meet its threshold requirements, namely to demonstrate that they reasonably believe that an offense has been or will be committed, and that the subscriber information sought will provide evidence of the offense. If you do not meet the conditions, you cannot obtain a general production order. That's just one example of the difficulties that our law enforcement officers and other authorities have when it comes to securing evidence that's required. And these conditions are particularly challenging at the very early stages of investigations. Bill C-2 proposes to address that challenge post-Spencer by establishing a new production order. It is designed specifically to allow the police to seek judicial authorization to compel the production of subscriber information. This would be done on a standard that is calibrated to balance the expectation of privacy with the needs of the state to pursue criminal investigations on reasonable grounds to suspect that the information will assist in the investigation of an offense, something that should be much easier to obtain. One of the key safeguards embedded in these amendments is requiring judicial authorization before the release of any subscriber information. Previous attempts by Parliament to address this issue proposed allowing the police to access subscriber information without prior judicial authorization. But in 2024, in Kovitz, the Supreme Court of Canada confirmed that individuals have a reasonable expectation of privacy in relation to an IP address that has been assigned to them. An IP address, of course, and we all know, is a unique set of numbers that identifies a device connected to the Internet or a private network. The decision has created uncertainty as to how police can act when an IP address has been provided to them voluntarily. So, for example, when the victim of an online crime such as fraud identifies an IP address when filing a police report, or when law enforcement receives tips regarding child sexual exploitation and abuse from the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the bill clarifies that law enforcement can receive and act on information, including an IP address, that is provided to them unsolicited, and information that is publicly available. This clarification will enable more timely investigations and reduce pressures on the criminal justice system, including police and judicial resources. Bill C-2 would also modernize existing tools like the main research and seizure power in the criminal code. It has been in place for decades and was originally designed for the search of physical places and the seizure of tangible things. The amendments proposed address the examination of data stored on an accessible device by adding terms and conditions relating to the examination of the data. The proposed amendments seek to codify the Supreme Court of Canada's direction on computer searches set out in the 2013 decision called VOOT. Related to this amendment is clarification that the Criminal Code's existing regime governing the detention of seized property does not apply to data obtained during an investigation. As I previously mentioned, digital evidence is now required in almost all serious criminal and national security investigations. Often, this digital evidence may be held outside of Canada, for instance, by social media companies. Existing mutual legal assistance mechanisms are often too slow for investigations that require digital evidence, especially in light of the volatile nature of data and the ease with which it can be moved or destroyed. Bill C-2 would establish a new mechanism called an international production request that would allow law enforcement to seek authority from a court in Canada to request subscriber information or transmission data. Mr. Speaker, and those C2 is important, is necessary for us to move forward in this new time in our world. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean.
Monsieur le Président, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I'd like to repeat a question that I already asked a Liberal about this same issue, and I didn't get any answer at all, in my opinion. My question is quite simple. There are a lot of groups we met with about C2, and they shared their concerns about certain provisions of the bill which, in their opinion, would be unconstitutional. And they didn't just say that to us, they also said that to the current governing party. So on the Liberal side, this government, this cabinet, and the other members of the Liberal Party, are they aware that there are issues of constitutionality surrounding certain provisions of the bill as it stands? Thank you. The honourable member for Humber River.
I want to thank my colleague for a very important question. The bill has been reviewed, will continue to be reviewed. I believe we all know if it doesn't meet the calls in the Constitution, then those changes would have to be made. But clearly, the folks that wrote up the C2 believe that it is within the framework that needs to be there to protect all Canadians and to respect our Constitution.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary, the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the member. What are the important things that this bill covers? Why is a Bill C2 necessary in terms of our border security? And how are we going to work with our partners as we go through the bill stages? Right now it's at second reading, it will go into committee. How do we manage our relationships and collaborate to make sure that this bill is the perfect bill that is going to help Canadians in ensuring border safety and security?
Honourable member for Humber River, Black Creek.
I want to thank my colleague for that question. I know how concerned my colleague is, as all of us. C2 is necessary today to deal with 2025 and the future years that are coming. The current legislation that our police officers and other officials have to deal with is outdated and needed corrections much earlier if I had my way about it. I look forward to C2 protecting my constituents and all Canadians as we move forward. And hopefully we will be able to work together to do that. Because I believe at the end of the day, we all want to make sure that Canada is safe and that we have the proper safeguards that are required.
Question et commentaire, the member for Essex.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you through you to my honourable colleague for her speech. Mr. Speaker, Essex is basically right next door to the busiest international border crossing in North America, and soon we're going to have a brand new bridge called the Gordie Howe International Bridge. My question for you, Mr. Speaker, to the honourable member is, how much collaboration was done with the CBSA officers? I've heard a lot about police departments, but the CBSA officers are ultimately the front line. And then the second part of that question, Mr. Speaker, is I believe the honourable member had referred to the people that wrote the bill, and I'm wondering about the follow-ups to make sure that this bill will actually do what it's intended to do. Thank you, Speaker.
The member for Humber River Black Creek.
Thank you very much. Great to see my honourable colleague that I have worked with for several years. Great to see him on the floor of the House. Of course, CBSA is a big part of all of this. Securing the border, we all know, no matter where we live, is something that is extremely important. I continue to be very concerned with the amount of guns that flow across those borders through our lakes and our rivers and so on. And I would like to see additional resources put in that effort, and that's exactly what C2 does. It's not only about personnel being there and manning it, it's about making sure that they have the legislation and the laws in place to be able to carry out what's required to protect all of us, whether it's from the guns crossing the border or the fentanyl or it's tightening up on our immigration system. All of these are areas with my colleagues' support are going to strengthen the laws of Canada.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be back in the House of Commons. That's like our back to school week here. We call it getting back into routine, and I want to take an opportunity, with this being my first chance to be on my feet here on the floor, on a more of a sad note, and that is to report and acknowledge here in the House the passing of my predecessor, who served as Member of Parliament for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry for 15 years, Mr. Guy Lauzon. Guy passed away on June 22nd at the age of 81. I was very lucky to have not only had Guy as my Member of Parliament before coming into the role, but I had the honour of working for him for a number of years here on Parliament Hill in our Cornwall constituency office. Guy was hardworking, he was full of integrity, his loyalty was second to none, and he really cared about SD&G and Cornwall and the entire country, frankly. Couldn't found a more proud Canadian than Guy. In the House here, he served as the National Conservative Caucus Chair, and at one point he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, and he loved being in here, the honour of commuting back and forth and representing our part of Eastern Ontario. Guy was not just a boss to me, but he was a friend and a mentor, and I'm going to miss our regular calls that I had with him. They gave some advice. It's very unique serving in this job as a Member of Parliament. Not too many people have the fortune that we do to be in this job, so I'm going to miss him dearly for many reasons. Attending events with me even after he retired, being out in the community, and just his legacy and reputation that he had for hard work and just delivering for people in Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry is something I want to acknowledge here. So my thoughts are with his family, Jeff, Lana Lee, and the entire Lauzon family as they continue to mourn a wonderful man and a wonderful Canadian. Thank you. I rise tonight to speak to the government's proposed bill, C2, Strong Borders Act, and it's a very important piece of legislation for our part of Eastern Ontario, Stormont, Dundas, and Glengarry, the United Counties, the City of Cornwall, and our community of Akwesasne in the riding of SD&G. All shares borders with the United States, and we have a port of entry that crosses from Cornwall onto Cornwall Island and over to Messina, New York. It is an important throughway for commercial and regular traffic that goes through, but Mr. Speaker, we're being honest and frank as well. Our community, sadly, for too many years has been a haven for trafficking, if that's drugs, guns, and human and sex trafficking. It has been a very disturbing trend that we've seen over the course of the last couple of years and frankly decades. It's a reputation of one we're not proud to have, but we're very proud of the men and women on the front lines that are working to combat that each and every day. So when you see a piece of legislation entitled Strong Borders, I certainly have some contributions here to add to this debate. I will say, again, my gratitude to the frontline law enforcement that are doing the best they can with the resources and the legislation that they are given. The RCMP, Canada Border Services Agency, the OPP, the Cornwall Police, the Mohawk-Akwesasne Police as well, work through the Border Integrity Unit to address it. But Mr. Speaker, just to give you an idea of where we've not had strong borders and why we need some improvement is something I've been advocating for years. The Border Integrity Unit team that specializes on combating this trafficking in these criminal activities, up until recently, wasn't even funded for a 24/7 service. You heard that right. Usually about every night at midnight, that's when the shifts would end for those that are on the Border Integrity Unit, and very often they would not be back in to the next morning. Most people, I was astounded when I learned that in some of my briefings and ride-along tours that I have with our local law enforcement, a frustration or exasperation that this was even the fact, Mr. Speaker, because when do we think most of this notorious activity happens? Not at 2 o'clock in the afternoon along the St. Lawrence River. It usually happens at dark, throughout the night, and then try to get as quiet a circumstance as possible. And here we are not funded 24/7. The government has made an announcement recently after years and years and years of knowing this, Mr. Speaker, but I follow anxiously to make sure that the commitment actually turns into a reality, and in our part of the St. Lawrence River, in our part of Eastern Ontario, we truly get, finally, a 24/7 stronger border by having the necessary tools and resources and officials on the front line, not only the people, but the tools and equipment that are needed as well. Now, there are some good parts to this bill, as there would be in most pieces of legislation. You won't find us having too much of an issue with. I go through and I see the details of the legislation, and there's some things changing on the sex offender registry and modernizing that. You'll find agreement from Conservatives on this side of the House, and I think, frankly, all members in the House would support modernizing and tightening up, making those conditions more strict, as there are several loopholes that have been identified. Rightfully so, there's some modernizations as well that allow CBSA to better have locations and facilities and co-locate them when it comes to the import and export of products and goods in this country. A modernization you're not going to get an argument from us on this side of the House. But there are many concerning parts. The government has put an omnibus piece of legislation forward with many different parts. I believe there's 16 different parts to this legislation when it comes through. Several of which are concerning when it comes to civil liberties and the protection of Canadians' privacy. I want to raise section part 4, which is dealing with mail and some of the challenges that go along with that. Mr. Speaker, what do we mean by that? When you look at part 4, that would give Canada Post unilateral power, not just to open parcels, but to open letters without a warrant. Now, we've had the Liberals try to refute that, but when we look at the legislation and go through it, it does not specify that a warrant is needed. We've combed through the legislation, but also Part 4 specifically deals with changes to the Canada Post Corporation Act. Because the warrant does not appear there once, it leads to many questions about why the government is choosing to do so. Canada Post, to my knowledge, did not ask for this power specifically, and I think at the end of the day, I think Canadians would be very concerned to know that if they have mail that's going through international crossing, leaving Canada or going in, that their letter mail could be opened without having a warrant. That is, I believe, and the Conservatives believe, a complete invasion of privacy. There is a process that law enforcement can go if there is suspicion of parcels or frankly even of letters when you get into it, that should not be the case. We're kind of left why this constraint on power is being changed and what is going on. Why would Canada Post want the authority to do so. I think that creates a lot more questions than it does answers. We're going to continue to ask for those because, again, at the end of the day, opening an envelope and looking for fentanyl, that also means opening a piece of mail and being allowed to read it. Who's going to have access to this correspondence? What's that process going to be? There's certainly many questions when it comes to Part 4. The second section and part that I want to raise in the debate here tonight, Mr. Speaker, is Part 11 of the bill, which would ban cash transactions over $10,000. It would not put in a reporting requirement at all. It would not restrict it. It would not add bureaucracy or red tape that the government's very good at doing. It's actually a clear ban. And when you read directly from the bill, it does all of that. Now, I represent a rural community in our part of Eastern Ontario. We have a lot of people that still deal in cash. It wouldn't be anything to buy a small piece of farm equipment for $10,000 or $15,000, to buy a used farm truck or a used vehicle, and to have that. To have this jeopardized by doing this, where every entity that's engaged in a business, a profession, or the solicitation of charitable financial donations from the public commits an offense now if the person or entity accepts a cash payment, donation, or deposit of $10,000 or more in a single transaction or in a prescribed series of related transactions that total $10,000 or more. There's a lot of those interactions that go across the border between Eastern Ontario and Northern New York and continues to be a problem. Mr. Speaker, what is an additional challenge is what is not in this legislation. The Liberals are not addressing the desperate and urgent need for bail reform now. Our criminal justice system is a revolving door of catch and release. We need to address that. The Liberals have failed to do so. And also when it comes to sentencing fentanyl kingpins, we need to clamp down and get more serious on that. Whether it's violent crime that's up 50%, homicides up 28%, sexual assaults up 75%, extortion up 357%, auto theft is up 46%. The list goes on and on and on, where this bill does not go far enough to tackle the urgent need we need for public safety in this country. I look forward to the questions and comments from my colleague and how we'll work to strengthen parts of it to actually get Canadians some relief from criminals ravaging our streets. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's important to clearly indicate to the member the Prime Minister has been very clear. We are going to be bringing forward bail legislation, significant bail legislation. At the end of the day, when we take a look at Bill C-2, there's an opportunity for the Conservatives to actually do some positive work at the committee stage if they're concerned about some amendments. They bring up the mail, Mr. Speaker, and the reality is that no mail, we're talking about the typical letter that's sent that's being used today to send fentanyl throughout different regions of our country. A very serious issue. This will enable law enforcement agents to ultimately take a look inside an envelope if they have a warrant. I don't understand why the Conservatives wouldn't support at least what I'm saying in principle. If you don't read it within the legislation, why...
I have to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary to give a chance to the member for Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in that, where we go through the whole section, Part 4 that I was alluding to, under no part does it make a reference to a warrant. That is part of the issue that we have in this piece of legislation. And this is where we go again. There's been so many times in my nearly 6 years here in the House where the Liberals say, just trust us, this is what we mean. That is, I don't trust them, and Canadians do not either. It is simple that it should be put in there. The fact it is not leaves more questions than it does answers.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
I'm a member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech carefully, and one part of it was very interesting, the part about Part 11 of the bill, that if it were to come into force, transactions over $10,000 would be affected, and he talked about his rural riding, but I also heard him talk about Indigenous communities being concerned about this provision because in some communities, cash transactions are bigger than elsewhere. Is my colleague aware of that issue too? Shouldn't there be an amendment to that part of the bill? The Honourable Member for Stormont.
appreciate my colleague from the bloc raising that, because in our part of Eastern Ontario, with the Cornwall port of entry, we have one of the most complex borders and the logistics that go around with that. We have the community of Akwesasne that is both in Ontario and Quebec, both in Canada and the United States. So he is absolutely correct to highlight the challenge and the frustration when it comes to Part 11 and that ban on transactions over $10,000. There will be many, many people that are residing in Akwesasne, that do business in Akwesasne, either on the Ontario or Quebec or the Canada and US in this case, going back, that are going to be jeopardized in doing this. I've had this issue raised locally as well in the complexities of this, not only farmers in my riding, but he is correct to say absolutely many people in the First Nations community of Akwesasne are going to be severely impacted by this and very negatively when it comes to their business and the transactions they choose to do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech tonight. Being a border MP, he knows what he's speaking about. He brought up the Canada Post Act, or Canada Post Corporation Act. We actually had the head of Canada Post in the Government Operations Committee, the mighty OGO, and he actually went on the record and said the government has not even consulted Canada Post about the changes they're proposing in C2. What if my my colleague could comment on the fact government's trying to make changes without even consulting Canada Post itself?
Honourable Member.
I want to thank my colleague for that, and I would not be surprised by that, the lack of coordination that the government would have in consulting Canada Post about this. And I said in my comments about Canada Post even asking for this, this confirms that they did not. And again, there's a simple opportunity or a simple resolution that if fentanyl is found in an envelope, they can set aside that envelope, and there's suspicion of it, they can get a warrant to go and open that. Whenever we go and have the Liberals say, give us this piece of legislation unamended, as is, it just comes back with this, just trust us and we'll deal with it later. I go back again where trust continues to be a fundamental issue. That's why Conservatives are standing up for privacy rights and for charter rights when it comes to this, to protect people's right to send mail back and forth. There's a simple way of resolving this, and again, instead of the Liberals don't worry about it approach, I think it needs a lot more scrutiny, and I'm glad my colleague is there on OGO among his many committee works that he does in interventions in the House, who will continue to do so.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is with great pride and humility that I rise in this House as the Member of Parliament for South Shore St. Margaret's to stand here representing the voices, the stories, and the concerns of my community is both an honour and a responsibility that I do not take lightly. In my riding, this is a place where the ocean is not simply scenery, it is livelihood, heritage, and the foundation of our communities. Our generations, or 4 generations, families in South Shore St. Margaret's have built their lives around the water. Our fishers head out before dawn. Our families depend on the marine industries for their income, and our coastal towns thrive because of the opportunities and the challenges that the sea provides. The Canadian Coast Guard, too, is woven into our community's fabric. For many in my riding, the Coast Guard is not just a federal institution, it's a neighbor, a rescuer, and a partner. We see the red and white vessels in our harbors. We know the crews who are on call at all hours. And when there is a storm, or a vessel in distress, or an oil spill threatening our shorelines, it is often the Canadian Coast Guard that answers first. Now, that is why it feels fitting, as my first speech here as we sit again, that it should be about C2, and in particular, Part 5 of this legislation, which amends the Oceans Act. Because this is not just about legal language or technical updates, it's about the safety, the well-being, and the resilience of our coastal communities, like mine, and like so many across Canada. Mr. Speaker, South Shore St. Margaret's is not only defined by its relationship with the ocean, it is also defined by the strength of its communities and the compassion of its people. This past summer, I had the privilege of meeting with a remarkable local nonprofit group called Thriving Together. This organization works tirelessly with families and individuals who are striving with addiction. What they shared with me was very sobering. They described parents living in constant fear that their children might be exposed to drugs at school or throughout their community. They spoke of individuals desperate for treatment, but unable to find a bed, a program, or timely support. They told me about families who have been torn apart by addiction and for the invisible weight that so many of us carry each day. Those were not statistics or headlines. Those were the stories of real people, mothers, fathers, sons, daughters, and neighbors. People in my community who I have met at local events, at the grocery stores, at the church halls, and at the community fundraisers. Their struggles are real, and they remind us that the issues debated in this House are not abstract. They are about human lives, about dignity, and about hope. Their concerns are also echoed through another message I received this summer, an open letter from a municipal warden in my riding. The letter urged the federal government to act swiftly and divisively to address the flow of drugs into our communities. It spoke of the strain on local resources, of the heartbreak felt by too many families, and of the urgent need for federal leadership. Mr. Speaker, when a community leader, a frontline organization, and everyday families all converge on the same message, we must listen. Their voices remind us of the government action that must be grounded in the realities that the people face on the ground. It is against this backstop that we must view Part 5 of Bill C-2. This legislation proposes an amendment to the Fisheries Act to explicitly state that the Canadian Coast Guard services include activities related to security. It authorizes the responsible minister to collect, to analyze, and to disclose information and intelligence. It also clarifies that these new authorities will strengthen Canada's capacity to work with our international partners, including our closest ally, the United States, to address pressing challenges like cross-border drug trafficking. Let me be clear, the Canadian Coast Guard is and will remain non-military, a civilian organization. Its core mandate will not change, but the vital services it provides, such as search and rescue, environmental response, marine navigation, and support for our fishers and mariners, will continue uninterrupted and undiminished. But what this amendment also does is provide the Coast Guard with these additional tools. It ensures that in the face of modern security challenges, the Coast Guard can contribute effectively to the efforts to keep our communities safe. For communities like mine in South Shore St. Margaret's, this matters. We know that the same waters that sustain us, our livelihoods, can also be exploited by those who seek to move illicit substances across our borders. We know that trafficking networks are sophisticated, that they adapt very quickly, and that no single agency can respond alone. The Coast Guard's unique presence, its vessels, its infrastructure, its crews stationed from coast to coast to coast, make it a critical partner for this work. By strengthening its ability to collect and share intelligence and to work seamlessly with the law enforcement and international allies, we make it harder for traffickers to exploit our waters, and we make meaningful steps towards protecting families and communities from the ripple effects of drug trafficking. Mr. Speaker, supporting this legislation is about more than policy. It's about people. It's about responding to voices that I've heard in my riding, voices that you've all heard in your riding, the families supported by Thriving Together in my community, the municipal leaders sounding alarms, and the neighbors who quietly share their fears about what drugs are doing to our youth and our communities. It's also about acknowledging that addiction and trafficking are not challenges that one level of government or one organization or one community can solve alone. They require a coordinated response. They require tools at every level: prevention, treatment, enforcement, and community supports. Bill C-2 does not solve every aspect of this crisis, but it does strengthen one piece of the puzzle. I've seen firsthand the resilience of my community. I have seen how people come together in times of crisis, whether it's after a storm, during a fire, or in response to tragedy. But I've also seen the strain. I've seen how families can only carry so much on their own, and how municipalities struggle with limited resources, and how community organizations like Thriving Together do this historic work, but cannot fill the gaps left by lack of coordinated support. This legislation gives us a chance to ease some of that burden in our communities by enhancing the Coast Guard's capacity to play a role in security. We disrupt trafficking networks before their products reach our shores. We strengthen the hand of law enforcement, and we reduce the pressure on families and communities already stretched thin. Mr. Speaker, I also believe this amendment reflects a broader principle here, one that I continue to carry with me in this House. That principle is that national policy must always be connected to the local realities we see every day in our ridings. When we debate legislation here in Ottawa, it must be with an eye to the impact that it will have on places like Liverpool, Bridgewater, Tantallon, Mahone Bay, Shelburne, Caledonia, and the many other towns and villages along South Shore St.
Order, order. I'm sorry, I have to interrupt the Honourable Member. Her time has expired. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to congratulate our colleague on her maiden speech. So she mentioned the Coast Guard, and I want to ask, what measures must the government take to maintain all the services she outlined in her speech, but be sufficiently protected when it comes into contact with a fully armed adversary? The People's Liberation Army Navy is not going to respect our civilian versus military designations.
The Honourable Member for South Shore, St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much to my colleague across the aisle for that question. I think that one of the most important pieces here is to realize that the Coast Guard is now going to be part of the Ministry of Defence. And with being part of the Ministry of Defence comes with those extra measures, that extra authority, those extra bodies. That's why we're putting so much money into our Ministry of Defence, right? Those different services and resources, that's all part of the package which our Minister of Defence has been outlining with you since throughout the summer. So yes, the resources that the Coast Guard needs to do the enforcement on the water, that's all part of the package. Thank you.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the colleague across the way for her speech. This bill would give more powers to the CBSA, but they don't have enough officers. They just don't have enough officers. And they're not missing 200 officers, they're missing 3,000. What will we do about that?
Yeah, I'd like to thank you for the question to my colleague from across the aisle. when you're talking about the Canada Border Services Agency, a lot of this piece is we've discussed already in this House that we're going to be adding 1,000 more border patrol officers. We will be adding 1,000 more police or RCMP officers. So there are infrastructure that we are putting in place to help support the needs in even your local communities, right? In terms of my local community being coastal, having the Coast Guard present and having ramped up enforcement is going to be huge when we're starting to look at tackling different drug trafficking operations that are off the coast of Nova Scotia. So I really appreciate the question. Thank you.
Good answer.
Before we move on, I'll just remind the honourable member to address her comments through the chair. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Moncton Dieppe.
I want to thank my friend and colleague from South Shore St. Margaret's for her wonderful comments this evening in the House. And also I wanted to thank you for sharing what you've been hearing in your community over the summer. Because I think as members of Parliament, we all want to make sure that we're doing active listening in our community, and we want to ensure that the legislation that we bring forward really reflects what we're hearing from our constituents. I think one thing that we can all agree on in this House is that we want to ensure that the Canadian Coast Guards have the authorities and have the tools that they need to do their job. And during your speech today, Mr. Speaker, it was indicated that Part 5 of Bill C2 will really ensure that the Canadian Coast Guards have the tools that they need. And I'm just wondering if my colleague could elaborate a bit on that.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Thank you very much to my colleague from Moncton Dieppe. Thank you very much for that question. So in terms of some of those resources, so for an example for myself, where I live in a coastal community where the fisheries is one of our primary industries, sometimes we have enforcement issues. And I know for the summer, for the first time in decades, we've had to deploy the Coast Guard to take care of some of those local fisheries issues. So when having the Coast Guard there and putting some of the, in this case, the DFO, members of authority on that boat, it really helps ramp up enforcement practices. So presence is key, right? So the more people that we have helping with those enforcement strategies, the more that we're going to be able to curb some of the problems that are going on in my community, such in this case as drug trafficking, for our locals.
Order. We do have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola, 20 seconds.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. Congratulations to my colleague. She gave a local example about how things are going. I'm wondering, though, about firearms. Firearms are killing our people. Nothing in here about it. What does she say to that? Thank you.
For South Shore St. Margaret's, about 20 seconds.
Wonderful question. Thank you for my colleague from across the aisle. In terms of firearms, you have to remember, I grew up in a very rural area. I grew up on a farm. So when we're looking at local firearms, in my case, I've been saying this all throughout since I've been named as a member of Parliament, is we have to look at the purpose of having the gun. So in my case, I say, you know, the wooden handle, not the metal handle. There is purpose for guns in rural communities to protect your animals and to protect, you know, your life.
Order. The time has now expired. Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe, Bagot-Acton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Finally, yes, finally, Ottawa seems to understand that it needs to address border safety. Ottawa, these past few years, has ignored repeated calls coming from many groups, including the Bloc Québécois. Now Ottawa seems to be waking up a little bit. It's a shame, though, that it took Donald Trump's re-election, an increase in tariff threats and other threatening comments. It's a shame that it took all that for Ottawa to realize that it has to take border security seriously. I was in Washington last week with our party leader and the member for Lac Saint-Jean. Americans are very worried about border safety. But we have been calling for a long time now for us to ramp up the fight against export of stolen vehicles. We have been calling for increased efforts against money laundering and fentanyl coming through our borders. We have been calling for this for a long time. In back rooms and the government, they can't claim that they had no idea, that no one had told them. What it took for them to finally take action is for Canada-U.S. relations to be totally shaken up. So Ottawa does seem to be waking up to the issue. And all of a sudden, we have a 130-page bill. It's very hefty with significant implications. It would amend no fewer than 12 existing laws. This hefty legislation cannot be fast-tracked, nor can it be treated lightly. This bill also contains breaches to Canadians' privacy and rights and freedoms. That said, we must support the bill at this stage so that it can be sent to committee. In committee, groups, individuals, and experts who will be affected by this bill can be heard. We will not accept any fast-tracking. We will not accept being gagged. We won't accept a short study. We won't accept any sort of strategy to ram this bill down our throats too quickly. This is complex. This is technical. It leads us to have more questions than answers. We need to do our work thoroughly. Now, let's address the immigration aspects of the bill. This bill gives the minister more control over asylum claims. The minister will be able to reassess claims even if they've already been authorized by an officer. The minister will also have the power to determine that an asylum claim should be withdrawn. The minister, by regulation, will be able to set requirements. Also, it will be no longer be possible to compel the minister and his staff to appear before the Immigration and Refugee Protection Division.
Is heard. And while we understand why the bill gives the minister the power to suspend or refuse to consider permanent and temporary resident visas, work permits or study permits, and while we welcome the intention behind these expanded powers, we have to have thorough study to determine whether there will be any consequences for permanent residents selected by Quebec. And considering Canada's growing centralization, we do have reason to be concerned. What's more, we're delighted that Ottawa has finally seen reason on the 14-day issue, namely that a person who has entered through a route other than a formal border crossing can apply if they have not been caught for 14 days. This exception, which encourages illegal crossings, has been removed in favor of an exception or for intruders. And the section on strengthening the power of border services is full of good intentions, but there's likely a lack of personnel, which will hamper Ottawa's efforts. So let's start with the intentions. Requiring carriers and warehouse operators provide access to premises to allow CBSA to inspect goods for export. It's a good idea. And also security-related activities to the Coast Guard's mandate, adding them to that, so allowing it to conduct patrols and exchange information, enabling better information sharing by the RCMP regarding sexual offenders, and changing the legal threshold for disclosure of information collected in the National Sex Offender Registry. The problem is, how do we enforce all of this? These are good ideas, but since these institutions are having a hard time recruiting and retaining personnel, well, the Liberal Party promised in its platform to hire another 1,000 RCMP officers and 1,000 more CBSA officers. But now, how they're going to do this, we don't know. According to the Customs Officers Union, the very union that is almost never consulted when Ottawa is preparing yet another costly fiasco at the borders, the CBSA is said to be missing roughly 3,000 officers to fulfill its mandate. Without these new hires, any real strengthening of border security remains a pipe dream. Ottawa must allow CBSA officers to patrol between border crossings, which would not require any legal modifications. even this alone would help the situation. It would be easy to do. And now, in terms of privacy and rights and freedoms, that's where the problem is the most acute. We're not just talking about inefficiency here, but also about potential abuses that could lead to the erosion of freedoms. Of course, life in society is a balance, sometimes precarious, between security and freedom, and the fight against crime means that law enforcement agencies must be given the necessary means to do their job. However, well, there's nothing wrong with that in principle. However, there is reason to fear that this bill could lead to abuses in security, even though the surveillance of our actions is already constantly being increased in all areas of our lives. Simplifying procedures is one thing, but establishing an extremely intrusive system is another. Would this lead to law enforcement having the right to open private mail? One thing is certain, this bill refers to the obligation for electronic service providers to support investigators by law enforcement agencies and CSIS, responding to their requests and intercepting information and communications. It also allows a bank, credit union, or insurance company to collect and use an individual's personal information without their knowledge or consent in some circumstances. These are just a few examples. Are these provisions justified in some cases? And also, are the concerns of civil rights groups and experts justified? Because we have heard a lot of them. And also, is the balance between increased security and the protection of freedoms being upset to increase security and to the detriment of our freedom? It's impossible to say at this stage. This hefty bill raises more questions than it answers, and one thing is certain, it warrants serious and rigorous study before we can determine whether this bill can or should be improved. Yes, there are more questions than answers. We need to seriously study it before we can know if it should be improved or can be adopted at the end of the day. This circumstantial support should not be seen as a blank check. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate what the member is saying in regards to the passage of the legislation. I guess at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we need to take a look in terms of what it is that the government committed to in the last election. And this legislation that we see before us today encompasses many of the things in which the current Prime Minister campaigned on in the last election. And I can appreciate in a minority situation, we have to work with opposition, and there's a very strong willingness to do so. But we also need to recognize that if the government doesn't try to encourage the legislation to go through, there's a very good chance that it'll never get through. So we need to encourage the legislation to go through ultimately. Much of the debate and questions, it could be taking place at the committee stage also. And I'm just wondering if he can provide his thoughts in terms of Canadians wanting us to cooperate.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. Yes, that was the government's commitments, but I don't think they went to all of these pages in detail. The devil is in the details. Yes, we don't want to do what we did last June when they had a gag order. This is a complicated bill. If they want us to cooperate, we need a serious study. We want to study it at committee, but it'll take a serious study with increased verifications, a rigorous process with experts, groups, and persons who are affected.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Oh, you were looking the other way, Mr. Speaker, so I thought you weren't going to call on me. I wonder if the member could continue, just elaborate a little more on his comments regarding simply removing irritants that the United States has sort of asked us to do, it doesn't feel like leadership and the public safety minister pretty much admitted that was the purpose of this bill. What took them so long? Why did they wait again for the U.S. to chime in? I think that our government is stronger than that, or it should be, and I'd like to hear a couple more comments on that.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. We can consider, like many other cases, we saw this with the previous U.S. administration with Roxham Road. Well, the White House had to step in and say, oh, things aren't working, we can't accept this. For the government that so-called says it's concerned about Canadian sovereignty, it seems to have just discovered it. Says, hey, maybe border security is something important. Maybe exports of stolen cars is important. Maybe criminal groups are important, and all of this may have an impact in Canada. We had to wait for the U.S. administration to say this after 9 years of this government for things to start to move. Questions and comments. Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to continue in this same vein. It's a new government, and the government House Leader's Secretary, I think he's been here for a little while. It's not his first time in the House. And then he says we have to tighten up the borders and firm up the asylum seeker program. And they announced this in June 2024 when the former immigration minister was in place. He said we're going to set up a committee to go across Canada and look at asylum seekers because we have to do more in terms of demographics. And now, where's this committee for the asylum seekers? That's what I'd like to ask my colleague, the honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot-Acton. There's a formula. It's a rhetorical question. My colleague, who is the critic for immigration, if there was a committee, he would probably know better than I where this committee is, but I would imagine that the answer was in the question. But I will still go back to saying it took a long time. They dragged their heels, and then they produced something that we still don't know will live up to the needs or really improve things. It would be better if Ottawa opens its eyes to this, but how come it took the U.S. administration to remind Canada that we have to surveil our borders? How come King Charles didn't talk about this when they came and talked about our sovereignty?
Please to debate the honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and to the colleagues for participating in this very robust debate about Bill C-2. I'm on my feet today to talk about this bill because I really strongly feel that there is a balance to be struck between what is public safety and the safety of our collective community here in Canada and of our country, and also the safety of individual rights. Of course, I think everybody in this House wants to go after child sex offenders transnationally. They want to make sure that law enforcement is modernized and that our law enforcement has the tools that they need to be able to go after the bad guys. We do, all of us, want to crack down on money laundering and stop the flow of organized crimes, cash flow, and deprive organized criminals of their illegal profits. Of course, we want to be able to stop auto theft and ensure that our vehicles are remaining within our country and not being exported abroad and sold. Of course, we want to make sure that drug production comes to a halt. Of course, we want to make sure that fentanyl is not going between borders, and most importantly, is not ending up in the hands of vulnerable communities all across Canada that suffer for it. At the same time, though, Mr. Speaker, we also want to make sure that the majority of Canadians don't suffer for our collective safety as well. And that balance, I think, is what this debate is all about. And that balance is what I'm hoping discussion within committee will be about. And I am willing to support this bill to ensure that, yes, collective Canadian safety is paramount to where we are going with this bill, but at the same time, providing safeguards to individual Canadians is also just as important. And we want to make sure that not only are we collectively safe, but we are also individually safe. And I know that a number of concerns have been raised about this bill, but I do want to talk about some of the positive things that have been brought about. For example, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police have said that, yes, Canada lags behind its international law enforcement partners in the ability to lawfully access electronic evidence associated with criminal activity. Transnational organized crime groups are exploiting this gap to victimize our communities across the country through serious crimes such as human, drug, and firearm trafficking, auto theft, and violent profit-driven crime. That is a serious thing that I think we do need to equip our law enforcement with as they're dealing with and protecting our borders and our communities. They go on to say that this proposed bill, Bill C-2, demonstrates a commitment to modernizing legislation and equipping law enforcement with the necessary tools to combat transnational organized crime in an increasingly complex threat environment. In particular, the bill sets out several important law amendments which will address systemic vulnerabilities within the justice system, provide critical tools for law enforcement, border services, and intelligence agencies. And I think those are very, very important pieces to this legislation, Mr. Speaker. Now, we have also had a number of issues that have been raised by civil society. And unfortunately, maybe I'll go in and address some of the items that have been sensationalized and perhaps used to misinform the public as well as to what this bill does and does not do. I know that there have been talks about a ban on cash transactions over $10,000. However, if you read into the bill, specifically Part 11, line 136, and the exemption in Section 5 of the Proceeds of Crime, Money Laundering, and Terrorist Financing Act, we're looking to see that the majority of, there are exemptions to financial institutions and credit unions, et cetera, that will allow legitimate activity to happen. I think that the intention of this is to go after the clandestine or the nefarious nature of that money transfer. There's another claim, and I know I've heard members talk about this in the House today as well, about your mail being opened. Now, currently, in our current law, that is already allowed. What this bill does is that it removes the section of saying, of exempting your letters, not just your parcels. Now, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about this about the reasonable suspicion as a grounds to open your mail, I do have some concerns about that. But I think ultimately when we're talking about giving discretion to our law enforcement officers, to the people that we trust to hold office, then that discretion, I think, needs to be honored and valued. And it needs to also be coupled to ensure that there is no systemic bias within that process. Somebody from a specific country should not be targeted because they may raise a reasonable suspicion of a male officer or a border officer. There are many other ways, and I think one of the major concerns that have been raised is with respect to privacy. And this is an issue that I think is one of our time. It's not just about the privacy that we have within our phones and data tracking at the border. It goes across all ways. It goes across how you use your social media, how your internet usage is sold to third parties, and how it's used to advertise, how it is used to basically figure out a pattern of who you are as a person. And I think that there needs to be a deeper dive, not just at the border, but all across our digital world that we live in here in Canada. Where is our information stored? Who is it shared with? And I think that where Bill C2 addresses a part of it, I think that we need to go a little bit further and expand that perhaps in different legislation as to how we're protecting Canadians' data and their privacy, regardless of where they are within the country. I think that is a very important aspect of providing safety to Canadians. Now, one part that does trouble me a little bit, Mr. Speaker, is about sharing that data of Canadians with international partners. I think that we, yes, absolutely have obligations across our allies and our partners, whether it's the Five Eyes or NATO or other partners. I think first and foremost, we need to decide what and how we are going to be protecting Canadians, what our international obligations are with respect to privacy, with respect to human rights, and make sure that Bill C2 is conforming to that as well. And we do have a very robust judicial system that will really eke out exactly how we need to ensure that, that it is regulated. So I realize that I only have 2 minutes left, Mr. Speaker. I have a lot more to say, but I do want to reinforce that this whole debate is not about the technicalities per se of the bill. I think it is a broader conversation about how do we balance our need for public safety and security and our individual rights as Canadians. The majority of Canadians are strong, law-abiding, friendly, amazing people, and they should not be held to account, or they should not have their rights stepped upon because of a few nefarious actors. But having said that, I think that we need to explore a little bit further into what that balance could be between the very legitimate, I think, and well-founded concerns that civil society organizations have raised, and with what the needs of our country, what the needs of our law enforcement are with safety and security. I find it to be an amazing step forward for our Prime Minister to say that we're going to have over 1,000 new CBSA officers providing those resources on the ground for border safety and security, and trying to really combat drug trafficking, sex trafficking, and money laundering, and trying to really clamp down on organized crime. But I also want to make sure that our laws are fit for purpose, and making sure that the individual Canadian is well respected and well within their rights within our Charter and our Constitution. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this afternoon receiving some further information from the members opposite in respect of this bill. With great respect to the government party, this bill feels rushed. There are aspects of it that will intrude upon the rights of individuals, and I've yet to hear a justification for that intrusion on privacy rights without the benefit of a third-party review. That is our judicial process currently, where law enforcement agencies, whatever they may be, where they have suspicion of crime, go before the courts to obtain a warrant prior to accessing the property of individuals. I've yet to hear a justification as why we should set that aside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you for that question. And I'm not sure. I think the member is talking about the ISPs and wiretaps on your phones. Now, there are a number of different acts and laws that really combat this issue. And from my understanding, there is no specific provision that says that without a warrant, you can go and take somebody's data. But again, as we go through the bill process, I'm looking forward to seeing how all of this information and the details and the technicalities come out within committee stage, and hearing from experts to see how we can improve this bill to make sure that everybody's rights are protected.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to be back in this place, especially after a very busy summer. We, as members, I think it's important to remind everyone that it's important to go back to our constituents and to consult them because we do this work for them. My question is, basically, obviously in the past we've seen Chinese drones used to patrol the border, but now we're being told over and over again, and there's been no answer to this, what about the number of border officers? There's a shortfall of about 3,000 CBSA officers. Can we get an answer? When is this going to happen? When are those people going to be, how are they going to be paid for? When's it going to happen?
And I appreciate the question. Now, as we all know, the Prime Minister and the Minister for Public Safety has announced that there will be 1,000 more CBSA officers to help patrol. And as the work starts and continues, we have to be nimble. We have to make sure that our Border Patrol has the resources that they need in order for them to be successful. As I said in my speech, Mr. Speaker, it is a very different, a changing landscape where you have the digital aspect of it, you have the physical aspect of it, and organized criminals are oftentimes 10 steps ahead of where we are, and we need to make sure that we're catching up with that pace. And I look forward to working with that member to make sure that we have that support.
Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to welcome my colleague back into the House of Commons and for her really well thought out comments that she made. I know that she had a lot more to say, and maybe she'll get the opportunity to do so right now, but I just wanted to comment on the fact that you said that this is not the final bill, and we want to take it to committee to discuss many of the issues that many people in this House have commented on. Can the member maybe speak on how she can continue to convince the opposition to support this to go to committee so that their suggestions can actually be discussed and further moved into this bill?
Hear, hear. The member for Mississauga, Erin Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say often and I say loudly, there is no government without a healthy and strong opposition. And that is where good legislation comes from. And in order for us to really think about the issues that we are discussing here today, in order for us to really work and collaborate together for the betterment of Canadians, this bill has to go to committee so that not only do we hear about members' concerns, most importantly, we hear from experts on specific aspects of the bill and propose amendments to make that bill stronger so that both of our concerns are addressed, and those concerns are public safety and individual security. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Conservatives have always stood for the principle of security and the principle of freedom, and we've managed to do so simultaneously. These are the two pillars of a safe and prosperous society. Sadly, though, after a decade of Liberal governance, Canadians are living with less of both. Less freedom and less security. The Liberals would like to move past their disastrous record on these topics, but Canadians are still paying the price and therefore very much paying attention and have some significant concerns. So today with Bill C2, the government is claiming yet again to, quote, secure Canada. They've said that this is the intent of the bill. I'd like to explore that a little bit, because there's two problems that I see with this bill. I would say that it neither makes our communities safer, nor does it protect our freedoms. I know. And it actually deepens the failures of this current government from the past decade. Two things. It claims to enhance security, but it actually leaves glaring holes in our justice system untouched, therefore actually leaving a person feeling less secure than ever. And I'll expand on that. The second thing I'd like to discuss is the fact that it infringes on the fundamental freedoms of Canadians in ways that should alarm each and every one of us in this place. With regards to security of person and the justice system, let's be clear. Bill C2 is the Liberals' what I would say a half-hearted attempt to patch over the chaos that many of their policies have actually created. And sadly, Canadians have been paying for those mistakes with their lives, truly, not figuratively. We are told the border is secure, yet the CBSA has lost track of nearly 30,000 people with deportation orders. That's not security, that's negligence. In Falkland, BC, authorities uncovered the largest, most sophisticated drug super lab in Canadian history just in the last couple of years. And in the same province, the RCMP arrested individuals tied to a transnational organized crime group connected to Mexican drug cartels. This is the state of our country. And these aren't isolated incidents. They're the product of years of border mismanagement and reckless drug policy experiments that have been done, especially in the province of British Columbia, which this government not only stamped with approval, but then also funded. And that same failed experiment actually resulted in the death of more people due to drug overdose than what died during World War II. Let that sink in for a moment. More people died because of this government's failed drug experiment than the number of people that died in World War II. That's a big deal. So meanwhile, we also have to look at catch and release policies and what they've done, because they've sown great chaos across the country. My own riding of Lethbridge has one of the highest property and violent crime rates in Canada, and we're certainly not alone. It's something that's being experienced in communities from coast to coast. In Welland, Ontario, just a few weeks ago, a 3-year-old girl was violently sexually assaulted in her own bed. A little girl should be able to go to sleep at night with confidence that she is going to be kept safe, that she is going to wake up in the morning without her sleep being disrupted in any way. And unfortunately, because of our weak policies in this country, that 3-year-old woke up having been forever changed. And she now has to work through the scarring that has taken place, not only to her physical body, but to that little 3-year-old heart. That's because of the failed policies of this place. Folks, more can and should be done in order to make sure that a person is secure. Yes, sure, put more border patrol in place. But at the end of the day, there's so much more. There's so much more. In Kelowna, BC, Bailey McCourt, a 32-year-old mother of 2, was beaten by her ex with a hammer after he got released on $500 bail. That didn't have to happen. Folks, if our justice system was stronger, if it stood for victims and didn't side with criminals, these things would be prevented. These tragedies expose a massive weakness in our justice system, and it's one that desperately needs to be addressed. And this government has not only the opportunity, but I would dare say the responsibility. There's solutions, and I want to outline 2 of them. And we have dozens that we can offer, but these are 2. One would be bail reform. Cases like Bailey, the mother who was murdered by her ex, he should not have been allowed out on bail. It highlights a massive problem with our bail system and the fact that a criminal can be put in jail and then before the ink of the police report even dries, they're let out. That is what happened here, folks. And this man, a very dangerous offender, known to police, went out and took the life of his ex-wife, leaving 2 young children without a mom and a family grieving. We've put forward a bill called the Jail Not Bail Act, and it's calling for the repeal of Bill C-75, which forces judges to release offenders. C-75 forces judges to release offenders at the earliest opportunity and under the lightest conditions. That should not be the case in this country. And instead, under the bill that we're proposing, it would require judges to consider an accused's full criminal history, deny bail to repeat major offenders, and toughen risk assessments, which would do a lot of good for victims and innocent Canadians, and certainly would do a lot of good to put criminals where they belong. The other reform that we could bring forward is sentence reform. We have to confront the fact that our sentencing laws in this country are very, very broken. In Canada today, the maximum penalty for a 3rd robbery offense is higher than the penalty for a sexual offense. I'm going to say that again. Right now in this country, the maximum penalty for a 3rd robbery offense is actually more than for a sexual assault offense. So I want us to think about that for a moment. Property in this country, physical property, is actually given more weight, more value than the human dignity of a person. And most often this is women. It's women that are sexually assaulted. It's women that are put in that vulnerable place, that place of having to pull themselves together and heal from what was robbed. Their very dignity, their very being. It's also worth noting that our system allows for violent offenders to actually receive house arrest rather than be put in prison where they belong. How does that protect society? How does that protect those that are just trying to go to work and take their kids to sports and maybe a music lesson and live life in a safe, law-abiding manner? Why are we not standing up for those folks? Colleagues, we need tougher, more consistent sentencing that reflects the gravity of the crime committed. Canadians deserve this. So when we talk about the security of a person, these are the things that must come to the table. And under Bill C-2, none of this is considered. And in fact, in the number of months, in the 6 or 7 months that this government has now been in place under the new Prime Minister, these topics that I'm bringing up today have not even been addressed. They have not even been acknowledged. This summer, it felt like every other hour I was opening up my phone and reading an article with regards to a crime committed against another human being, another life lost, another person assaulted. Folks, it shouldn't be that way. And those in this House have the power, we have the power to make a difference. We have the power to change the laws of this country and to instruct our law enforcement agents and the courts to act differently. We have the ability to contend for victims, to protect those that are innocent, and to truly provide security of persons. So when we talk about C2, there's a whole lot missed there. Now, I said originally that I was going to talk about security of persons and I was going to talk about the violation of human freedom or liberty that is also exposed in this bill. Out of passion, I have run out of time, but I think I've hit my mark. Ultimately, it's the people that matter most. They're the ones that sent me here. They're the ones that I'm contending for, and I would ask that my colleagues do the same.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to the honourable member opposite for bringing attention and her passion to this very important and indeed deeply touching issue. I wish to bring to the member's attention, in case she is not yet aware, a petition that's been moved by the loved ones of Bailey McCourt from Kelowna, whom the member referenced. This tragic story, which occurred, of course, in British Columbia, my province, this summer, touched many of us and has rippled out widely across our communities. In that context, it is my great privilege to be the parliamentary sponsor for a petition that Bailey's loved ones have brought forward, calling for a number of revisions to the criminal code to address some of the shortcomings and gaps which may have contributed to her tragic loss of life at the hands of her former partner. Some of those proposed changes include requiring the disclosure of a criminal record to one's partner upon receiving a marriage license, and a variety of other measures that I trust the Attorney General and Justice will take up this session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, and thank you to the honourable member for taking those steps. I think, advocating for, in this case, your constituents' family, the loved ones that have been left behind, I think that's really admirable. I think it's the right thing to do, so well done. That said, I also believe that that member stands on the side of government and therefore has the ability to urge change. And I hope that he's doing that. I hope with all his might he is urging Cabinet, and especially the Prime Minister, to look at this very seriously and to create changes both around bail and against the way that we do sentencing in this country, because those two things are very much needed in order to protect the innocent and make sure that future situations like what happened to Bailey do not happen again.
The
honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the member from Lethbridge for her impassioned speech. I think it's a topic that really hits home with her, and I congratulate her on her speech. Now, this bill will likely go to committee. In her opinion, will there be a lot of amendments? Will parties have to cooperate very closely in order to make sure this bill passes? Or if the Liberals won't accept any changes when it comes back to the House, if it comes back as it stands, in her opinion, would it be acceptable to vote for this bill as it currently stands? The honourable member for Lethbridge.
I would be curious about the honourable member's purpose of question. Nevertheless, when it comes to this bill, there are significant flaws. I've taken the time to outline some of those here today. But ultimately, it comes down to this. This bill fails to secure people the way that it promises to. It fails to contend for Canadians that deserve protection. Furthermore, this bill is a direct infringement on people's freedoms. So, for example, it will grant permission to Canada Post employees to open mail without a warrant. That's crazy. Furthermore, a peace officer will be able to access a person's data again without a warrant. That's crazy. We have warrants in place in order to make sure that people are protected from an overreach of government and authority.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola, about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. And I really thank my honourable colleague, and when she was talking about robbery versus sexual offences, this is actually something I brought up in Bill C-299 last time. And in fact, the member for Winnipeg North was in the chamber when I brought that bill forward, and I got heckled while bringing that bill forward. Now, my honourable colleague is so passionate about this, and I don't have a question. I want to commend her and thank her for standing up for the most vulnerable. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lethbridge has about 20 seconds if she wants to respond.
Well,
The honourable member for London West.
thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that you cannot refer a member's presence in the House or not, so I would caution that the member does not say that again.
Order. We can leave it there. I appreciate the member's intervention. We cannot refer to the absence or presence of a member in the House. We'll leave it there. We don't need to go any further. The honourable member for Lethbridge, let's have a 20-second response.
Sure. Mr. Speaker, I can appreciate the comment made by my colleague. I appreciate the good work that he has done in order to advocate for victims and the protection of Canadians. He certainly has done a lot of good work in this regard. It's my great pleasure to join with him in continuing the good fight to contend for Canadians and their peace of mind and their security of persons.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was expecting someone in between. So, yeah, it's great to, it's always an honor to rise and represent the people, the great people of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. This summer, I had the privilege, like many in this House, to meet with constituents from all across my riding and hearing directly from them on issues that matter most to them. And thank you to all who took the time to connect with me, because your voice does matter. Today, Speaker, I'd like to discuss Bill C-2, known as the Strong Borders Act. Despite its simple name, Bill C-2 is an omnibus piece of legislation that includes 16 separate parts and makes amendments to 19 different acts of Parliament. The broad nature of this bill and substantial changes proposed requires vigorous study and debate at committee,
with numerous expert witnesses from all perspectives to get this important legislation right, because as it was tabled by this government, I believe it is flawed and requires amendments to fix and strengthen it. As the official opposition, Conservatives remain committed to implementing tougher and smarter measures that are needed to keep Canadians safe. We are ready to support provisions in this bill which are in our national interest and secure our borders, while proposing...
Order. We have a point of order. The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
In this shot that the public is seeing, there is someone in the background directly behind the MP who is speaking, and I would ask that the Speaker request that people be aware of when they're in the camera shot, because it's very distracting for the people who are trying to pay attention to the speech.
I thank the member for her intervention. I think that point has been well understood by those in the camera shot, and I think it has resolved itself. I thank the member for her intervention. We'll return to the member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner for the remainder of his intervention.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Conservatives are ready to support provisions in this bill which are in our national interest and secure our borders, while proposing amendments where the bill can be improved and opposing measures that go against the best interest of Canadians. Before we get into the specifics of the bill, I think it's very important to note that much of the urgency surrounding this legislation is a direct result of 10 years of Liberal inaction on border and immigration enforcement. Let's not forget that it was the new Trump administration that actually forced this issue, causing the Liberals to finally take these concerns seriously, and it was about time. Through the introduction of this bill, the Liberals are trying to address problems that they not only created, but allowed to reach a crisis level. Conservatives have been calling for a stronger response to public safety, border security, and immigration for years. And I'm pleased to see that some aspects of Bill C-2 make meaningful steps in helping to streamline investigations, to fight money laundering, to ensure sex offenders are properly dealt with under the Sex Offender Information Registry Act. Having the appropriate tools is critical in keeping our border secure, disrupting illegal financing, and fighting transnational organized crime and fentanyl. Some examples of this bill, in Part 2, attempts to begin to address the fentanyl crisis by amending the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and fill a loophole in the Act by banning precursor chemicals for fentanyl, which is critically important. However, Bill C-2 fails to address the serious matter of appropriate sentencing for fentanyl dealers, for example, given the Liberal failure to repeal their soft-on-crime Bill C-5 and their catch-and-release legislation in Bill C-75. Part 4 of this new bill would expand the powers of Canada Post, allowing them to open anything during post. Now, while I agree the Canada Post Act requires some amendments, the searching and opening of mail should be limited to law enforcement agencies with judicial authorization. I remain concerned that some of these sweeping changes embedded in this omnibus bill could undermine privacy protections across Canada. Having a secure border means having a strong, robust immigration system that serves the needs of Canadians and aligns with our national interests. Parts 6 to 9 of Bill C-2 attempt to address some of the challenges our immigration system faces after 10 years of Liberal mismanagement. I strongly believe that the role of government is to protect our national security. We must ensure that our national security apparatus and law enforcement agencies have the legislative tools necessary to do their jobs and do them well. Part 6 of this Act introduces amendments to the Department of Citizenship and Immigration Act and the Immigration and Refugee and Protection Act to allow information sharing between various government departments and agencies, but only if a written agreement exists. Now, I applaud the ability and the opening of communication between federal agencies. But this bill permits these activities through regulation rather than simply legislating that requirement. The absence of legislating it and having enforcement mechanism casts doubts on whether meaningful action will follow or if this will yet be another empty promise. Parts 7, 8, and 9 of Bill C2 include substantial changes to the in-Canada asylum claim eligibility. It expands the minister's authority to suspend or cancel immigration documents for reason determined to be in the national interest, and proposes changes to the Safe Third Country Agreement so that anyone who crosses the border between official ports of entry is ineligible to apply for asylum immediately after arrival and may be returned to the United States during that period if they do not qualify for an exception. Now, all of these changes are significant, have potential, but require in-depth study to ensure they address the problems appropriately. Beyond immigration, Bill C2 in Parts 10 and 11 contain provisions to crack down on money laundering, terrorist financing, and organized crime. Now, Part 10 proposes to increase penalties, replace optional FINTRAC compliance agreements, and with a mandatory regime. It expands FINTRAC's registration to include more entities and authorizes FINTRAC to share information with Elections Canada. All sound proposals. However, in Part 11 of this bill, the Liberals are proposing to ban certain entities from accepting third-party cash deposits, any cash payments, donations, or deposits of $10,000 or more. Now, while I appreciate the government says their intent here is to focus is to prevent money laundering by criminals who predominantly use cash, without further legislative clarity, though, this has raised concerns from charities, from community groups, from rural communities, and many individuals that rely on cash for their daily business activities. This provision risks limiting Canadians' freedom to use legal tender, including cash, as they may choose. Conservatives oppose any move to ban cash or require mandatory digital transactions and believe these changes must undergo rigorous scrutiny at committee. Now, Part 14 and 15 of Bill C2 have introduced measures which curtail individual freedoms and have raised concerns that innocent individuals may be caught by the provisions of the Act, not just criminals. It would introduce provisions to provide greater authority for police, CSIS, and authorized persons to access online subscriber information from electronic service providers without the need for a warrant. Now, I understand that that's important in some circumstances, but I believe that digital privacy is a fundamental right of Canadians, and we must ensure that this legislation does not lead to law-abiding citizens being treated like criminals. While action on our borders and the need for increased national security enforcement is desperately needed, I want to be clear that I do not support granting excessive, unchecked powers to government or law enforcement in most circumstances without due process, proper oversight, and respect for Canadians' rights. Conservatives are concerned about Bill C2's potential impact on Canadians' privacy and freedoms, and we will ensure that that is respected. As I've mentioned, Bill C2 is sweeping in its scope, and I do not believe that Canadians should have to choose between having a secure border and having their civil liberties protected. And given this scope and complexity, I would suggest that the Conservatives are proposing that Bill C2 be split into two separate pieces of legislation, one narrowly confined to border security and immigration, and the other to everything else. And my hope is that the Liberals will receive that as intended. Like most Canadians, we all want a secure communities and borders and immigration that works. And the study of this is, the safety and security of Canadians is not negotiable. Now, Part 2 is a step in this Bill 2, is a step in the right direction, like cracking down on terrorist financing. But we have concerns and oppose other provisions in the bill. It needs to be scrutinized. And my hope is that the Liberals are open to nonpartisan cooperation and ensuring the bill achieves its stated goal of meaningful improvement to Canada's public safety and national security while safeguarding Canadians' rights and freedoms so that law-abiding Canadians are not treated like criminals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Gets to my commentary. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has been very clear. We want to have more cooperation here on the floor of the House of Commons. Let me use a specific example. If you think of Purolator, if someone sends something via Purolator, in order for the law enforcement agency to check the envelope, they need to get a warrant. What's within this legislation today, Mr. Speaker, will put the Canada Post under the same system as Purolator. So if someone anywhere in Canada was to mail a size 10 envelope and put fentanyl or any other thing inside that envelope, if a law enforcement officer, not a Canada Post worker, a law enforcement officer was to get the warrant, they would be able to open the letter. What is wrong with that?
Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Mr. Speaker, if that is exactly what the bill says, there's nothing wrong with it. But it doesn't say that. And that's why it's so important that the work of the committee is done in a nonpartisan fashion to clear up any ambiguity, provide clarity, so that things exactly as my friend across the way suggested, that things are done in a lawful, a rights-protected manner for law enforcement to do. Not Canada Post open letters, but law enforcement. And they do it under authority of a warrant. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to hear that my colleague cares as much as we do about ensuring that the government ensures that the committee process is thorough. We won't let this go by quickly. We want to study this line by line with the support of experts and groups who will be impacted. Can the colleagues speak to breaches to privacy and also impacts on rights and freedoms?
Thank you. I appreciate the question from my Bloc colleague. You know, we do share that. I mean, this is an important piece of legislation. In fact, it has far-reaching impact, both positively and negatively if we get it wrong. So yes, we need to ensure that the committee is given as much time as they need, because this is not something that should be brushed over because of the urgency and pushed from the United States. So yes, Canadian rights and freedoms need to be protected, but also we need to have tools that don't hinder the ability of law enforcement to do their job in a lawful manner and to keep our national security and community safety at the forefront. Thank you.
Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate my colleague's speech. And I know he's got a background, obviously, in law enforcement. And with his experience, I'm just wondering if this bill goes through as the Liberals have it intended to be, with a Canada Post worker opening mail and discovering drugs, what kind of a weird position is that going to put a Canada Post worker as opposed to a law enforcement officer in that situation?
Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, I mean, I have the same fright when I saw that as I saw the government's initial proposal to have Canada Post deal with the confiscation of firearms. It's not appropriate. And, I mean, Canada Post has an obligation, and I appreciate the fact that we need to adjust the Canada Post Act to even allow for law enforcement to be able to obtain a warrant to gather and seize evidence, but it needs to be law enforcement, not Canada Post individuals. Thank you.
Comments? We have time for about a 30-second question. I'll member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you so much, and thank my honourable colleague for his presentation. I wanted to ask him very quickly, does he believe this bill violates the Canadian Constitution and violates sections of the Charter and Rights and Freedoms, yes or no?
Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Well, that is a very loaded question that was going to require a lot of time to answer. In its present form, I believe that unless the proper clarity and checks and balances are put in place, this act has the potential to reach beyond its initial intent and to reach beyond the ability to keep our nation safe and Canadians safe. So it has potential. That's why we studied at committee. That's why we need to have vigorous debate. And that's why we need to have all parties, the government included, open to constructive amendments that's going to make this bill strong and actually achieve the measures that we intended it to be. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk on a few things that the bill fails to address. Here's a couple issues: fentanyl sentencing, gun crimes, and bail reform. I'd like to start by sharing some alarming facts. According to Health Canada's latest figures, there was a total of 49,105 apparent opioid toxicity deaths reported between January 2016 and June 2024. Of all accidental apparent opioid toxicity deaths from January to June 2024, 79% involved fentanyl. This percentage has increased by 39% since 2016, when national surveillance began. Fentanyl and its analogs were involved in 33% of opioid-related poisoning emergency department visits from January to June 2024. The percentage of all opioid-related poisoning emergency department visits that involved fentanyl and its analogs has increased by 106% since 2018, when national surveillance began. The Washington Post reported in December 2023 that fentanyl super labs in Canada are producing mass amounts of the drug. The super labs that police are finding in Canada differ because they are synthesizing the drug. They're not simply pressing pills. Using precursor chemicals sourced primarily from China. In August 2023, Hamilton Police, OPP, York Regional Police, and the Toronto Police Service shut down a number of fentanyl labs in various areas between the GTA and Hamilton. This included 2 different labs and 25.6 kilograms of fentanyl. When the Liberals passed Bill C-5, they eliminated mandatory jail time for trafficking, producing, importing, and exporting drugs like fentanyl. The current penalties in the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act are so weak, organized crime groups aren't deferred at all. They simply view them as a cost of doing business. Conservatives want tougher sentencing measures to ensure that those who mass produce and traffic fentanyl in mass quantities serve a mandatory life sentence, as murderers do right now. The DEA found that just 2 milligrams of fentanyl can cause an overdose that leads to death. Producing fentanyl in mass quantities should be treated the same. In June, in my city of Hamilton, police executed a warrant and not only found an illegal handgun, surprise, surprise, but they also seized 35 grams of fentanyl. And if it was in its pure, uncut form, that amount could have taken the lives of 17,000 people. Hamiltonians deserve to be protected from those who wish to wreak havoc and take lives of others. We've had enough. The second issue Bill C-2 doesn't address is violent firearm offenses. In Hamilton alone, there have been 86 shootings in the last 20 months. On April 17th, an international student studying at Mohawk College was shot and killed by a stray bullet while simply waiting for the bus. On July 17th, in broad daylight and at the intersection of one of the busiest business districts during a popular street festival in Hamilton, an innocent 26-year-old refugee from Ghana was murdered by a 17-year-old drive-by shooter. On July 29th, in my hometown of Stony Creek, 2 separate shootings took place just minutes apart, and one of which occurred mere steps from one of our local councillors. On August 30th, 3 people were injured after a gunfight broke out in downtown Hamilton. People ran for their lives as 80 shots were fired. Clearly, if the Liberal government would open their eyes, they would see that Canada is in desperate need of reform for violent firearms offenses. How many more innocent bystanders need to be murdered in cold blood for the government to wake up and reverse course? Firearms crime is up 130%. The statistics speak for themselves, and even though this number has increased for 9 consecutive years, the Liberals repealed mandatory prison time for the following: using a firearm or imitation firearm in a commission of offense, possession of a firearm or weapon knowing its possession is unauthorized, possession of a prohibited or restricted firearm with ammunition, extortion with a firearm, and robbery with a firearm. Yes, I said they repealed the mandatory minimum sentences for these crimes. The third issue that Bill C-2 doesn't address is bail reform. In 2019, the Liberals introduced Bill C-75, which requires judges to prioritize releasing an accused person at the earliest opportunity and on the least onerous conditions. Why are we not prioritizing the victim or safety of law-abiding citizens? The Hamilton individual was released on bail after a string of armed robberies this spring. He has now fled his residence and the police have completely lost his whereabouts. Conservatives are calling for jail, not bail. The Liberal soft-on-crime policies have put Canadians in danger. For example, the total violent crime is up 50%. Total homicides are up 28%. Auto theft, 45%. Human trafficking is up 83%. Total sexual assaults is up almost 75%. Hamilton police had to release a statement of warning to the public after a 22-year-old repeat violent sexual offender was released on bail. This individual forcibly entered the home of a 72-year-old Hamilton woman's residence and sexually assaulted her for 1 hour. Through DNA findings, he was later connected to a 2022 and 2023 sexual assault claim. Why was he let out on bail? Bailey McCourt, a young mother that we heard about earlier today, was murdered by her ex-husband just hours after he was released on bail for assault. My constituents and I included lose sleep at night thinking about how insanely off-path this country has gone in terms of protecting its citizens. The statistics are right in front of the government's face. Crime is on the rise despite the facts and figures. This Liberal government has repealed and softened its sentencing on bail measures. It's appalling, completely unacceptable, and it must change. The most disturbing statistic to me is that total sexual violations against children are up 120%. A 25-year-old man from Welland, not far from my riding, in my colleagues' riding, got an early release from jail in March after serving time for sexually assaulting a 12-year-old boy. 5 months later, he forcibly entered a home and sexually assaulted a 3-year-old girl. As a father of young children, I'm haunted by these stories and these statistics. I can only hope that the Liberals understand that we must protect the innocence of children at all costs. Thank you.
And comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for my colleague also from Hamilton for his comments here in the House of Commons. Of course, Bill C-2 is a Border Security Act, and we've heard repeatedly that bail reform and federal sentencing reform is pending. So just to go back to Bill C-2, border security, I've had meetings with Hamilton Police in my role as an MP and my former role as a city councillor. The Minister of Public Safety, Minister Anna Sangari, was in Hamilton this summer to discuss Bill.
I'm a member for Winnipeg Centre. I believe I know what her point of order is, but go ahead.
Is that, but also, like, I can't hear because there's members in the House that are chit-chatting, and I'm wondering if they could just take it in the lobby so we can actually hear the debate. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll try to keep the noise down and remind the member not to use the proper names of ministers. The honourable member, in about 5 seconds to wrap it up, please.
Thank you. The minister was in Hamilton. The police are very supportive of this act and the tools involved in it, and I was wondering if the member could comment on some of his discussions with police. Thank you.
Member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Definitely. I would like to thank my colleague, and I know his heart is in the right place on the words I just had. I've also talked to the chief of police and other police officers, and they're calling for bail reform. Specifically to Bill C-2, I'm here to just touch on things that I believe should be included. So with my discussions with Hamilton Police, they do believe that the bail system is broken. Now, in the spirit of collaboration, we do agree on parts 1, 2, and 3, and hopefully as this moves along, we can collaborate on other parts. And I hope that the Liberals can see my concerns and consider them in the spirit of good faith.
The honourable member for Lac Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. We all agree that this is a rather thick bill, 130 pages, touches many departments. It will take very rigorous work, and perhaps one of the issues that I hear my Conservative colleagues talk about less that they could shed light on is their position, particularly on sections 6 to 9 of Bill C-2, namely what affects the Immigration Act. I'd like to hear what the Conservative position is about immigration in C-2. Thank you.
Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you to my honourable colleague for bringing that up. And yes, it is a thick bill, and it will be moved along. And as I've said, we do agree with some parts of the bill, specifically the 6 and 9. We have some issues there that hopefully in committee will be hashed out. But again, I want to revert back to fentanyl, bail reform, and gun crime. These are specific to me in my riding of Hamilton, and I would love to see these incorporated in Bill C-2 in some way as we move along. And as some colleagues on the other side said, we need to work together. So hopefully they will take my words and input this as this bill moves along in good faith and cooperation.
Questions and comments? The member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the member for his speech, and he touches on something that's very close to my heart as well, and that is in terms of bail reform. And we keep hearing members opposite saying, that's coming, it's pending, it's coming. Well, it's been 6.5 years since they already presented bail reform in Bill C-75, and my colleague mentioned it rewrote the rules so that judges are instructed to let offenders out at the earliest opportunity and under the least onerous conditions. This was a deliberate Liberal policy. It wasn't an accident. They deliberately wrote that in the bill, and for 6.5 years, people have died. Women have been raped and abused. This has happened over and over again in 6.5 years. They are accountable for it. What does this member have to say about that?
Here, here. The honourable member for Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Thank you very much to my colleague, and I would like to read this out again. Bill C-75, which requires judges to prioritize releasing an accused person at the earliest opportunity and on the least onerous conditions. Now, clearly, after 10 years, the Liberals must realize that bail reform is needed. They must be listening to their constituents. And that is why I bring this up, so it can be added to Bill C-2, because we have been talking about it for years. And it needs to be repealed for the safety of everyone and all Canadians. So again, in good faith, in working together, and in what is best for Canada, I hope that the Liberals...
Order. I do have to interrupt the member. The time for questions and comments has expired. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I have to say it's highly disturbing that I am again obliged to call out the glaring violation of this government's glaring violations of Canada's Constitution, including international covenants, of which Canada is a signatory in Bill C-2, the so-called Strong Borders Act. This is the second occasion where the Liberals have presented a piece of legislation that provides government with sweeping executive powers. In fact, just before summer adjournment, Mr. Speaker, the NDP had to hold the Liberals accountable for how Bill C-5 undermines the Constitution. Now, we are here today debating Bill C-2, a bill that disregards the constitutionality enshrined rights, undermines civil liberties, criminalizes migrants and asylum seekers, and bypasses Parliament and public debate. And who are they targeting? Marginalized communities. Just like Bill C-5, Bill C-2 is an omnibus bill. It is vague and dangerous. And I want to share with you today, Mr. Speaker, the NDP is once again calling out this undemocratic power grab. And it's clear that these measures are meant to appease Trump, opposite of what the current Prime Minister campaigned on. And you don't just have to take it from me, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Public Safety said the Liberals carefully crafted Bill C-2 to address Trump's, in quotes, irritants. Lifting up, Mr. Speaker, disinformation that Canada is causing America's fentanyl crisis, appointing a fentanyl Cesar, and enacting a draconian border policies to terrorize migrants and refugees, and resulting in the detention of citizens. That is the American administration this current Prime Minister is lifting up. And according to the Migrant Rights Network, in quotes, the Prime Minister campaigned on being different from Donald Trump, yet his very first bill is a shameful capitulation to racism and xenophobia, which abandons Canada's legal and moral obligations to refugees and migrants. We are witnessing the deliberate expansion of a mass deportation machine designed to tear apart families and communities. Shameful. So I have to question the Prime Minister and the Liberal government. Are they going to keep undermining rights to appease a president who has demonstrated he is erratic, or are they committed to upholding human rights? Are they, along with the Conservatives, going to keep entertaining the lie that immigrants are driving the housing crisis when the real blame lies with landlords and profit corporations? As we've seen from extremist anti-immigrant and anti-migrant riots in Toronto, entertaining this violent rhetoric is in no way a way to build a unified country. This week, the Prime Minister called Trump, in quotes, a modern man, indicating he texts him regularly. Are we going to pretend that this modern man is a reasonable partner in protecting democracy when he is using his ICE police force, the National Guard, and the Army to terrorize people, his very own citizens, and including visitors that include Canadian citizens? This bill goes beyond what the Liberals have tried to convince people across Canada of, that it's a bill to protect our borders. In fact, it's resulting in violating civil liberties and violating rights to privacy. In fact, through this legislation, the Liberals are ushering in sweeping surveillance powers for police, intelligence, and even vaguely defined public officers to enforce upon anyone in Canada. In fact, if this bill is passed, these actors can, without a warrant, demand your personal information from doctors, banks, and landlords. Track your locations, associations, and service usage. Open your Canada Post mail and share your data with foreign governments like the United States. This violation of the right to privacy, a charter right, has been affirmed and upheld by the Supreme Court as an essential part of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. According to a letter sent to the government by 39 civil liberties and human rights groups and 122 lawyers, Bill C-2, in quotes, they state, is a multi-pronged assault on the basic human rights and freedom Canada holds dear, end of close quotes, which they go on to say is likely unconstitutional and deeply out of step with the values Canadians expect our government to embody and respect. And this violation of privacy will be felt the hardest by those who already are the most impacted by oppressive systems: women, gender diverse folks, and the 2S LGBTQIA+ community. Several organizations representing women and gender diverse people, including Action Canada, have condemned this bill for allowing a range of powers for law enforcement to access private medical records on abortion history without warrant, violating the charter-protected right to privacy that people throughout Canada possess with regards to health care services. Even worse, Bill C-2 includes provisions for intelligence sharing with other countries, including the United States, which would allow authorities from jurisdiction where abortion or gender-affirming care is banned to find out whether a person has obtained these services in Canada. So what happens when somebody who comes from the United States, where there are practices that have been made illegal, is Canada wanting to involve ourselves in jailing people for exercising their human rights? Well, this legislation lacks a gender-based analysis, and that has been made clear, full stop. And it even fails, in fact, Mr. Speaker, to acknowledge the reality of survivors of gender-based violence. According to Action Canada, in quotes, survivors fleeing gender-based violence abroad are learning about legal processes while living with profound trauma, often under the control of abusive partners who restrict their access to information and support, imposing strict time limits on these most marginalized refugees, for example, ignores Canada's commitments to gender equality and safety. And that applies as well for people fleeing intimate partner violence in Canada. Under Bill C-2, survivors of violence can be endangered if their abuser or abusive partner, for example, is a member of law enforcement capable of accessing information of their whereabouts without warrant about the services they use. But we wouldn't be surprised that the Prime Minister seems oblivious to the issue of gender-based violence when he plans to cut funding for women and gender equality by 81%. Even though several municipalities have declared gender-based violence an epidemic. And it would be remiss for me, Mr. Speaker, not to add that how Bill C-2 further advances the Liberals' attacks on those who oppose the government agenda, such as land defenders and workers. In fact, just last month, the Liberal government abused its power and its use of Section 107 of the Canada Labour Code to violate the right to strike. As the Canadian Union of Public Employees has stated in regards to Bill C-2, trade unionists and activists know how surveillance can be used in attempts to limit labor and social movements in their fight for justice. The NDP, Mr. Speaker, will not stand for these infringements on our privacy and human rights. The NDP is calling for the bill to be withdrawn in its entirety. Let us not fall into the trap of undermining our Constitution, our human rights, and the rule of law. And I'm urging the Liberal government to withdraw this harmful bill and to put forward something that upholds human rights and truly ensures that people can live in security and safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do appreciate the member opposite bringing forward some of the troubling authoritarian tendencies in the U.S. It's an important issue. But I'm trying to figure out where the NDP actually stands on law enforcement and public safety. In Hamilton, NDP activists not only want to defund the police, they want to abolish the police altogether. They're in favor of illegal encampments in city parks, and they want to actually legalize all drugs, including fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamines. So why is the NDP consistently opposed to law enforcement and public safety as their benchmark reflex?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Yes, that's kind of, I mean, I think you should join the Conservative Party. I mean, that's a lot of sound bites. The reality is what the NDP opposes is violating constitutional rights, violating the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, putting forward a bill that impacts particularly women fleeing violence without a gender-based lens. This has been highly criticized by over 122 lawyers, civil liberties organizations. This is not pie-in-the-sky stuff. This is another example of the Liberal government try to have sweeping powers, give themselves sweeping powers to violate constitutionally enshrined rights.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Brandon Souris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my fellow colleague from Manitoba. You know, her riding in Winnipeg Centre is certainly facing the brunt of the fentanyl crisis. I used to drive through her constituency to get to work at the Manitoba Legislative Assembly. I think we know, or it's universally accepted, that a lot of these drugs are coming into Canada across the border. That's under discussion here. So if the member from the NDP thinks that this bill should be completely withdrawn, does she have any solutions as to how to deal with the crisis of drugs coming across our border, or is she content to just let that continue?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
We know even from what's happened in the States that tough on crime approaches to drugs does not work. We've seen that. What our community organizations are actually calling for on the front lines of this issue is to deal with the toxic drug supply. We have a record amount of overdoses in our community. I'm not into political responses that are resulted in people dying in the streets that I represent. I'm into public health responses. I'm going to listen to the experts, not to politicians with a bunch of really good sound bites.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagot. Well, speaking of listening to the experts, I appreciated my colleague's speech, even though if I understood correctly, they'll be voting against this. We'll be voting in favor of it. But this should at least go to committee so that we can listen to experts and people affected. And if it's appropriate, we will vote against it or at least attempt to amend it. So those are, I guess, our two positions on this. But does she fear that the Liberals are simply trying to rush this through, which will prevent us from doing a serious job of examining this legislation?
Winnipeg Centre.
Well, absolutely. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We saw that with Bill C-5, certainly. With Bill C-2, they're not really getting members up to speak. This is a far-reaching bill. This is an omnibus bill that's over 132 pages. And where's the Liberals? The same people are here talking about the bill. We're talking about a bill that violates civil liberties. We're talking about the bill that's violating constitutional rights. We are talking about a bill that's violating international law. And yes, migrants and asylum seekers have human rights that are protected under international law. We have an obligation as member of parliaments to uphold the rule of law. This bill doesn't cut it. We are voting against it.
Resuming debate. Please do débat. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Yay. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to just try and set my clock here so I know when to stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise on C2. Now, I've been here almost 10 years, long enough to remember the Liberals in 2015 with their campaign promise of no more omnibus bills. Now, obviously that, along with so many other promises, has been broken. This is another example of an omnibus bill where the government's trying to squish everything into just one large bill, jam it through Parliament, despite very valid concerns expressed by quite a few people in the House today, and then try and paint Conservatives, bloc members of the NDP as not cooperative if we actually disagree with one part of this massive omnibus bill. Now, C2 reminds me, like many other government bills, as a Seinfeld bill. This one specifically reminds me of a Seinfeld episode where they did a play on the son of Sam, David Berkowitz, except it was Newman, the post office man, playing the criminal. I think it was killing his neighbor's dog. And when Jerry and Elaine catch him, he says, "What took you so long?" And that is the question I have for the Liberals. It's like, what took you so long? We have had crime issues, border issues, immigration issues for 10 years, not just since this new government. And it is not a new government. It's the same old, tired, corrupt, incompetent Liberal government that's been running things for the last 9.5 years. It's not a new government. It's the same people who have been in charge for all these years and have done nothing. C2 talks about finally bringing in controls over precursors coming in from mainland China, which is being used to fentanyl. Just now they're talking about it. It's not legislation yet, but just now they're talking about it in a bill after almost 10 years. They're talking about strengthening the border, again, after 10 years. They're talking about crime. We on this side have been bludgeoning the government over crime. We heard earlier today my colleague from Lethbridge in tears going over a horrific crime inflicted on a Canadian. And the government says, well, just wait a bit longer. Didn't you hear we're going to bring in bail reform? They brought in bail reform, I think a year or two ago, C-48, which did nothing. But now they're promising it again. Because this is new government, not the old government, not them. The new government will fix things, maybe. Money laundering. Money laundering, if you read Sam Cooper's book, it's about $128 billion a year in this country. Wow. Tax haul in the last year's budget, I can't talk about this year's budget because we won't see it, but last year's budget I think was about $450 billion. So if you think about, that's almost 30% of the value of our tax haul in money laundering, and the government's done nothing for 10 years. I do recall reading Sam Cooper's book identifying several Liberals with their fingers in the till of earning off of money laundering, including one of their former MPs linked to money laundering. But again, as Newman says to Seinfeld, what took you so long? Now, when we ask this of the government, they will stand up and say, well, you know, Harper cut CBSA. I know you would think that, but I actually brought receipts. The Prime Minister, this is just the last couple of years, the Prime Minister, 8 different ministers, 8, and 6 different parliamentary secretaries stood here in this House and said, oh, it's the Harper cuts. Harper cut, according to the member from Winnipeg North, and you can see how many pages, most of it is the member from Winnipeg North. I'm just going to read from it. It's not a prop. For Harper cut 1,000 jobs. Jennifer McConnell, McConnell no longer with us, thankfully. Repeatedly, oh, Harper cut 1,000 jobs. The Prime Minister, Harper cut $400 million. So let's just put that to rest once and for all. Now I'm going to quote numbers from the government's own Treasury Board site. I brought this up before. The member from Winnipeg North says, oh, those are just statistics. They don't count. What counts is what we see on this site. This is the government's own website. GC Infobase, Library Parliament, and the Treasury Board site. Full-time equivalents with the CBSA, when the Liberals took over from Big Bad Harper, 14,113 full-time equivalents with the CBSA. 2 years later, under the Liberals, 13,707 full-time equivalents. So where was the cut? Cut wasn't under Harper. The cut was under the Trudeau Liberals. Spending for CBSA. Well, we saw many, as I said, 8 different ministers, including the former minister in charge of CBSA, who's now doing the free trade attempt with the U.S., stating $400 million was cut by Harper. Well, in 2012, 2013, spending was $1.7 billion. Next year, it went up under Harper 8.3%. Year after that, it went up 8.16% spending. Then the Liberals come over, take over, and what happens? Spending drops 11% on the CBSA. And again, this is the government's own numbers.
Wow. Wow.
And I know the Liberals are saying there's lies, damn lies, statistics, and Treasury Board numbers. But this is from the public accounts from the Treasury Board. 2016 and 2017, another full year into their mandate, and it had dropped 18% from the Harper era. Now let's look forward. Now I quoted earlier Trudeau's election promise to end the omnibus bills. Well, let's look at the government promise from the last election. Canadians deserve to feel safe where they live, play, work. My government will hire thousands of new RCMP and CBSA officers to crack down on illegal drugs and guns coming from the United States. Increasing funding to prosecute violent criminal gangs and let them out later. Make bail laws stricter for home invasions. For those who dare fight back against home invaders, apparently. Now it says recruit 1,000 or more RCMP personnel to tackle drug and human trafficking. So what does the Liberal number show? Now this is from the departmental plans. For those who follow the estimates process, which is, I think, one of us, departmental plans forecast spending requirements as approved by the government 3 years forward, but also lay out the goals and priorities that justify spending to be approved by Parliament should there ever be a budget. Now, current spending is our current full-time equivalents, 31,743 for the RCMP. So what's 1,000 more would be 32,743. But under Liberal math, planned full-time equivalents drops over the next couple of years to 33,000. So next year, it's going to be 33,076. You add 1,000, and it goes to 33,632. So where's the other of the 1,000 they promise? CBSA, train 1,000 new CBSA officers. So next year they plan 17,289, dropping to 16,615 CBA officers. And again, don't take my word for it. The Minister of Public Safety and the new Member of Parliament from Edmonton Centre, who replaced the scandalous other Randy, signed off on it. This is their departmental plans. These are their numbers. Spending for CBSA is due to drop from $3 million, or $3.1 billion this year, dropping $200 million. So you add on all the Liberal inflation, and it's still dropping $200. So again, I have to ask of the government, I asked earlier, what took them so long? But I have to ask, why are they pushing forward this fantasy world to Canadians? Why are they continuing with this bait and switch where we promise we're going to do this and then deliver this? Yeah. It's another example of them believing, hey, we announced it and therefore it is done. Well, they announced more for the RCMP, but their own numbers show they're going to drop. They announced more for CBSA, their own numbers show they're going to drop. Shameful. They've announced repeatedly they're going to do something about crime. Reality shows the other way. We on this side do not believe anything this government is putting forward, and the facts, their own facts, prove that.
Well done.
Order. Questions and comments. Question comment here. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it interesting, the member opposite, and I give him credit. He has consistently argued that point. But at the end of the day, the reality is different than the images that the member tries to portray. We know that Stephen Harper actually did cut. It's within his own Harper budget, and yes, the current leader of the Conservative Party was a part of that cut to Canada Border Control. Now, he might be able to convince members of his own Conservative caucus, but the reality of those individuals that are in the workforce in CBSA and others outside of the Conservative caucus would recognize that Stephen Harper was not a friend when it came to border and beefing up border controls. This Prime Minister, who made a commitment in the last election, made it very clear we are going to beef it up, not only budget-wise, but legislatively, and that's why we have Bill C-2.
Order. The Honourable Member for Edmonton West.
The emperor has no clothes, clearly. These are the government's own numbers. These are not my numbers. These are not Conservative numbers. These are the numbers of the current Liberal government. Absolutely. The Treasury Board posts these numbers, and I would actually encourage member opposite, instead of spending all his time in this House spewing misinformation, to maybe take a few minutes outside of the House and look at the facts. This government cut CBSA dollars, CBSA full-time equivalents, and their own documents signed by the Minister of Public Safety say for the next 3 years they're going to continue to do.
Question et commentaire. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like our Honourable colleague to explain to us how after 10 years of Liberal rule, we have C2 before us today. C2 should be studied very thoroughly in committee because there are some major oversights and issues.
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It is odd that it's taken the government 10 years to bring it forward. I just don't believe they are serious about the challenges facing Canadians. I'm looking, and I'm going to refer again to the Minister's own departmental plans, the Public Safety Canada's departmental plan. It mentions opioids and fentanyl once, just once. When you look at the priorities, we will continue to ensure legitimate movement of goods and services across the world's largest border. It goes on, but it only mentions opioids once. The previous year, twice. In fact, the last 5 years combined mention it less than 10 times. But they mention the United Nations desire to enforce their climate control issues on Canada. The government doesn't care about the issues facing Canadians. They care about their own ideology first.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people for Kamloops, Thompson Nicola. And, you know, it's so great to be here in the House of Commons every day, but when we have the member here from Edmonton closing it up, Tom Henke style, tonight, like, I just can't help but commend him for not only his impassioned speech, but the truth that just reigned supreme. It was like a deluge of truth that fell on this House of Commons. Now, if only the Liberals would listen to my honourable colleague when he provides them with numbers. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I know we're getting to the end of the night, but his speech was so good that I would seek unanimous consent for him to finish up until 8:02, Mr. Speaker, because his speech was that good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I will assume that the member is saying that in jest because his time will take us to 8:02, and so the honourable member can wrap things up in about 45 seconds or less.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague who's done fantastic work on C2. As I mentioned, there are, and as I've said on this site, there are a lot of issues that we can support in this bill. Fortunately, Liberals pushed it all into an omnibus bill. Like what they like to do is push it all together, throw in a couple poison pills, And if you don't like it, then obviously you're working against Canada. I do want to bring up one of the issues that's very important. We hear about crime a lot, the need to reform our bail system. We're coming up to almost the 2-year, or just over the 2-year anniversary of the horrible murder of a couple in Edmonton, Caroline Robillard and her daughter Sarah Miller, Jaden Miller, who were murdered by a man who was out on bail 18 days earlier for assaulting a young person on a bus. He had previously been out on bail for stabbing someone. This government needs to get serious on crime. C2 is not it.
Order. The time has now expired. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Swift Current, Grasslands, Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to be able to rise in this chamber for the first time since we returned from the summer break. And we had a great summer out in southwest Saskatchewan and in the western part of the province. The farmers have been working really, really hard. I just want to give a quick shout out to all the farmers and producers who are out there bringing the harvest in. It's been another interesting year, interesting growing season. We've had areas who have had an extension of the many years of drought. Some areas are up to 10 years of drought consecutively now. We also had substantive amounts of rain in other parts of the province and in the riding where guys who maybe seeded a little bit later this year are actually seeing tremendous yield in their crops. So they're really grateful for the growing season the way that it's been. We would like to see maybe a little bit more consistent rain, but I think over the duration of the summer, I think everyone's quite content with where things are at. But what that leads me to, Mr. Speaker, is the reason why I'm here today, and that is to talk in response to a question that I asked the government about what they were doing with the tariffs that have been imposed on Canadian canola crush, canola meal, and canola seed, as well as our yellow peas by the communist regime in Beijing. So over the summer, we were waiting for the Prime Minister to perhaps go to China and work on that relationship. You know, he's bragged openly in the past about how he was going to do things differently, how he's got great connections there, and he was going to be a great advocate for Canada with China. So over the summer, I know the farmers and producers in my riding were waiting to see that happen. It didn't happen. We were waiting to see if anybody would do something. It wasn't until the Premier of Saskatchewan took the initiative to arrange meetings and to go over to China just about a week and a half ago, and a member of the Liberal caucus did go with. It wasn't the Prime Minister. It wasn't even the Ag Minister. And when it comes to trying to get a deal done with China to try to remove those tariffs, it's only going to be the Prime Minister that has the ability and the authority to do that. It won't be whoever the government decide to send. It's only going to be the Prime Minister who's going to be able to get that deal done. We still haven't seen the Prime Minister take that a very important step of going and getting this resolved. Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, is about 1 in 8, 1 in 9 jobs in the Canadian economy. It's also about 7.5% of Canadian GDP. So when you look at what that means for the Canadian economy, and then when you look at what's happening when you have a 100% tariff on canola meal and canola oil and on yellow peas, and you have another 76% tariff applied onto canola seed by one of the largest export markets that we have for our product, you can understand and see why that is a big, big problem. So we continue to hear from this government that they're a new government, but yet we continue to see nothing but the same. Nothing but the same. We see them just having a hands-off approach to trade. If they're going to take this issue seriously, you'd think one of the first priorities of a national government that's trying to differentiate themselves from the previous government, that they would take this seriously, that they would be proactive in their approach, that they would go and get this done. We're seeing as the harvest is coming in, farmers are looking for some certainty. They want to know where that market's going to be. And right now, Mr. Speaker, they're just seeing no respect from this government. I'm just wondering, why does this government continue to turn their back on farmers, especially when they're responsible for 7.5% of Canada's GDP?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci aussi à mon collègue.
I would also like to thank my colleague
Curran Grassland Kindersley for his question. Mr. Speaker, I think that we do not talk enough about agriculture and agri-food sector in this House, and I'm so thankful for the member to raise this important issue. Our farmers, and I echo what he said, it's very important. They are at the end of the season. Some have experienced drought, extreme weather events, smoke, burning. It's difficult time for farmers. They are resilient. They are great, and I think we should talk more about the success that we have as a country in our food security thanks to the hard work that they do. Le secteur agricole.
The agriculture sector, as I said, we should talk a lot more about it because it is so essential. Not only do they feed Canadians, thanks to that sector, but also it feeds people abroad. The agricultural sector and the agri-food sector is the biggest manufacturing sector in Canada. Also, when it comes to jobs and GDP, it's one of our most important industries. It's so fundamental and critical. Earlier, we talked about the climate difficulties that our farmers are experiencing. We have a sustainable agriculture partnership with provinces and territories, which gives $3.5 billion of investment in key programs. The goal is to help the sector deal with those risks. For instance, there is a program to protect farmers in case of loss of income, in the case of drought. My colleague mentioned drought. The federal government contributes 60% to those programs for the sector. They don't only suffer from climate problems, they're also dealing with the difficult current trade context. China's tariffs are incredibly unjustified.
In my career to be a treaty negotiator, a tax treaty negotiator, but we negotiate with China. It was under Stephen Harper government. It's not easy, and we have to set the path. Our Prime Minister is very engaged with officials, with diplomats, and with the premiers, with his parliamentary secretary, with the minister, and the channel is always open to the discussion when the condition will be right. For sure, the China and Canada relationship are so important that, of course, the Prime Minister have a lot of occasion to meet in these international negotiations. To support producers navigating to significant risk, we have doubled the advance payment to help our farmers to manage those risks. But I want to talk to the sector of canola in particular. The advance payment has been doubled from $250 to $500 for this year so that they really help the farmers to weather this storm that they have. I also want to talk about the program on agri-stability. Agri-stability is a very important program to help them diversify their portfolio as well, their export. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Swift Current, Grasslands Kindersley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, as the member was finishing her remarks, she talked about agri-stability. And one of the largest complaints that I get in my office from producers, besides their inactivity on trade, is the agri-stability program and how it just doesn't ever trigger when they need it to trigger. Particularly out in the prairies with how much larger our farms are getting, particularly compared to farms out here in Ontario and in Quebec and in Atlantic Canada. The margins just don't work. We don't see people triggering. There's a lot more people that are leaving the program than choosing to be in the program because they're just seeing it as a financial loss. We're also seeing with crop insurance that because there's been so many bad years consecutively that they are unable to actually get the coverage out of their insurance because of the 5-year average has now dropped so low because of the consecutive years of bad crop. The government needs to do a better job of engaging with producers out in Saskatchewan in the breadbasket of Canada to get a better handle understanding of what's really going on in agriculture.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yeah, I think it's an important aspect. Those risk management programs are so important and so vital, and these are programs that are shared federal, provincial. There will be another round of discussion with the premiers and with the territories. And the second round of the partnership, the strategic partnership, will be discussed. There is improvement that needs to be done on those programs, but they are fundamental because these programs, Mr. Speaker, are those that ensure that despite the climate change and the extreme weather event, and despite the turbulence of the market, these programs ensure that our farmers have income and have stability and can manage the risk. So they're fundamental, and they have indeed to fit the need that they have. I didn't have a chance, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the agri-marketing program, but that is also a very good and important one.
Order. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a great honour to be here tonight and ask the questions that I didn't feel were adequately answered back in June. I was talking about the increase in the amount Canadians were spending on food, out of their weekly budgets. It was about $800 a year more being spent on food at that point in time. But since then, you can take a look at what's happened to the cost of food. The latest information on food inflation is up over 3.4% year over year. Now, I'm going to cherry pick, acknowledge I'm cherry picking some stats here, but people will know what I'm talking about here when I tell them the ground beef is up 15.3% year over year. Bacon is up 13%. Canned salmon's up 11.6%. Oranges are up 11.6%. Fruit juices are up 11.5%. Nuts and seeds are up 14.2%. And coffee, ever-sustaining fluid, is up 27.9%. So this is significant inflation built into, I hope, what our basket of goods that my colleagues on the other side will recognize are the part of daily life for so many Canadians. Now, I try to bring this together as far as what's happening in the economy. Things are costing more for Canadians. And this is a result of economic policies brought about by this government, particularly overspending. Now, the government plans to spend in their initial budgets or initial estimates from last year 8% more this year than last year. They're going to have to print more money. More money's not coming in. More money's going out the door. And since then, of course, we've delayed and delayed and delayed the budget. So now we're actually going to see how much more this government is going to spend, but it's going to be a lot more than an 8% increase over last year. Let's put it over $100 billion deficit coming out of this year, which is almost more than a double from what the deficit was expected to be, and the deficit was last year, which of course means more interest payments, which of course means more inflation. All of these things roll through the economy, and they are felt by Canadians. Now, the inflation is felt in basics like food, basics like shelter. So Canadians are bearing the brunt of bad economic policies that this government continues to go down the road on. There is a price to pay for overspending, and that price, of course, is out of the pockets of Canadians themselves. The hidden costs of these deficits are $50 billion plus last year. Think about when the price of the interest rates actually go up at some point in time here in the near future. That cost to Canadians is going to be significant. But look at the money leaving Canada. The money leaving Canada is an indication of how bad your economy is actually being. Now, or doing, pardon me. Now, just a quick number here. Back in 2014, the net difference between the money invested in Canada by foreigners and the money invested by Canadians elsewhere was about $100 billion in deficit. That is $100 billion more of Canadian investments going outside the country versus what's being invested in Canada. Now that number is ballooned to $971 billion as of the end of 2024. That is $971 billion more invested outside Canada than being invested in Canada. Canadian money is leaving this economy for good reason. Bad economic policies comparative to almost anywhere else in the world where it can invest. Our Canadian dollar is going down, but another touch point. Since this government came in, $86 billion more has left the country on a net basis this year alone. We're not doing the right policies. We've got to change direction here, Mr. Speaker. I'd love to hear the government actually say they're going to address the problem, but right now all I see is a Prime Minister and a government that wants to continue to spend money and continue to visit economic pain upon Canadians. Will they please indicate how they're going to turn this around?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks for the intervention for the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre and his concern on some of these matters. And I'm happy to respond with some of the actions our government is taking to stabilise food prices and help Canadians with the cost of living. You know, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that food affordability continues to be a critical issue that all Canadians are faced with. And, you know, the Honourable Member across cited some statistics and some trends. You know, we know that food inflation was a global phenomenon during and after the pandemic. But happily, price increases have slowed considerably. Food inflation for groceries has fallen from a peak of 11.4% in January 2023 to under 3.5%, as the Honourable Member cited in August 2025. The Honourable Member talked about good economic policies, and he talked about spending. And actually, we agree that the government does have an important role with good economic policies to help address some of these challenges. And that has to do with promoting competition, primarily in the portfolio that I assist the Minister of Industry with, and also some related policies to help those who are most in need. So first, spending that's targeted and actually reaches people who need it with the food that they need. I can't help but mention the National School Food Program, which puts $1 billion over 5 years into programs and projects that will provide meals for up to 400,000 more kids per year. Unfortunately, the party opposite voted against that measure, but we think it's an important measure and something that is helping many people in our communities. More generally, increased consumer choice with increased competition in the grocery sector is a key, and I would say even the key to improving food affordability. And that's why in recent years we've, in this Parliament, modernized the Competition Act. And now a number of members from all parties have just come back from an industry committee meeting where we heard from Commissioner Matthew Boswell, from Competition Commissioner, rather, Matthew Boswell. And when we asked him how the changes to the Act are helping him promote competition, he asked in return, essentially, how much time do you have? He's a long list of measures that he is already implementing with the supports that have been given through the resources that have been given by the government to help the Bureau do its job, in part to help tame food prices. So, for instance, changes to the Act have required vendors to be more truthful in their advertising, recognizing that showing prices without all mandatory fees is a form of dishonesty. This practice of drip pricing makes it harder for consumers to make price comparisons to find the best value. It penalizes those vendors who are most upfront with how much things cost. We know in this era of limited attention that those kinds of little things that are those little sleight of hand pieces can really help divert people from finding the best options. We've also made amendments that affect how the Competition Bureau can investigate anti-competitive conduct and deceptive marketing. A strong Competition Bureau and good competition policy, it helps consumers. It's as simple as that. But we have work to do with the players in our grocery sector as well. Our engagement with industry has been focused on ensuring that the continuous improvement of food affordability. After many years of collaboration with provincial and territorial ministers of agriculture and lots of industry engagement, lots of which we've talked about in this House and the previous Parliament, we were pleased in July 2024 that all of the large grocery retailers committed to the Grocery Sector Code of Conduct. The code is a positive step towards uniting supply chain partners to operate under a set of ground rules and bring more fairness, transparency, and predictability to Canada's grocery supply chain and for consumers. You know, we're working hand in hand with industry and partners to continue to ensure food price stability, including the measures that my colleague, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food mentioned. Will continue to take concrete actions to ensure Canadians pay fair prices for groceries. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. The point that I think is still being missed by the governing side of the aisle is that you can't spend your way out of a deficit problem, out of a deficit and a mounting debt problem, more and more money flowing off the table. The member does refer to the fact that we're giving more programs, so therefore it shouldn't be as bad at the end. The fact is, food continues to inflate. This is a basic of human needs. We've got to make sure that we get this under control more than anything else, because Canadians need to eat and need to eat well. The whole thing about what you eat is a contribution to your lifestyle, both the quality and how long you live. So this is something that they've got to get in front of here. It is a fundamental indication of how we're doing as a society. Get better food to Canadians, make sure they can afford that food, and make sure you deliver it without cost. Cutting the deficit is part of averting food inflation. Will you please get ahead of this inflation you're causing?
Order, obviously, through the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Mr. Speaker. And again, I continue to share the concern of the member for Calgary Centre and appreciate some of his points. I'll just observe that, you know, in our province, in our country, we have some really great assets to be really proud of. A number of my colleagues in Ontario caucus, we went recently to the visit Canada's warehouse capital, so to speak, in southwestern Ontario in Windsor-Leamington area. And there you see fresh food being delivered and grown at scale in a way that can reach lots of Canadians. But we also realize that it's a broader set of policy issues. I'll refer, of course, to our income tax cut to reach 22 million Canadians that took effect on July 1st. And that's another one of those measures that we think can help relate to affordability, including food affordability.
You know, member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, it's good to be back in adjournment proceedings. Mr. Speaker, last year the Liberals approved 800 permanent resident applications for the international doctors through the federal skilled workers category. How many of those doctors have actually been licensed to practice medicine in Canada? Just a number.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to return to the House after a summer in Down Valley North and meeting with neighbors to talk about how we can keep making our community a better place for everyone. I look forward to working with all MPs to do good by Canadians, and I thank my my dear colleague, member opposite, for his question. And I know you put on a notice on a question regarding workforce and planning and healthcare in the healthcare sector, so I'll be responding to that. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise in the House today to speak on a subject that I know is of concern to many of us: the urgent need to strengthen Canada's healthcare workforce by integrating internationally educated health professionals into the healthcare system. Canada's health workforce is currently facing some critical challenges, including long-term shortages, low retention, and workplace conditions that put additional pressures on workers. Recent estimates project that there could be shortages of over 23,000 family physicians and 28,000 registered nurses. These shortages are projected to deepen over the next 10 years if there are more pressures added to the healthcare system, such as increased incidence of chronic illnesses and growing population. Internationally trained, educated health professionals are key to addressing these challenges. However, current processes to validate foreign credentials are long, costly, and complex, and creating barriers for the successful recruitment and retention of these professionals in our healthcare system. There are also an estimated 198,000 internationally educated health professionals employed in Canada, but only 58% work in the field that they are trained in. As we know, healthcare is a shared responsibility between the federal government and our provincial and territorial partners. While the federal government provides financial supports for healthcare services, responsibility for matters related to administration and delivery of these services, including health profession regulation, licensure, and foreign credential recognitions, falls within provincial and territorial jurisdiction. However, our government understands we have a role to play, and we're actively working with our provincial and territorial partners to address current challenges for Canada's health workforce. This includes ensuring immigration policies support the recruitment of internationally educated health professionals, working to help streamline forward credential recognition, and supporting retention efforts to have long-term success and integration within the health system. This is why, beginning this year, our government is funding a number of projects to better integrate internationally educated health professionals into Canada's provincial and territorial healthcare systems. This funding will create new family medicine training positions for international medical graduates, increase assessment capacity to support accelerated licensure processes for internationally educated health professions, and provide support to help newcomers navigate the credential recognition system. The Foreign Credential Recognition Program also continues to fund various initiatives to support the labor market integration of skilled newcomers. Provinces and territories are also making individual action as part of the working together to improve healthcare for Canadians plan. As a result, differentiated and innovative pathways for internationally educated health professionals to enter the health system are rapidly emerging at the provincial and territorial level. For example, Nova Scotia created the Physician Assessment Center of Excellence, which allows internationally trained physicians to provide supervised primary care in a collaborative care setting while being assessed for licensure. Finally, our government understands that Canada must not only attract healthcare workers from around the world, we also need to make sure they're properly integrated into the healthcare workforce. Further, with healthcare workers facing burnout, we need to ensure they have the support they need to stay on and in their jobs. For this session, earlier this year, our government published the ethical framework for the recruitment and retention of internationally educated worker plant, but
Order. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals Parliamentary Secretary for Health did not answer my question. Of the 800 international doctors they granted permanent residency to through the federal skilled workers category last year, how many are now licensed and treating Canadian patients?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
thank you, member opposite, for his follow-up question. It is it is true we have we are experiencing workforce issues in the healthcare space, and our government is doing a lot of work in this space to make sure that we play a leadership role in supporting solutions to challenges facing health systems across the country, including those related to our workforce. And we do have investment, just as I stated in my first statement. We're creating new family physician residency training positions for international medical graduates, and we're increasing assessment capacity to support accelerated processes. And we're helping folks to navigate a very complex system. And we do recognize the important role of internationally educated health professionals to play in our healthcare system, and I look forward to working with all members to address this issue. Thank you.
À l'ordre, la motion porte.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.